Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new, FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Armageddon has reigned supreme at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. But one man, Alireza lounges on top of the chaos with a flawless score. Who will bring him down? You'll find out right now.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
I did Magnus not play f4. Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Morashu, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza. every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xinyer, Zhu Wenjun, Humpy Knero and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
And we welcome you from the magnificent city of Oslo, the capital of Norway, just flying above the soaring heights of the city. Let's take a moment to appreciate the beauty, the hustle, the bustle, because the hustle is happening right there in the Dakeman Library, where our players are be jostling for the crown. They want to be fighting it out for who is going to be the next champion of Norway Chess. The spectators are there, they are waiting, they are ready for the action to begin. I'm your host. I'm Jovanka Hauska. I can't wait for the action. And right beside me, we have two legends of the microphone and the game. We have international master Tanya Sajdev, ready to rock the library down with her enthusiasm. And in the corner, we have our Grandmaster expert. We almost nearly lost him to the world of floristry, but he's here, Grandmaster David Howe. Guys, great to have you with me.
It's awesome. I mean, Norway Chess has wasted absolutely no time, and I am buzzing with all the excitement of what's coming up. We've got Alireza Firouzja, who's flying with an injured ankle. Magnus Carlsen suddenly playing from behind in his own home turf in an event that belongs to him. The women incredibly tight. This has been an absolute cinema with the script already torn apart, David.
Yeah, I love this tournament. I love this format. I love this city. What could be better than spending this evening watching some high-quality chess? So many storylines. We'll break them down a bit later, but the one so far has been Magnus Carlsen not at his best, and he needs to do something very different today.
Those storylines, well, there's something to be told there. So let's take a recap of what went down yesterday. She also got getting rid of her key attacker as well. I think that bishop was very much needed. But
Whoa, just get the queen and she does it!
14 seconds. She's still got to make 5 moves to get any increment. Oh, it's checkmate! It's checkmate!
I could have done better, but okay, it's Armageddon, so it happened.
Not good news for Pragg.
Not at all. Not a happy endgame, and no time on the clock as well, but Firouzja in driver's seat.
I'm trying to play chess and it makes me to not think about pain.
Humpy doesn't have any time either. 30 seconds on the clock. Divya in full control here. It's early days, but she's getting a reputation as being the Armageddon queen.
The e4 was really bad from her because then she gives up all the squares and she allows my knight to go everywhere. So at that point, I was already happy.
Queen to e6, given a question mark, but Vincent just down to his last seconds.
Whoa!
Magnus trading queens, but now Vincent has better chances of a fortress.
And you can see it on Magnus, he offers a draw, and that is it. Vincent Keimer takes it to Armageddon.
He hits the black rook, gaining time, and the rook swooping into c7. Great spot, Jovanka. That would end the game on the spot.
Does he need to do? Yes, he goes for it.
Vincent Keimer resigns. Magnus finally gets that point.
The way the classical game went at some point, that's a position I should never not win, but he fought well and I played a little bit too safe at times, and all of a sudden it was hard to win.
Ooh, nasty checks in the air. That would cause some real traps for white. You can't block with the queen due to some nasty deflections there.
It was terrible, I think, from both sides, but I'm happy that everything ended good for me.
Make a move, Gukesh.
We can't. He takes on h3.
Wow,
Unnecessary.
And we have resignation.
It's a great honor to play against the world champion Gukesh, who is incredibly strong, incredibly young.
It was a day full of emotion, but the standings, they do tell a picture. Alireza Firouzja might be playing with a leg injury, but he is sitting there at the top with 6 points. almost feels like an insurmountable lead. And we're already only on day 2, David.
Exactly. It's early days, but that is one of the biggest leads we've seen in a long time in Norway Chess. Firouzja off to the perfect start, winning both games. He's had white in the classical encounters. Can he keep it up is the big question. Can he keep this form going? Magnus down in 5th place. He will want to change the trend of his tournament.
Changing trends, that's exactly the name of the day. It's a new day, it's a new start. Let's check out the day's pairings, because people really need to start motoring if they want to catch up with Alireza Firouzja and Bibisara Asalbaeva. So Tanya, which one of these pairings excites you the most?
All around. I mean, no easy matchups here at Norway Chess, but it's got to be that top board, right? We've got world champion Gukesh against the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. And for me, this is beautiful tension, Yavanka, because Gukesh gets the white pieces. Alireza playing with his first black in the tournament. Now for Gukesh, while he's shown incredible resilience, he still hasn't found his flow. For Alireza, he has a 3.5 point margin going into the next round, which means just like the sun will rise tomorrow, Alireza Firouzja will be leading Norway Chess tomorrow regardless of what happens. So the question for me is, what's Gukesh's strategy? Does he push because he has white, or does Alireza make a go for it, squeeze it because he can?
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. Two fighting players. I think we're guaranteed a long battle there. Probably a bit of drama closer to the time scramble. And yeah, I can't wait to see that game.
Yeah, and when it comes to Norway Chess women, which one of the pairings as well speaks to you?
I would say that it has to be the tournament leader playing the World Cup winner. Divya Deshmukh, you called her the queen of Armageddon so far in Norway Chess, you know, getting her 2 wins there. Bibisara's got a 1.5 lead, but that just means it's incredibly tight. And we've got these 2 players as well. Anna Muzica getting her win yesterday in the Armageddon against Zhu Wenjun, finding her form. Humpy, meanwhile, David, has been struggling in the tournament so far.
Yeah, Humpy looking maybe a bit rusty, not quite her sharp self. Of course, pulling out of the candidates last a couple of months ago. Maybe that was something that she found hard to recover from so far. But the tournament is young. Humpy's a classy player. Anna was wearing her lucky jumper from last year's Norway Chess, I should mention. So that might help turn the tide in her favor. But this has been the player of the tournament so far. Alireza Firouzja. Not only has he been playing fantastic chess, but he just looks so calm. Like, the injury is one thing, but it looks like he's shaking it off. No longer distracting him, and he looks in the zone.
He looks like the main character in the room. And Magnus stopping for a few words with Sverre. Well, we didn't quite catch that, but definitely would be interesting to see his mindset as he faces off against Pragg, someone that he's actually lost to before in Norway Chess.
It's going to be a fascinating battle because Magnus and Pragg are both at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're actually tied for last going into this round 3. So I think a win is extremely important. Magnus yesterday was so unhappy with the way he played and missed his chances against Vincent in the classical game. You know, in his own words, utterly disappointed, utterly embarrassed with his play. And I think he wants to redeem himself for that. He needs a classical win today. But Pragnananda, I think he's not going to make it easy. Both of them at 50%, a win apiece in classical, and that's not something many can boast of in the chess world.
Exactly. Pragg is the only player in this field who doesn't have a negative lifetime score against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe the fear isn't there. I think Pragg's style matches up quite well against Magnus. He calculates well. He's able to play the kind of technical positions, match him there. It's not going to be easy for Magnus Carlsen. I think the harder he pushes as well, the more risk there'll be. We could see another upset.
It was very interesting because I remember when Pragg and Gukesh exploded onto the scene, like Magnus almost formulated an anti-young Indian kids way of playing chess, you know, who play very provocatively. And the kids, they have adapted. They're no longer kids anymore, and they have shown some sophistication. And I do remember the way that Pragg beat Magnus in 2024 was utterly powerful.
You mean utterly powerful?
Utterly powerful, yes.
We have to, get on that bandwagon. But I completely agree with you. And I think the difference is that this younger generation, not only the Indian golden generation, but also the kids from Uzbekistan as well, Magnus Carlsen does not live rent-free in their head, which is a totally different story from Magnus's colleagues. I think, yes, they have a lot of respect for him. they've shown that playing against him is the absolute privilege, but when sitting across on the board, they want to take their chances. I think the respect goes down a little bit when they're on the board, and that's what we see in their fighting spirit against Magnus Carlsen. One of the most defining moments in Indian chess was Pragg's win against Magnus the first time he took him down. That's when our Prime Minister tweeted about it. That's when chess really exploded. Social media, big media houses were talking about it, and that's always referred to as that moment when the Indians started believing that they really do belong at the top.
Yeah, it was a big watershed moment there for Indian chess. Pragg with the white pieces. He has fond memories playing here at Norway Chess. And Vincent Keimer against Wesley. So they recently played each other in Grand Chess Tour in Romania. That game ended in a draw. What can we expect? It does feel like Vincent, he hasn't quite found his footing here. He's narrowly escaped with 2 draws in the Classical, lost 2 Armageddons. Can we read anything into that?
Yeah, I don't want to read anything into that, but if I were to, then maybe a bit of speculation. He could be tired. He's played so much chess lately, a lot of traveling, different formats. He's been playing rapid blitz, he's been playing freestyle, classical. It would only be natural if there's a small lull, but at the beginning of a tournament, you have to get that first win to really boost your confidence, and this could be it. Vincent with the white pieces. I would say tactically, maybe that's been his weakness. He's been making a couple of tactical errors yesterday against Magnus, unpunished. But yeah, if you do that against Wesley, he might come back to haunt you. Wesley just rock solid. I think Wesley wouldn't mind an Armageddon in that game.
Mm-hmm. And here we have a clash of generations between 5-time women's world champion Zhu Wenjun, and she plays Zhu Jiner. Zhu Jiner has been actually touted by a lot of experts as being one of the favorites to win Norway Chess.
Yeah, she's got a really nice style, and she's such an impressive player the last 12 months, a bit of a breakthrough in her career. And these two haven't faced each other so often, so it's going to be fascinating to see who comes out on top.
The one thing I've noticed about Jina, and that storyline continues from the women's candidates, is missed opportunities. It happened in quite a few important critical games in Cyprus for Jina, and we've seen that in Norway Chess as well. She comes off so strong out of the opening, is the one pushing for the advantage. Yesterday, a completely winning position, but somewhere, something goes wrong, you know, in those time scrambles, in that conversion phase. And I think that is the one thing, if Zhu Jiner can sort of loop that up, she's just meant to be at the top for many, many years.
Mm-hmm. And for Zhu Wenjun, 2 draws in Classical and 2 losses in Armageddon. And, well, a lot of eyes will be on this encounter. Magnus with the black pieces, his first round against Alireza with the black pieces. Well, it didn't work out well, shall we say. He started with a loss.
Yeah, Magnus, I would say the one thing that's defined the first 2 rounds is speed. Like, it just hasn't been there, in the Classical at least. Time trouble cost him against Firouzja when things started getting a bit tactical. He wasn't able to calculate his way through the complications. Yesterday, he started getting low on time, then started missing opportunities. At some point, played the wrong move order. Tactically could have been punished, but the clocks have started. Pragg not yet making his move. What do we predict in this game?
E4.
I'm
Best
going
by
with King's
test.
Pawn opening as well. I'm with Jovanka on this one.
Okay, knight f3, Retty.
I feel like you're going to be predicting that every round, every game, every board.
Why not? Why not? It's a great move. Pragg, though, despite the clocks having started 25 minutes ago.
Let's go, Jovanka. We got this one.
Oh.
We do have this. Woohoo! Give you a high five.
Ganging up on me this early.
I mean, he has fond memories of the move. That's how he opened when he defeated Magnus back in 2024. Why not continue the same vein? Now, that particular game opened with Magnus going for a Sicilian. Are we going to be seeing the same? Oh, I thought for a second we're going to see an Alekines when he reached for the knight. And I thought, no. Maybe that's one step too far.
That would have been quite the shocker. But I have a feeling that Magnus has some surprises up his sleeve for today's round. I'm going to point out that Pragg, he did win his first game in the Armageddon against Wesley. But yesterday, the loss against Alireza, getting checkmated with the white pieces in the endgame. I just hope he's recovered from that.
Not his finest hour, Pragg. Yeah, a few things went wrong, trading the queens at the wrong moment, and yeah, some slightly suspicious positional mistakes. But Pragg with white is a dangerous customer. Here we see all of the boards, lots of different colors. Where are our eyes drawn to at this early stage? There's a double Queen's Gambit between Humpy Canary and Anna Muzichuk on the bottom left. Queen's Gambit met by a fellow Gambit. That's always a fun opening. Elsewhere, okay, still within the first 3 or 4 moves, most places, some Queen's Gambits on the board.
I spot 2 King's Pawn opening, a few Queen's Pawn opening, the Knight and the English on the other one with the Catalan Bishop. That's the bottom center board with Divya and Asababa. Quite a range of openings today we've got in front of us. The 4 pawns that you're referring to in Humpy versus Musichuk, you know, it just really depends whether everything gets liquidated really quickly. Anna Musichuk, does she still want to take it into Armageddon as quickly as possible, or does Humpy have something fun in this line?
Well, that is indeed the question, especially when you go into full-on confrontation mode straight from the beginning. There's many options there. You can capture in the middle, the D pawn, D5, or you can just let the tension stand. So let's perhaps look at one of our eagerly anticipated games, and let's dive in to the game between, I want to be saying, Gukesh against Firouzja.
Let's do it. Let's start from that, David. It looks like a Queen's Gambit decline and a position that is quite rich in ideas. Gukesh has decided to place the knight on e2 instead of f3, the Carlsbad structure on the board. And to me, this is always a bit of a positional idea. White has got 2 plans, either play in the center, try to get f3, e4 in, or for the minority attack on the left flank.
Exactly. And Firouzja there, I was going to say, there's several ways to play it for black as well. But trying to trade pieces off just to deal with any cramping effects, no space issues once you have a set of pieces traded like this. It's a very popular way of playing. I never really understood this, I must admit, when I was younger. It always felt like, wow, you're trading off your good bishop, you're just left with your bad bishop as black. This piece often stuck behind the black pawn chain, but if he's ever able to trade this off Firouzja, maybe for a knight later or a bishop, this bad bishop, then it should be fine. Still very early days, of course. Very well explored territory here. I see a lot of games on the database.
And the question, though, is with this very stable pawn structure that both white and black have, does white just revert back to traditional ideas in this Carlsbad pawn formation of going b4, b5, going for the minority attack, or are we going to be seeing something else?
Yeah, it's funny because when I was young, like all the games in this pawn structure would just be minority attack. One kind of one-track mind, you push the pawn, you undermine with white's 2, you undermine black's 3, and you try and create a weakness. But there have been so many antidotes shown against the minority attack. It's just fallen totally out of fashion. Nearly nobody tries to play for the b4 plan anymore. Often it's met by black just blocking. Often it's met by black pushing the a-pawn, opening up a semi-open file. So everyone seems to be playing for the central break here. And that's what he's gone for, rook ae1. He's not keeping flexible. He's showing his hand.
Yeah.
He really wants to break in the center.
Yeah, that's the other big plan right now. According to my database, lots of games here. One of them by Pragg's very good friend, Arjun Aragaisi. Playing this position with the white pieces, trading the bishop off as Gukesh just did, and planting his queen on d2, the rook swipes over to the center of the board. In that game, however, it was against Yu Yangyi, and Yu Yangyi decided to put his knight on f6, planted on e4 as black, instead of the last move chosen by Alireza. I wonder if Gukesh is aware of that game. He probably is. The knight from f8 did land on that square. The idea for white, for Gukesh, as shown by Arjun in this, is in fact to get his own knight back to c1 and then go for that central break. Knight c1, you defend e3, then you consolidate the center by pushing your f-pawn, and your pieces are beautifully placed, compact in the center, and then you strike.
Yeah. And everything is going to hinge on whether black can actually make use of this bishop on c8. Like, at the minute, you know, it's blocking the connection of the 2 rooks, and anyone who knows me knows that I don't particularly like that. And for Alireza, I guess he's anticipating this and going, okay, I will move the bishop to d7 and maybe just forget that fact that it's not a great piece, and perhaps meet this f3, e4 expansion by jumping in with a knight and trying to secure the f4 square. Or will we see something completely different?
Yeah. Wow. And this one's going to be quite the positional one. White trying to get those breaks in Jovanka, but it will get exciting. But it's already very exciting on our other board. You know, we spoke of Arjun, we spoke of Pragg. Pragg's taking on the world #1. David, this started as the knight off, and this is a move that I've been seeing Pragg employ so many times recently. Push the h-pawn, go h4 as quickly as you can against the Sicilian.
Yeah, what an aggressive move. What a show of intent from Pragg. Just to go back one move, we will break down h4, but in this position, white can play pretty much anything under the sun. Magnus was joking about it in the Queen's Gambit the other day, how many options black had here. The downside to the Najdorf is that white can do pretty much anything. You can make an argument for pushing the A pawn. You can bring your light squared bishop to 3 different squares. Your dark squared bishop can use a few different squares. You can bring your queen out. Everything's played nowadays. F3, F4, even rook G1. You can play positionally with G3, H3, but H4. And this is a bit of an interesting dilemma for Magnus, because as black, you're super flexible. There are 3 ideas in the Najdorf, generally. You either want to play E6, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this Dutch word, Scheveningen structure. You kind of keep all your pawns on the 6th rank and then only later decide how to break out. Or the more trendy, you push your pawn to E5. That has some downsides. It leaves some loose squares. After E5, the white knight might choose to retreat in any direction. And there's a hole on D5, not to everyone's taste. The other way, depending on what white does, is to kind of morph it into a dragon system, push the pawn to G6, fianchetto the bishop, but that's not attractive anymore due to the white pawn ready to step forward to H5 at some moment. I would say Magnus is least likely to play E6 or G6, just because E6 also blocks the bishop's diagonal, and now G4 would be possible, throwing the pawns forward. This is fascinating. I think the idea will be revealed after Magnus plays the move E5. I must admit, I've never really studied this in any detail, but the question is whether Magnus has.
And I don't blame you for that, because according to my database, David Howell, this is the 13th most played move for white, H4 at this moment. Pretty much everything under the sun has been played more times than the one chosen by Pragg. And I love that you're highlighting all of it. Bishop can go to G5 as well. You could also play A4, by the way, which is more popular than the move H4 in this position. So Pragg's going to need 13 reasons why he's employed this against the world #1. But you know, the element of surprise. And I know it's early in the game. With a 2-hour time control, no increment until move 40. If you can actually get your opponent to burn the clock a little bit early on in the opening, it's something that becomes a weapon later.
Definitely. And it's going to be decision time for Magnus. Will he make the committal move? E5 determine the pawn structure. Will he perhaps go for development? I don't think we're going to be seeing an E6 like David's indicated, because then G4 space. And I think that's perhaps one of the traps of this position. Well, definitely bold approach there from Pragg, and they do say fortune favors the brave. Maybe let's take a pause from this one and go back to our bird's eye view, because I want to get your opinion on what's happening between Vincent Keimer and Wesley. So it's their top right in blue, because I feel the tension in the room there.
Yeah, and this game has had many moves already, and okay, let's jump in and check it out. There's a knight on F5, always a bit scary from the black side. Always feels a bit uncomfortable to be looking at checks, forks. I mean, the white queen has also got a diagonal to stare down against the black king. Maybe a quick action replay, see how we got here. It was a Berlin defense. No forced draws here this time, luckily. Wesley, so rock solid Wesley. He loves this opening. After castles, he would be snapping off the pawn on E4, and lots of drawish lines, or at least well worked out lines. D3, the anti-Berlin. And this becomes interesting now. It's kind of a Spanish exchange type of pawn structure. Bishop takes C6 now played. And I used to have this all the time myself from black. I used to play the Berlin exclusively. Everyone used to play this against me, and I used to quite enjoy it until these plans were found of white just very quickly trying to break in the center and opening things up before black has a chance to breathe. And that's exactly what Vincent Keimer does. C3, he's ready to power through. Boom, D4 explosion. But B5 kicks the knight back, kicks it round to a nice F5 square, and the moves keep coming. Rook F8, D4, hitting the bishop back, Queen C2, and Wesley, under some pressure, decides to trade off pawns. White has a nice center. White has a hit now on C6. I've got to say, visually, looks really nice for white.
I also want to draw your attention to the clock times. Vincent has barely paused for thought. It's scary stuff to be walking into your opponent's preparation.
And I'm going into a rabbit hole right now, because I'm really zooming out of what we have in front of us. And I'm going all the way back to 2000 World Championship, Garry Kasparov versus Vladimir Kramnik. And that was the match where, at least for me, Berlin became really incredibly popular. Kramnik used that as a weapon to completely neutralize Garry Kasparov with the black pieces and took the World Championship. Fast forward to 2004, Peter Lecco versus Vladimir Kramnik. It's obviously no surprise that Peter Lecco would have prepared against the Berlin and probably knows every single idea that exists in the universe in this line. Fast forward to 2026. Guess what? It's Vincent Keimer, the protege of Peter Lecco. And I wonder, the fact that he's managed to develop this out of the Berlin, is there a storyline behind that, David Howell?
Yeah, the way that chess evolves, the journeys of all these players, the knowledge that transfers across generations, it is fascinating. And I wouldn't be shocked, Tanya, if Peter was sharing some of his Spanish, his Roy Lopez wisdom with Vincent. Vincent wasn't always a 1e4 player. Most of his career, he hasn't been with White. So
I love how we always try to convince the world that we're not geeks. And yet we delve into these rabbit holes and we kind of see the humor in making special moves.
But I really think that there's something to this. I think this has to be part of preparation that Peter Lecco has been involved with. I mean, you don't get to see this kind of a position which looks extremely fighting against the Berlin every day.
no, exactly. Often against the Berlin, it's an endgame or it's totally symmetrical. And yeah, draw looks kind of odds on. But here, imbalances, pawn structure. Wesley now trying to break open the center. Wesley's clearly still in preparation, despite the fact he's used a bit much time. The bishop pair for black, I quite like. Vincent taking that pawn. He's going to get the queens off, maybe?
Well, he barely paused for thought, David. And then the question, it's a very pertinent question here. Who is stronger, the bishop or the knight? They're both worth 3 points. And the way that Vincent is playing, he's saying, well, very quickly, yes, there's a target on c7. There's a rook that's appearing on c1 and d1. And will Wesley have to perhaps give up a pawn in order to untangle his pieces?
Yeah, maybe just giving up this pawn and getting his bishop out, just getting developed. He has counterplay himself on the queen side. This feels like a memory test variation. It's like, okay, if you've done your homework, I mean, the eval bar says 0.0. If Wesley knows what he's doing, just draw. It's going to be fine, like minimal risk. But if Wesley doesn't know what he's doing, maybe Vincent gets some pressure long term, extra pawn to nurse and try to turn it into victory.
Fun fact, no games in this position, which means if it's a memory test, it has to be just home preparation and a novelty already has occurred on the board, and actually quite a few moves ago. So fresh idea here by Vincent Keimer in this position, and yes, the queens are off the board, but like you pointed out, there's really no happy way of defending that c7 pawn with the rook coming on the c file. So Wesley actually has to take it into combative waters. I really love the idea of going a4, trying to open up the a line. Yes, you're going to give up the pawn, but you get in some trades. But Wesley has to be a little careful here. I feel like this endgame is going to make him sweat a little bit.
Yeah, in fact, you know, you inspired me. I was like, okay, well, if this is home preparation, then where is Vincent's, you know, poisonous idea? And I'm just actually looking at the engine, and guess what? The top choice is a move I would never, ever have dreamed about. It's like f5.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like otherwise, after a4, you know, white is a touch better. Knight d7 is another move that it's suggesting. But these are weird kind of moves.
That's modern preparation. Like, everything's equal. Computers say that everything is fine, but you want to find a position that looks like not much is going on, and the opponent has to find weird moves, unnatural moves, just to keep the balance. And yeah, knight d7 I don't think I would consider, just because it's a retreat, and it does still drop the c7 pawn. f5, as you say, Ivanka, that's super cool. But that is all to do with the problem of this bad piece. Knight d6.
It's super mysterious. I mean, one pawn's already hanging. f5 is a second pawn sacrifice. And like you said, the bad piece, I think that explains us why. Because now it's not easy to pick up the pawn on c7. Let's have that move on the board, David. You're going to lose the e4 pawn if you go for c7. If you capture the other pawn that's just been gambited on f5, let's say you take pawn takes pawn, that bad piece, which has been restricted by that pawn on b3, suddenly finds a really nice juicy spot at the center of the board, hitting the bishop, defending the pawn on c7, and guess what? White's left with a doubled f pawn.
It's deep. And I would never have thought about it. I would have been very direct. Bishop attacks c7, bishop defends c7.
Question.
Yes.
If you haven't seen this position as black at home, you haven't prepared it, what are the chances of finding f5 over the board?
Ooh. I think in Rapid and Blitz, minimal chance, but he has over 100 minutes left on his clock. That's a lot of time. Wesley's a classy player. I think maybe process of elimination, he'll probably look at defending it first. Like, pushing the pawn doesn't help. c6, white just slides the rook, and that pawn is probably doomed anyway. Defending it with a rook, a bit clumsy. Still rook c1, you're going to get hit. Rook a7 looks weird. Maybe he's just running out of options, and then he might look at counterplay, like a4. If that's not enough, clear pawn down, then he might think of more drastic measures. But f5, it's definitely not like top 3, not even top 5 immediate kind of come to the mind moves. It's just pure calculation, and probably Wesley invested a bit of time here. I think he was in preparation until recently, but just the speed of moves. Like the fact he played queen d6 so quickly a few moves ago, c5, queen trade immediately. But this is the first key moment of the game.
Definitely crunch time there for Wesley. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because first up, we haven't done our prediction game. It's now a 2-year tradition. David, he claims moral victory yesterday because he came closest.
No, we're not giving
But
him
we're
that.
not giving that.
Those are not in. That's not in the rule book, David Howell. Yesterday was a tie for all of us. You do lead the prediction game, but only because he won it on day 1. It's still 1-0-0. So, Yavanka, what's your prediction for today?
Okay. So, you know, I think we're in for a fight between Gukesh, Firouzja. I think that's going to end in a draw. I also think Magnus, Pragg, that's going to be decisive, and it's going to be a draw between Vincent and So I have one decisive game so far. And in the women, Humpy against Anna, that's also going to be a draw. So then it's going to be an adventure between Asalbaeva. So 2 decisive games there. And then Zhuzhina. Okay.
Yovi, you really went into like analysis breakdown mode. You got to believe in your gut instinct a little bit more.
No, because I have to make an informed decision. I can't just go.
She really wants to
3.
Really wants it.
Okay, I'm going to say 3.
3. All right. I'm going with 4 Armageddons today, David.
I'll say 5 Armageddons.
Okay. 3, 4, and 5.
And whoever's closest, do they win today?
No, those are not the rules. Don't try and change the rules halfway. It's like trying to change the rules of chess, right? You can't do that.
No, not allowed. No, I'm with you on this. It's 3, 4, 5, and we see what happens. Yeah. I wonder what chat thinks, how many Armageddons we get today.
Let us know in chat. I think that's how En Passant was first created. Like, someone was playing a game, they were like, what? Your pawn just moved past mine. Like, I'm changing the rules. Hold on. Just take it anyway.
How dare you?
But also, like, at some point, the queens were very slow pieces. You know, they could only move 1 square at a time. Like, when does people go, like, this is boring? Let's make her move across the board.
And at the very start, queens didn't even exist on the chessboard. So there have been moments when chess rules have been changed, but not today, David Howell.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I'll talk you into it.
What do you mean, we'll see? It's not up for discussion. It's a democracy, 2 versus 1.
We win.
Yeah, exactly. The numbers always matter. So, okay, well, in front of us, we have some games. Maybe we can explore what is going down in the game between Zhu and Zhuzhina. That's the one that catches my eye for the time being. But I'm happy to go to another game if you...
Yeah, let's jump. Let's go there. And this is the current position. More Queen's Gambit declines. The opening of the tournament so far. And if we just go back a few moves, because it's interesting here, pretty much the same as another game we saw earlier. That was Gukesh against Firouzja. And in that position, it was Gukesh putting the knight on e2. This time, a slightly different twist from another world champion. Zhu Wenjun putting the knight on f3 instead. This allows knight to e4. Some tactics here between the bishops. And yeah, after a bishop exchange, white cannot win a pawn on e4 as the queen now defends this square. Queen c2, and this is the current position. It looks like, again, quite a few games on the database. But what do we make of this? Yavanka, you play the Queen's Gambit declined as black.
I do play this opening, and I have actually almost had this position as white, and I didn't like it. I think I flicked in an h3 just to take away the square the g4 square from the light squared bishop. It's just a very balanced game. You know, here there's a choice. It's always there in the air, like what to do with this knight on e4. And it's interesting actually that she's she's responded with queen c2 as opposed to playing a move like bishop takes knight instead and going for that change in pawn structure. So here the question is what to do with the knight. Do you reinforce it with bishop coming out to f5? Do you step back with the knight to d6 and argue that it's on its perfect square? I would say no, because bishop on c8 is going to be a problem. Or do you go knight takes knight and not lose any time? But I suspect that the bishop will come out to f5 if that doesn't lose on the spot. And I don't see why it should, and that's going to happen.
Black's most popular move in the position. Jovanka, fully agree. The bishop is one of the main factors in this position. Normally I would like knight d6 as well, but I think there's a big downside is that the white knight on e5 might not be challenged in the near future. f6 is always impossible due to knight landing on g6 and knight d7. Maybe we'll see f4 inspired by Firouzja from round 1. Very interesting position. These are so rich in possibilities and few pawn breaks possible in the near future. Tanya, who do you think is going to be happier with the outcome of the opening?
I think both players are pretty satisfied with it so far. You know, this is such a familiar territory for everyone in Queen's Gambit Decline, and both of them have immense amount of experience in it. I will point out, just following up on what you and Jovanka just said, that if the knights do come off the board, if knight takes knight is played instead of defending it with either bishop to f5 or rook to e8, then I think it's very attractive for white because the queen takes over, for white to actually push the pawn b4, b5 and get that minority attack really quickly into the game. And if the knights do stay on the board, if more pieces stay on the board, then I think white very often shifts to the other plan, which is more aligned with what you said. Get your knight to e5 and push the f-pawn either 1 step or 2 steps forward and start playing more on the center or the king side part. So depending on how black responds, I think Vengeance will decide if she wants to focus on the left flank or the right flank.
Yeah, very flexible for both sides. Lots of options, lots of choice. That's why we're seeing the players think a bit right now. Yeah, Queen's Gambit declined. It just feels like it's so back in fashion right now. For a while, people were dodging it. They were like, okay, every position is almost equal, so much long maneuvering, but so many new ideas being discovered.
I want to also just talk about Vengeance's tournament so far, because she's yet to win a game. She's obviously the reigning women's world champion. Vengeance, you know, she's got her world championship match against Vachier-Lagrave coming up as well. And very often we've seen once the candidate for the World Championship match gets decided with Vengeance, she goes back into playing form. We see her much more often on the board. But this tournament so far, Jovanka, hasn't really gone her way. She won Norway Chess in 2024, is struggling so far. How do you assess her form currently? And what do you think she needs to do to switch it up?
It's interesting because when she played in Norway Chess Women for the very first time, you know, big fresh tournament, new format, she was the Armageddon queen. She won 6 out of 7 Armageddons. And 2025 didn't go her way, but still, you know, she had plenty more over the board successes. And here it feels like it's her very first big event of the year. And she's just struggling to find her footing. It's still very early days just yet, you know, because everything has boiled down to 2 horrendous blunders that she made in those particular Armageddons. But, well, she does have to at least change the tone right now. With the white pieces, maybe she's going for fighting chess. Maybe she's going to force Zhu Zhenem take a decision with that knight. Still some flexibility of where to go to with her king. But I'm excited to see how this tournament will pan out and how Zhu Wenjun will manage to shake things up. And talking about thoughts, well, we are going to go on a break just now, but don't go anywhere because we have way more action coming up. And if you are subscribed on Twitch, you can catch the pre-game thoughts of our players as they shared their approaches, their preparations. You don't want to be missing that one, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Hampit, you're facing Anna Muzichuk and you faced against each other many times. What can we expect from today's battle?
Yeah, we have played several games, like in many of the candidates, also many important tournaments, even in the Norway Chess in the earlier editions. We almost had a very neck-to-neck score, and I think like any other opponent, she's also quite strong player and very much more stable player as well. Yeah.
Looking forward to see your battle.
Thank you.
Anna, you're playing a player today that has struggled a little bit in the first 2 rounds. Does that mean that you're more willing to take risk against a player who may be struggling a little bit?
Not really, and it's only 2 rounds, so and anything can change within 1 round with this scoring system. So I'm playing with black pieces, and I'll play according to the position. Yeah, if I have chances, then yeah, probably. If no, so let's see how it goes.
You did mention the scoring system. I mean, the scoring system does also incline to take a little bit of risk. Do you think about that at all, or do you just play normal chess?
Mainly I play normal chess, but yeah, of course you keep it in mind.
Good luck, Anna.
Thank you.
Alireza, you've won 2 out of 2 games. You get 3 points for the win. How much do you think about the scoring system when you play?
I don't think it matters much because anyway, people could win and they get 3 points also. So. But yeah, okay, it's nice that I won the last 2 games.
How does your ankle feel today?
Better. It's getting better, but still I cannot walk. That's the problem.
That sounds scary. You're playing the chess you are and you're still getting an ankle that's getting better. What's going to happen today then?
I don't know. We'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Wesley, how are you feeling coming into this day 3?
Well, very good, very good. I'm excited to play against Vincent Keimer, who's a very powerful chess player. He's improved a lot recently, and he's still very improving. He's very ambitious, very aggressive, so I'm excited to see how this day will go.
And do you feel good today?
Yeah, very good.
Good luck.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Vincent, taking Vachier-Lagrave with white pieces. How's your mood today?
Yeah, quite good. I think will be an interesting game. My first white in this tournament, so a bit of a change.
Coming after a long tournament, classical tournament, do you have some time also to rest before the games?
Yeah, it has been one of my main focus, simply because no matter how well I am prepared, if I'm tired and play badly, it doesn't help too much.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
We know it's early in the tournament. We know that you guys like to think of it as a long tournament, but do you feel a little bit that excitement about this being a top battle, even though it's only round 3?
No, not really. It's so many rounds to go.
In that case, I'd like to ask you, now that it's 2 of the young up-and-coming players on the women's tour, is that extra exciting for you to play against Bibisara and to have these matchups?
I think it's very nice that there are so many young upcoming players, so including myself, of course. But it's not new for me because we've grown up together, so we've played each other while we were growing up. That's why it's not a new feeling, but yeah, it's exciting.
Do you think we'll see you in the confession booth today?
Not sure, depends on my game.
I look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wenjun, today you're facing another Chinese opponent, very young. How are you excited about the game?
Well, I think it should be an interesting game today, and also she is much younger than me, so I don't actually play a lot of classical games against her in the past.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Pragg, how do you feel about the game against Magnus? He seems like he struggled a little in the beginning here.
I mean, you can also say it about me, so it's not really, yeah, I mean, it's just another game and I'm hoping for a fight.
Are you willing to play hard against Magnus when he seems like he's not the same version of himself as you usually see?
I didn't think about any of those. I just want to play a game and enjoy it.
Good luck, Pragg.
Thank you.
Bibisara, as a current leader, which mood are you coming in today's battle against Divya?
You will see in the game.
Okay, we're looking forward to it. You've also faced against Divya quite some times. You're around same age. Are you excited about it?
It's just normal game.
Okay, looking forward to see it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We are back and the tension is brewing here for day 3 in Oslo, Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. You could kind of cut the atmosphere like a knife as the players settle in deep concentration. We've had home preparation, we have had pawn pushes, we've had all kinds of openings, set the stage for what is going to be a very decisive day. So decisive, I think we're going to see 3 victories. If you know, you know. I just have to get those small little bragging rights.
You know, honestly, everything you just said makes me feel super good about my prediction because like you said, you know, you've got the H pawn up the board, you've got the B pawn up the board in some of the games, and even the only game without queens on the board, that's Vincent Keimer and Wesley. So looks like a fascinating endgame with Keimer about to win a pawn. Super happy about my prediction of 4 Armageddons. What about you, David Howell, who, by the way, I want to tell chat, is an absolute muffin monster?
Oh no, don't call me out, Tanya. I was just gutted that I didn't have time to finish my beautiful, delicious muffin during the break.
You just got 1 bite.
I know. Next break. You know, oh, wow. Thanks for the full.
I mean, this is incredible. We're at this beautiful venue at Bjørvika. You know, you've got the best players of the world here fighting it out. Big battles. Everyone's discussing chess. We got all the commentators here. And every time David Howell has 10 seconds, he just runs right across and picks up a muffin. This is like his 10th.
That's why I'm a commentator. I can sit behind a desk and hide the belly. Like, everyone needs fuel, guys. Like, even the players are snacking during the games.
There's nothing left for the others, Yovi. It's like no muffins left.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Tanya's gonna get. Yeah.
Tanya.
I'm gonna get revenge.
David, you have my permission to get revenge on Tanya. You feel free to roast her. And so, wow. Okay. Well, after this food diversion, let's break. Oh, David.
Muffin man. I knew someone was going to say that. Save me, Yovi. Save me.
I'm just not. My brain is not working fast enough, David, to rescue you. I'm so sorry, but it does look delicious. I'll give you that. I also would be rushing it over there, but I don't feel like I have.
Yovi's like the nicest person ever.
She's basically saying she would, but she has self-control, unlike...
Yeah. And also because there's none left.
That's true.
She would.
Okay, back to the chess. Which positions catch your eye? What developments should we catch the audience up with?
Well, maybe we can revisit Pragg against Carlsen, because we left at h4 and we were discussing the heavily theoretical e5 pawn push. We also discussed, developing the knight and this Scheveningen pawn structure. And we see that Magnus has indeed gone for it, but he has inserted like h6. And the question is, in an open Sicilian where white is going for the jugular immediately, is this okay, or is this already initiative white?
Yeah, this is fascinating because move orders are a thing that the top players love to discuss. They're always trying to trick each other, bamboozle each other, confuse each other. I just want to point out as well that Magnus in round 1 played h6 in a Queen's Gambit declined. What was the reaction by his opponent? An early a3. Magnus has played h6 in the Najdorf. His opponent's reaction, an early a3. So maybe Pragg has realized the secret medicine that he needs against Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, this is interesting stuff. Like, I think we should jump in and check out some of the move orders tricks that here Pragg has used against Magnus. Just to go back a couple of moves to update everyone. This is almost a brand new position, by the way, almost totally fresh, as early as move 8, which is rare in a Najdorf. But we left it after h4. Magnus probably wanted to play e5, but there's a lot of theory here, or a lot of preparation here at least, that he wanted to dodge. Probably white's knight goes back. And here the inclusion of h4. Is it useful? Is it not? Magnus wasn't sure. He wanted to surprise Pragg back. So instead he went with h6. I think that's basically saying h4 doesn't achieve anything yet. h6 is a waiting move, cuts out bishop g5. Sometimes it's useful to slow white down, but it is a hook for white to hit later. So bishop c4. Now e5 isn't attractive, since the white bishop is so well placed on this diagonal. Bishop c4 was the favorite of Fischer. Not with h4, h6 included, but in this initial position. So bishop c4, e6 is the main line. In that line, but here we go, e6, and think Pragg's just arguing that h4 is more useful than h6, and black can never really castle, which he normally does in the bishop c4 lines, because g4, g5 is going to be so strong.
And that's really a fascinating breakdown, because I look at these Fischer-Sozin ideas, which is with the bishop coming out to c4. And very often, you're looking at going long castle and attacking on the king side anyway as white. Pragg has already provoked h4, h6. He's already provoked that hook that you spoke of. So one can actually imagine that working to his favor. And I think it's very likely that we'll see Pragg bringing his bishop out, his queen out, and actually getting king to safety on the left flank before the pawn storm on the other side of the board. And also, you know, we speak about Magnus's strengths, his styles. I feel that even today, after Magnus being the world #1 for over 15 years at elite chess, taking down Magnus Carlsen is considered the biggest way to earn the respect of your colleagues. And for these younger generation players, they know that you have to pull him out into those complicated battles, those chaotic fights as quickly as possible. Mikhail Tal's forest of complications right there. And I think this kind of an opening promises those middle games.
And Magnus is actually starting with 3 blacks from his first 4 games. How is that going to impact him?
It's not ideal, the start, but I mean, if he's somewhere in the middle of the pack after 4 rounds, I think he should see that as a success. That means that Magnus has more whites in the second half of the tournament. That means he can go on his famous streaks, normally getting angry after things don't go his way and ending on a high. Yeah, Magnus is a big game player, so I think just surviving in the first few rounds, you have to kind of roll with the punches, essentially. And I've been there myself in all players. You know when the hard patches come, and you know when the kind of easier games might be. So, yeah, we'll see. But, of course, he won't want to lose small games with black.
And you mentioned at the start of the show, you know, in 2024, when Praggnanandhaa did take down Magnus Carlsen at Norway Chess, it was a Sicilian as well. And I remember it was a bit of a miniature of a game, and it felt like Pragg really dominated in that one. And again, seeing Magnus in trouble early on, of course, like he's, you know, he's going to find his way out of it. But it feels that he's taking so much time once again. He's not very comfortable with the way things have gone. Not just today in the opening, the last 2 rounds as well, head in hands early on. To my eyes, it's a very different Carlsen so far at Norway Chess.
Yeah, and the clock, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, I do fear if he goes into another deep think and spends 20 minutes here, which would be understandable, then yeah, it might be hard to recover from that later due to the fact that they don't get added time after move 40, just that increment finally kicking in. What objectively could he even be thinking about here? Do you think he's just annoyed that he keeps getting surprised every opening?
That's got to be frustrating, right? You're not really getting your own preparation in, and you're the first player to go down on the clock. But looking at practical choices here, David, it's the knight off, and the first thing that would be on my radar here, push that b pawn, attack the bishop, and then get your own bishop out to target that central e4 pawn as well. But the fact that Magnus has been taking so much time, I mean, there's obviously deeper aspects to the position.
Definitely deeper aspects, and I guess he'll be looking at this type of idea: b5, bishop b7. White will defend the e-pawn, and then it's like, what next? Where am I putting my pieces? How long can I delay castling? Can I ever castle if I'm going kingside? Pawn storm.
Why am I here?
Why am I here? Why am I playing classical chess? Why are these kids so good? Why are they so well prepared? Why haven't I won a game yet in classical?
Why are there no muffins?
Exactly.
Why did I not check this out before? Yeah, it's Tanya. I'm going to go on mother hen and go, stop.
Tanya's in that type of mood today.
I woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, I'm glad she's not just trolling me. She's also trolling the world #1.
I would never, David Howard.
But I mean, we joke, but that's the type of thing that goes through chess players' minds, right? Like, it can spiral, especially when they're not quite in form, and especially, I think, in the opening, when nowadays getting hit as early as move 5, 6. The candidates, we were seeing players go into 20-minute thinks, 30-minute thinks, 67-minute thinks.
Yeah.
It's definitely kind of a modern trend.
But I would definitely say that Magnus is more than like considering moves. He's just thinking, what piece configuration am I going to adopt here? You know, because say he goes for this b5 plan, maybe he wants to wait it out with bishop e7. He's then going to go, right, I will go for this formation and also try and oppose the problems of where white is going to put the king as well. Because a3 is also a hook, you know, for a later b5. So I think the questions are on both sides. But Magnus, he also plays the man. He's one of those type of people. He understands his opponent's psychological weaknesses. So Magnus is like, how can I best make Pragg uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's definitely a question going through Magnus's mind right now. First, trying to survive the opening, then he'll try and make his opponent uncomfortable. Magnus Carlsen thinks like a muffin that is ashamed of his chocolate. Wow. That was a greedy pun right there.
That was, well.
This is utterly fun, I would say.
Well, absolutely. Well, maybe I can't wait to hear Magnus in the confessional booth and see what he has conjured up. See whether there are any more analogies that he can make. But Magnus deep in thought, so let's go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at what is rocking on the other boards. Maybe we can begin with Bibisara Salbeva against Divya. I say this because it's been a Catalan position, but White has broken out with e2, e4, and Divya in turn has now just broken out. Maybe we can do an action replay and see how the players got here and then take it away.
Let's go from the start, because it did end up as a Catalan opening, but it started as a Reti. And move order transpositions, always a thing. Here, Black has extra options. Black can push forward with d4. We might see some reverse Benoni pawn structures. There's so many move order tricks. And here, Divya decides to keep things solid. I think we get a glimpse into her mindset that probably she's okay just to survive the opening here. Catalan, one of the main lines, but bishop d6, not the most common. Usually the e7 square is Black's choice. We see White refrain for now from occupying the center. d4 not yet played, but eventually it does come. d4, I'm impressed the blue arrow appears. I guess that's because Black was ready to build with e5. No building here. It's White who's going to get there first, and a few moves later she strikes e4. We see not an eval bar, we see the win, draw, loss bar. That's the opening percentages. White scoring quite well. Lots of draws, but White scoring quite well, as we see next to the board. We see some captures and e5, and still a lot of games. White winning 33% of them, 53% draw rate though, showing that it is quite a level position. I guess if the d and e pawns disappear, almost symmetrical. What do we think of this? Who's going to be happier?
Wow, and the fact that we do have a lot of games in this position, you know, Divya, I know she's extremely well prepared, also ahead on the clock. While both players are doing well so far, I think Divya is in familiar territory right now. I also see bishop g5 is the most played move in this position, attacking the queen, and then Black almost follows it up instantly with f-pawn moving forward, blocking that attack and hitting the bishop on g5. I just want to point out it's not the only way to continue. There are ideas of also putting the rook on the E line instead of the bishop coming out. Pawn takes pawn is an option here. You could also put your bishop on e3. And everything feels pretty okay for White. So I'm expecting Bibisara to take her time. For me, it's so impressive, David and Jovanka, that both these players debutants at Norway Chess. It's their first Norway Chess. Bibisara going into round 3 has a 1.5 point lead over the rest of the field.
She started with 2 blacks as well.
She started with 2 blacks as well. Divya is the one player who's chasing her, a 1.5 point behind. I mean, this is an incredibly important matchup for Norway Chess women. She's at 3, and she's won both her matches in the Armageddon. First taking down the reigning world champion, the reigning classical world champion, and then second, Humpy, who is a former women world rapid champion.
Yeah, she's been very impressive. Oops, that was me.
What is it, Yo? You gotta show us. Is it your lucky coin?
Yes. I like to fidget with things, so unfortunately, you know, I don't have a chess pawn to twirl around. So I have a little coin, and it's got my Chinese zodiac monkey. So thank you very much, Tanya, for...
I just feel like chat and all of us, we are friends. We should know what's going on here.
She's calling everyone out today. I was actually watching The Dark Knight this morning, and of course there's some coin flipping in that movie too. So I appreciate that, Jovanka. But while Tanya's calling out us on all of our habits, I'm going to call out some opening moves, because our producer, shout out to Bick, has asked a question, and I'm also curious to learn. In this position, instead of knight bd2, he's asking about the move knight to c3. And I guess one question is d takes c4, what happens there? But the question mainly revolves around b6, knight f to d2. And okay, okay, bishop b7, e4. He's asking why not? I mean, to my eyes, this also looks quite promising for white. Maybe this is something that Bibisara could have considered. Maybe she was just caught out early because she has been spending a bit of time.
Yeah, it's a common idea, right, to go knight f to d2 and then get in a more controlled e4. Very nice idea.
Yeah, I think like the key is always whether black can strike with e5 after e4, because if black has to take on e4, I mean, this structure is very nice for white. Tension between the bishops mean it's hard for black to ever play c5. This is why bishop d6 isn't so popular, I think, in the Catalan in general, because the knight often hits that bishop. But the question in my eyes would be whether e5 is possible. And okay, the bard doesn't move. Actually, it moves in black's favor, if anything. So maybe this type of idea, as soon as knight d2 is played, is the question. Also, knight c3 is a pawn gambit, so not to everyone's taste. e4,
Also,
e5. Go on, go on, Tanya, sorry.
I just realized, isn't Bibisara the only player in the women's section to have won a classical game so far?
Yes.
In the tournament?
Only classical victory.
Round 1 against Humpy?
Yep. That's why it's been Armageddon galore here. Like, barely anyone has won. Like, just Alireza and Bibisara.
Alireza twice?
Twice.
Bibisara once?
Exactly.
Wow.
That's why I'm bidding low on the decisive results. You guys. I'm seeing the patterns. I think it's guaranteed there's only one more.
I can't believe I didn't look at... I was just looking at the positions. I completely forgot.
Did you go with 5 today?
No, I went with 3.
You've gone with 3 Armageddons?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
David went with 5 Armageddons.
Maximum.
Yeah.
But yesterday, in all fairness, it could have gone 4 decisive results very easily, you know. And it's actually a sign of the tournament atmosphere. Like, it felt like at times it was a big blunderfest, or just like the nerves were getting to the players.
Yeah, it does feel like, because everyone's being so ambitious nowadays in the opening choices, in the playing style, it feels like players on the flip side are also kind of forced into uncomfortable situations, burning more time on the clock, feeling a bit more uncomfortable. It definitely feels like a few years ago, before these younger players came in and totally revitalized the style of chess that everyone's playing, that players were trying to be just much more stable, playing the same openings, quite predictable stuff, a bit more stodgy, a bit more solid, lots of endgames. Now it's just chaos, and as a fan, as a commentator, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I mean, speaking of chaos, I think one of the most chaotic Armageddons that I've ever seen was yesterday, Bibisara, right? She blunders a rook, but that actually turned out to be almost like a brilliancy that won her the game. Completely down a rook, Jovanka, in that one, winning the pawns, continuing her attack. Fantastic play.
It was a very nervy Armageddon, a roller coaster of a ride. And today it's looking like things are gonna go that way as well, potentially. Especially Magnus Carlsen has been surprised by Pragg, but he actually visited the confessional booth. Ooh. So let's get to hear what Magnus Carlsen thinks of his position.
So the first day I played the Queen's Gambit as black against Alireza, and I mentioned that after white plays knight f3, knight c3, there are about 8, maybe 9 playable moves for black. And today I'm playing the Najdorf, and I played it against Georgian in Siegerman a few weeks ago, and famously lost that game. And I was a bit surprised on move 6 because he played f4, which he normally doesn't do. And so today Pragg went h4, and guess what? I was surprised again. The funny thing is that I mentioned the 8 moves in the Queen's Gambit. I think in the Najdorf there's about 20. So there's h3, h4, g3, then, well, g4 is not really a move. There's rook g1, there's f3, f4, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop d2, even some people have played. There's queen f3, there's queen e2, there's queen d3, there is and then there's a3, and then a4. So that's, I think, 17 pretty decent moves. And b3 as well. So that's there's an American player, Andrew Karklins, who used to play that. So there's at least Yeah, there's at least 18 decent moves there, I think. Yeah, yet I managed to be surprised. So here we go. I decided just to do h6 because why not? Yeah, it's always a question, like in all the normal lines, who does h6 and h4 benefit? I would guess an average play, maybe white a little bit, but not quite sure. He pretty confidently went bishop c4, so that any thoughts of him being completely surprised by that went out the window. But you know, yeah, I'm just still thinking, like, how bad can it be? And at least when I went in here, he was thinking just a little bit. So we'll see.
How bad can it be? So Magnus telling us that he was completely surprised by h4, and I like the way he went across the board, like naming all of the possible moves against the Najdorf. I mean, this is why I don't touch that opening. It feels like it's a memory test right from the start.
And the fact that he still managed to be surprised after all those moves, having looked at it in h4, and, you know, he said, how bad can it be? I'd say pretty bad, because it's about 22 minutes now for Magnus on this move, David.
Exactly. He also forgot knight b3, as played by Matus Bartel, the Polish grandmaster. So, yeah, I mean, I love to see this from Magnus. This kind of this curiosity, this love of history, this chess trivia. But I do wonder, is he at that stage in his career where he's enjoying the game more, curious about the game more, he's got a more academic approach? Does that detract from the competitive, like the hunger, the focus, the kind of all-out drive to win?
Yeah, that's really fascinating, because for a man who's done everything and more, who's won everything imaginable, the absolute goat of chess, and you could, of course, make arguments and be on any side of it. For me, it's always between Fischer, Gary, and Magnus, and I'm going to say that Magnus wins for me. Mm-hmm. Do you come at that point where really it's about the beauty and the art of the game, and the sport side of it is not your primary focus then? And Magnus, very often we've seen him, you know, go for those queen sacrifices, go for those ideas that just sort of invite interesting, beautiful chess on the board. And that's what he's been treating us to lately.
Yeah, because when you've achieved all of the sporting titles, yeah, you can start focusing on the artistry. But, you know, I have always considered this. I've always wondered, and I've never, ever had the courage to ask Magnus, where does he keep all his trophies? Like, literally, it must be like a house full of them.
We find out this Norway Chess. When Magnus joins us, we will ask him this question. But maybe David Howell already has some intel on this.
Oh, I've seen them all around the place. Like, everywhere I go, there seems to be a different, like...
You mean,
one in
like...
Norway, one in...
But where do you keep them? I mean, when you have so many, right? How many world titles does he have? I mean,
21.
21, right? Like, where does he keep them? Does he have like one in the bedroom, one in the living room?
All in the bedroom. Just look at them every morning when you wake up.
The trophies are in the bedroom. Magnus sleeps outside.
I mean, yeah, I think the key is, like, he's not even that attached to his trophies. Like, he loves the titles, he wants more and more, but it's always about the next one. It's not about the past ones. Mm-hmm. I think that's what keeps Magnus going.
Yeah.
And any great champion.
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling that whenever Magnus actually decides to retire from chess, he's still going to be world number one.
Yeah. I think he'll want to be world number one when he goes out. Like, if he drops to world number 5, he will not stop there.
No.
He'll be like, no, I have to push until I'm comfortable with my level, and then I'll walk. Mm-hmm. It's going to be on a high.
It has to be on a high. So what do you think? What level will it be? Like, if he kind of gets very close to 2,900? Because a few years ago, he announced that he was going to aim for 2,900.
He's 2,840 right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to retire before him. I think he just loves chess too much.
I'd love that. I think it'll be a really sad day when that happens. So I hope not to see that for the next decade or so at least. You know, there are athletes who obviously push their own limits in a sport and achieve greatness. But I think Magnus Carlsen has pushed the limits of the sport itself. He's changed the way chess is played.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's leave Magnus pondering there because, I want to know what's happening. First up, between Alireza with the black pieces against Gukesh, because I saw Gukesh play the moves b4, b5, the minority attack, and c takes b5 was the very calm response there. Whereas other players still very much thinking Vincent Keimer now out of his preparation against Wesley. So can we dive into the Gukesh Firouzja, please?
Let's do it. Let's dive into that game. Magnus, by the way, that was a 25-minute thing and counting. That's a lot of time invested. Here, it feels like neither side has been burning too much time on the clock, but interesting moments. A quick action replay, because we were last here after knight back to f8. We were predicting knight to c1 as an option from Gukesh, with the idea of building with f3, e4. Very logical. Maybe the knight comes around to b3 and later comes forward to c5. But okay, Gukesh plays a waiting move, mysterious queen c2. And the idea after bishop d7 was now the time is right, b4. I said this has fallen out of fashion, but if you can achieve it, I guess, in a favorable way, why not? Especially while the black knights are far away from the c4 square. Normally, if a black knight were on, for example, d6, this is a bad idea, because black's knight covers too many nice squares. But the knights are distant. Queen takes b4. The idea is now that bishop d7 has been played. The b7 pawn is indefensible. You can't hold on to it. And so instead, b4, black just chills. Knight f6, b5, a capture. And looks like black wants to occupy the c-file, but knight f4. It's an interesting moment here, because the next move, queen to d6, is given a question mark. And I see out the corner of my eye that the eval bar was actually on black's side if he'd played the move b4, giving up his central pawn and just saying, okay, queen d6, white can't pin because white can't fork because white gets pinned. And interesting, the outside pawn majority, maybe just very strong for black.
But very counterintuitive to give up a central pawn and not your side pawns. I also see another argument, though, once you have this position on the board, that it opens up certain diagonals for the light squared bishop that Alireza would be left with in this position. And instead, let's compare it to what's happening right now, David, because Alireza has decided to defend that central pawn, give up the b5 pawn. And yes, there's material balance, but a healthier pawn formation for white. You have 2 pawn islands if you're Gukesh. 3 is what Alireza will be left with. And pay special attention to that d5 pawn, because that's the same color as his bishop. It's going to restrict the activity, an easy target for white as well. Plant the queen on b3, get the rooks on b1, c1, shift your attention to the queen side suddenly. And I just feel like there is something to play for here for white.
Yeah, this is exactly what you aim to achieve with that minority attack. It's the fewer pawn islands, it's the isolated pawns you give the opponent. Maybe that's why b4 was so strong. Like, this pawn is weak anyway. Giving it up wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, and b4 would have been a very strong pawn for black long term.
Yeah,
but,
and
difficult.
I also wanted to point out the fact that the knight on f4 is perfectly placed. And now it sounds like it's an insignificant thing, but often white will, say for instance, there is no knight on e2, white will often go knight c3, knight e2, knight f4 in order to put pressure on at d5. So, looking nice for Gukesh.
The whole idea of starting with that knight to e2 has worked out perfectly with what he's got. Yes, it's not too much, and I think black still has enough resources to keep things defended. But I think it's progress. Out of the opening, the world champion, I'd say, is the happier one.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the type of position where the likes of Magnus would be thriving. They would be like, oh, positional advantage, weak d5 pawn, slightly bad bishop for black, and long-term grind. It's just about whether Gukesh is able to turn it into anything bigger. Yeah, question mark I think is harsh on this last move because it was a tough judgment call, but yeah, it was maybe a small missed opportunity for Firouzja.
And something we've seen actually in this event so far is that Gukesh has gotten those winning positions. He's just having problems just landing those killer blows. Yesterday he was winning against Wesley, just lost as well. He lost his momentum, and then also the same thing happened against Vincent Keimer, but there he even overpressed. So it's going to be an interesting tussle here, especially the first time as Alireza plays with the black pieces. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we've already had 2 games where the queens have been traded off, and I would like to head to the battle between the old friends, the old rivals, Humpy Kaneru against Anna Muzichuk. When we last saw it, it was just literally on move 2 when there's maximum tension in the center. Let's just break down exactly what happened, because there might not be too many fireworks on this one.
This one feels like it might be heading towards Armageddon. Humpy unable to recover from the surprise or as early as move 2, d4, d5, Queen's Gambit. And yeah, I call it the double Queen's Gambit. I actually don't know what the official name is. Queen's Gambit accepted his d takes c4. Queen's Gambit declined his e6, but it must be the double Queen's Gambit, right?
Oh, it actually has a name, I can tell you. The Queen's Pawn opening, Kraus variation.
Kraus.
Okay, learned something new today.
Trivia. Hang on a second. I tell a lie. I'm so sorry. That exact position is called the Austrian variation. So I did you guys dirty. It's the Austrian variation, and then at some point it becomes the Kraus variation.
Okay. Kraus sounds like an Austrian name.
Yes, it happened on move 5.
Wow, interesting. c5. I'll still call it the double Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit squared.
Can we call it the face-off? The
face-off.
central face-off.
Yeah, the fearsome 4. I don't know. Either way, the pawn started disappearing. C takes d5. Knight f6. I remember like Hikaru Nakamura playing this a lot. Even at the candidates, he played this against Pragg and beat him in 2024. This early c5 idea. I've never really looked into this, I must say. Magnus has played Hikaru multiple times in this opening, though. Taking the pawn is one question. I think black is supposed to here take off the queens and argue that this pawn is not long for the world anyway. It's going to get caught by knight a6 or e6, e5, and then it will drop. So Humpy decided not to question Anamuzi trick too much on any opening theory. Knight f3. We saw some captures in the center, total symmetry, and again, this is something I've seen Hikaru do from the black side. Bishop d7 meets the check. And yeah, I think if white's being ambitious, you're supposed to take and put the knight on f5 or knight on c2 and try to bring it round to an ice outpost on d5. But she dropped it back, and this is the current position, early queen trade. I've got to say, like, if anyone's happier here, it's probably Anna Muzichuk, just because, I mean, she's going to wreck the white pawn structure. Very worst, it's total symmetry. Humpy, yeah, spending a lot of time on the clock as well.
I think most likely this will be our first game to go into Armageddon, and I completely agree with that sentiment. Anna Muzichuk playing with the black pieces, and of course, you know, if it was to go in that direction, we'll need only a draw to take the match. I mean, she's got so much experience, and I feel like when we talk of form, she's the player in better form right now. Humpy yet to score a win. And I think out of the opening, Humpy cannot be happy with what has happened. She's a player who does like more, who does want something to play for. And I just think she was extremely surprised with Anna's choice of the fearsome 4.
Yeah, love it.
I love it. I think, in fact, a whole load of openings should be renamed so that they sound way more scary than they actually are. The fearsome 4 is just the start of something new. And I completely agree. Anna Muzichuk is definitely the happier of the two. She can just develop her pieces very easily. She can get the knight out to c6. The king will castle wherever direction it wants to go. There are open lines to be enjoyed. But this is the one looking like it's going to fizzle out. Let's go to the other queenless game, and that's between Vincent against Wesley. So this was Vincent with his home cooking, and Wesley reacted not with f5. We saw bishop b7 happen, and we've just arrived to get an exclam. But let's see how things unfolded.
Yeah, we were talking about f5, as you said there, Ivanka. Instead, bishop b7, very natural. That's a counterattack against the e4 pawn. Rook slides across, hits the bishop, which moves with gain of tempo, hitting the white rook. And as you said, exclam. Makes a lot of sense. The bishop is hit, you're a pawn down. Why not move the bishop and regain the pawn? And I've got to say, like, unless Vincent's able to find something here and now, this looks very drawish as well. It doesn't feel like Vincent's new idea has come to any real dividends.
Not at all. And I think if you're white here, you already want to think about pulling the brakes a little bit, because black has this bishop pair ready to go a4, open up the lines on the left side as well. I would think that you want to pick up that bishop at the center of the board. You know, the black knight also ready to jump out to d5, bishop takes knight threaten. But even if you were to capture the bishop, if you're Vincent Keimer, I mean, Wesley's next move is a bit of a pre-move, hitting the white bishop, and then also the knight coming forward to d5 on the next move, a4 coming up. I think Wesley solved all opening problems. The reason why he's not on his chair right now.
Yeah. Vincent has a really nice rook, but the 7th rank here I don't think is an issue. Black can always just put the bishop back on f8, defend everything. Maybe the b5 pawn's slightly weak. Rook to b7. Try and go for that one, but yeah, even if that pawn drops, black's so active.
Yeah.
just doesn't feel like there's enough meat in the possession.
But even
Or
this...
muffin. Sorry, go on, Jan.
Thank you, Tanya. I was all ready to say something, and then you just... Okay, so I was going to say, you said earlier on, Tanya, that you felt like White should be pulling the brakes, but the game that we just what we saw just pan out, it felt like it was better for Black, because Black is the one, who can start pushing on the queen side. So then bishop to d2, a4.
Let's say Black. Let's say the Black knight is hit. Rook b7.
Bishop.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
It's a bit risky. Maybe b4.
Yeah. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it's just visually impressive.
Surprised the eval bar is not totally winning for White here.
Where are you moving? You have to go bishop to d4? Is that
But
the
then
point?
knight takes bishop.
And then bishop e3,
Yes.
that's just lost. Where are you moving your bishop to keep everything under control?
Here.
You're not. Maybe so bishop to c5 isn't the right move. Maybe you just...
Rook e7. That's the result.
Ah, okay.
But pawn takes bishop, pawn takes knight. This doesn't look like a happy endgame for Black.
No.
I mean, maybe a3, put the bishop on b4.
Oh, this is such a dreamy position for White.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw, but you suffer a lot before you get there with Black. Two pieces against the rook.
Okay, so one can't be too casual about this position as Black. So knight takes bishop. It's been played. Rook takes, and then move the bishop.
Yeah, let's also point out, Yovi, that I think d2 is the best square here. Bishop e3 still runs into knight d5.
Very annoying, and bishop g3 probably it's not doing much on this square. And now the reason I wanted that was because I'm a bit into d5, b4, maybe even c3, hitting a2. So bishop to d2. So just before we move on, how does Black deal with this type of thing?
Can you just step back with the rook? Rook e6. Or even rook a6.
Yeah, rook e6, I was a bit scared of knight to d4.
Yeah, me too. That's why I thought, well, let's backpedal there.
Rook a6, maybe. Yeah.
Because I love you guys so much, can I try something fun?
Yes.
Yeah.
After rook to b7, can I go pawn takes pawn and just ignore my knight hanging and try to queen my pawn?
I also thought about that, but then I thought rook takes knight.
Great minds, Ivanka, look at that.
Ooh.
The bar doesn't move too much.
Okay, we have a move from Vincent quickly, but just to show the idea, it was this one, and Black's pawn just super strong.
Bishop b2 coming in next.
Queen, and if I try and stop that, then... Ooh.
b4 looks nice.
b4, bishop a1 though, maybe. Still good for Black. Maybe there's an immediate knockout.
Oh, wow. And look, yeah, this would be very dangerous. By the way, a different decision from Vincent. He's gone all the way back to the starting square.
With gain of time, wants to activate this rook on c1. Okay, to take or not to take?
It's the big question.
Don't take. Just go bishop f8.
Yeah.
With that, there is no mate.
Isn't that for the knight, though?
That is correct. But
But right now it's for the bishop.
But the reason why I wanted to put the bishop on f8 wasn't actually to stop mate. It was basically to defend g7.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like it. And then a4 is coming up next anyway. Knight d5, knight b4 ideas. I just feel like it's not enough for White.
Yeah, I mean, now rook b7 can be met by knight d5 at the minimum, and knight into c3.
Lovely.
And regaining the pawn, this is just going to fizzle out towards a draw.
Who do you think goes faster to Armageddon, Anna Muzichuk or Vincent Keimer?
I think this game.
Uh-huh.
Fewer pieces left. How about you?
And they're also move 23, so yes, this game, I completely agree. I think between Humpy and Anna, that's just move 13. So they either have to repeat the position 3 times,
yes,
or they have to play out to move 31, and then they can agree a draw.
Yeah, I saw a featured chat just a moment ago. It's like asking why they play so fast. They still have so much time, but I think this game specifically, it's because a lot of it was opening preparation until just 4 moves ago. Vincent Keimer had clearly studied everything before. So why spend time when you know what's going on?
Yeah, I have to agree with you guys on this. I think this will be one of the 3 Armageddons, and the other one will be the second one. I don't know where the third one's coming for. Yavanka, good time to pull up a bird's eye view because I'm seeing the bars move around a little bit up and down. So we're getting fascinating middle games. And again, top pro, that's Norway Chess. We've got advantage white on 2 of our boards.
We do have advantage white on 2 of our boards. We also have a lot of games that look like they are gonna fizzle out, but then they will sizzle in the Armageddon. We are gonna go on a short break. When we return, we are gonna dive into those middle game stages and just break down all of the action that's happened so far. Stay tuned.
Your game is evolving, now your style should too. Welcome to the Chess.com merch store, your home for everything off the board. We've studied the theory of comfort so you don't have to. The Essentials collection is the ultimate low-profile kit. Premium tees, hoodies, and hats with 0 distractions. It's the baseline for your wardrobe that lets your moves do the talking. From the classic rook to the legendary mittens, our plushies now come in every color to match your setup. Mostly because they'll never judge your accuracy. And for those who still love the tactile feel of a win, explore our official chess sets. Durable, tournament ready, and designed to handle every celebratory slam or graceful resignation. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, we've got the perfect setup for you. So head over to chesscom.shop to explore these and many more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
Hey guys, if I make this in 1 go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for Chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
And with an intro like that, I think the only thing the three of us can say is Avengers Assemble. Come on, guys. you could give it a little bit more welly.
Let's do it one more time.
Yeah. I'll join you. Come on. Avengers Assemble. That's my team.
All right, a quick question. I know. Sorry, Ivanka. What Avenger are you?
La 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 la. I don't know too many. I was thinking about this and I was like, I literally just know the Black Widow.
Yeah, I could see Ivanka as the Black Widow.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Scarlet Witch, scarlet hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you?
Always like stepping up the game.
What about
Very
you?
focused. I'm not sure about me, but I think I know which one David Howell is.
Shang-Chi? No. No, I might have the body of Thor, but I've got the mind of Doctor Strange.
The looks of Thor. You know, I would say every time I watch Avengers, there's Tony Stark, who's always eating something, David Howell.
I mean, I might have devoured a wrap and a muffin in that last break, but that's not the point.
You were not the only one. I was watching you both devour the wrap. I have the photographic evidence to prove it. If you're so inclined, get you back, Tanya.
But I got so scared right now. But it's only Magnus Carlsen on our screens, guys.
It is. And Magnus went into a really long think, very uncharacteristic of him. He actually went to the confessional. So let's hear what he's thinking about his position.
Why would somebody use half an hour and then play a normal move like knight c6 so early opening? It's a very good question, and honestly I don't have a convincing answer. I spend most of my time looking at knight takes e4. I believe that then if he goes for kind of the most obvious line, which is taking back d5, bishop d3, take on e4, e5, I trade queens. Looked at that for a bit and it seems fine. But he has various ways of sacrificing a pawn, and in the end I rejected the line kind of because, yeah, queen e2, dc4, bishop e3 and so on. It looked really dangerous, but I don't know. I just like honestly just wimped out a little bit at the end, which is a little bit sad, but there we go.
Magnus Carlsen wimping out in his own words. Well, he mentioned there that he was considering sacrificing the knight temporarily for the e-pawn in order to deliver a fork against the bishop and the knight. David, maybe we can break down that position. Was Magnus right to vie away from the challenge?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask the exact same thing. I'm super curious about this because it wasn't on my radar, I must admit. And Magnus, of course, he sees so much that lies beneath the surface. He sees deeply, he understands, he's evaluating all the time, but that was quite a forcing line. So maybe we bring up our analysis board now while he goes back into the tank, down at the hour mark now, and we investigate. Knight takes e4. Quite a typical type of move. It is well known in other openings. It's actually a line in similar positions in the Najdorf as well, but knight takes e4. The eval bar starts to rise, so Magnus may be lucky to dodge this bullet. He was tempted, but his spidey senses were tingling. And d5, he actually mentioned exactly what the computer suggests. Here, white has multiple moves. White can retreat the bishop. Just for everyone at home, he said that this was equal. He's going to trade off the queens once the knight moves, and he would be correct. Black is totally fine here. So perfect evaluation from Magnus, but also perfect evaluation in the end that after d5, white can just ignore it. Just give the piece back, play queen e2, queen f3, pretty much anywhere on this diagonal. h5 also interesting, and this is a big advantage for white because black is so far behind in development. No time to castle either for black because here there's too many discovered attack threats against the queen. Queen c7, queen g4, and the computer says that white is almost winning. So Magnus making a good choice, but it cost him a lot of time on the clock.
A lot of time, and he ended up just playing a very natural move. So if we go to the game position, what is Magnus's plan now? Because again, he's thinking as to what to do. It's not an easy decision for him at all, because how is he going to get the king to safety? How is he going to connect the rooks? Is the queen going to come to c7? I mean, you're constantly having to look ahead.
And the position's just getting started. You know, to just finish what happened in that confessional when he spoke about, you asked me why I spent 30 minutes playing a move like knight c6. I don't have an answer to that. But then he did, right? He showed this exact same line, and I'm sure majority of those 30 minutes was spent on that. Very little actually to make the decision of jumping in with the knight to c6. And I think that's a very key takeaway. By the way, a big move by Magnus. He pushes that h-pawn forward, making sure that not only that Pragg's h-pawn goes anywhere ahead, but also tying down g4. No more g4. The black knight potentially heading there next. Knight g4, opening up the bishop and the queen battery against the h4 pawn. But David, I just want to finish that thought that very often, and I think we've all been there as chess players, that you go so deep into a tactical variation like Magnus did with knight takes pawn, you get married to that idea, and even if you realize it's not working, you end up sort of convincing yourself to go for it. But it's very important to pull back if you don't see a way forward and then just change your mind. And it's easier said than done.
Exactly. Easier said than done. Like, I mean, I'm the kind of ultimate overthinker. I'm a big time trouble addict. And I found that the longer thinks that I have, either they end up being mistakes or I play my first instinct anyway. And yeah, often it's just because you get too curious. You really want to dig deep, investigate. And Magnus has always been so good at playing the time versus perfection ratio. He'll play good moves. He doesn't always have to be the best move, but he'll keep a time advantage, keep some time in the bank, pressure his opponents on the clock. It does seem to me like in this tournament he's committing, well, he's kind of falling guilty of similar habits that I'm used to. He just wants to know, he just wants to explore, he wants to learn, but ultimately you just got to focus on winning. Like, it is a sporting event, and now he's started to speed up slightly on the last few moves. H5 I quite like. Knight g4 is a threat to win the bishop pair potentially. Maybe Pragg will meet that with f3 therefore. But at least now he's got a position where there's no immediate fireworks. He doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out. He doesn't have to kind of stress too much about any miscalculations or misjudgments.
That is true. But on the other hand, what are the plans for both sides? Because I can see that knight to g4 is the threat, so white will respond with f3, or another potential idea is to trade off knights and go bishop to g5. But f3, let's go for easy, practical chess. And then what? Because white does have the plan of castling queenside. Black can't do the same.
I think f3 makes a lot of sense. It's the most human move to my eyes in this position. And again, to counter that, because you just pointed out white's going to the right side, I'm screaming for b5 here if I'm black. a3 is already a hook. I do not want to dictate where my king goes as black right now. I don't want to confirm that. Keeping it flexible. I think the safest square for the black king right now is actually at the center of the board. Not the left side, not the right side. So I'm looking at b5, eyeing b4. If you go long castle, I want to place my rook on c8 while my king chills with those dark glosses on e8.
Yeah. Just hanging out, that king.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Shady king.
As relaxed as Magnus looking in the camera. Yeah, I think the question for Pragg is whether he castles first, whether he plays f3, but ultimately it should all be similar. And yeah, rook will appear on c8. Watch out for exchange sacrifices later on that knight on c3. We saw that theme a couple of times at the candidates. And b5 also in the air.
David, what's the Magnus revenge drop? I'm very curious now.
It's what he lands on opponents after they've beaten him. Magnus has waited 2 years since Pragg beat him in Norway Chess. He's going to drop some revenge. Or maybe it's just some nice merch. Who knows?
Yeah, need to go check it out. But I wonder if we'll get the Magnus revenge drop today here in Norway Chess as he plays Pragg. I mean, I think the biggest storyline of Norway Chess so far has been that he is a player with 7 Norway Chess titles, looking and chasing for his 8th. Home turf, home ground. Magnus, the goat of the chess world, the king of Norway Chess. And currently in last position alongside Pragg. He needs to get those wins. He needs to drop that revenge.
Yes, he absolutely does. And we have seen some uncharacteristic mistakes, though, from Magnus. And I'm just thinking of yesterday's game against Vincent. The way that he traded off queens automatically and then just got himself a drawn position. Just like that. I've never seen Magnus do anything like that before. And then afterwards, you know, he didn't leave the tournament hall. He was just sat there, just thinking about how could he have done that? How could he have let that opportunity slip away?
Yeah, it's rare to see Magnus kind of dwell like that. Normally he's so good at moving on. It's been a tough couple of days, despite winning the Armageddon yesterday. But it's rare to see Magnus have 3 bad days in a row.
Yeah.
So it would be, I think, the biggest shock of all would be him losing here today. But it's definitely possible. He's not so keen on these types of positions in general as Black.
And talking about shocks, surprises, I have a surprise for you because someone new has entered the confessional.
Ooh.
And I'm going to put it to chat, and I'm also going to put it to you, Tanya and David, to guess who it could be.
And you're not telling us whether it's from Norway Chess or women's?
I'm not. I have no idea either.
Oh, no. All right, let's
So
guess.
it's a surprise for me as well.
Prediction game.
Mm-hmm.
Yovi, you're in on this one, so you'll
I
have to take
am.
a guess as well. And because you're saying it's somebody new, I will say it's not Alireza Firouzja. I am going with Wesley So as my pick.
Oh, that's a good one. I think the most shocking would be Gukesh, because he's the most locked in. He doesn't want to distract himself at all.
More shocking than Alireza making it.
Oh wow, actually, under the circumstances. Okay, for fun, I will say Anna Muzitrick.
Yeah, I was going in that direction as well. So so I'll say Ju Wenjun.
Okay.
Okay, and chat, quickly, guess now. Go on, let's see. Who is our mystery confessional booth user?
Hi everyone. While Hampi is thinking, I thought it makes sense to come here and to say a few words about the game. So I think that today I surprised her with the opening choice. I have never played this d4, d5, c4, c5 stuff. And at the moment I think I managed to equalize. Queen a5 looked okay, but beside that I also considered bishop takes e3, b takes e3 castle. That was also interesting. So, okay, the game is still in progress. It's just we are going out of the opening, so let's see what will happen.
It's a good sign when someone uses the confessional, and Anna smiling there. She's very comfortable with her position. Tanya giving a heart, some love.
We just have so many old friends and people we know in the building. So just saying hi to Arne, who's standing right there. And lots of love. But yeah, Anna giving us some love there in the confessional as well. And usually when Anna gets to the confessional, David, that's a good sign for her. You know, she did it all throughout 2025, went on to win it. You pointed out her lucky sweater as well on against Humpy. But the position that she has on the board, the endgame that she has on the board, I have to say, if anyone can push, it has to be Black. Humpy with that weak backward c3 pawn and an open line. Anna with a healthier pawn structure. The Black Knight heading forward to attack the White Bishop. Just feels like a nicer position to play if you're Black.
Yeah, I think it's also the psychological victory. Like Anna really relaxed, got her prep in. Humpy, yes, she was met by a surprise. Yes, she tried to take the safe option, but finds herself in a really uncomfortable situation. Humpy's a very good positional player, but when you're suffering, when you're on the back foot and you have weaknesses, and I don't know, it all adds up somehow. Plus the tough start to the tournament for her. I think Humpy needs to pull the plug and just try to force a draw as quickly as she can. Otherwise, she might not get a second opportunity.
Yeah, but how to do that? Because the only way that Anna's going to be satisfied with a draw is if she does not have a target on c3 to eyeball.
No, I mean, I'm wishful thinking, if anything. But if she gets a chance, she just needs to end the game.
Yeah. Well, there's a
Yeah,
big threat on the board with the bishop dropping down to e3. Humpy wants to jump in with the knight and start asking questions to the bishop. Natural response would be f6.
I also like this retreating square of e3 because it stops Anna's knight from getting to c5 as well. So a nice square there. You know, we're talking about the problems on the c line, and there are more than one. There's not just the c3 pawn, not just the c5 square, but Black also eventually, perhaps after stopping knight g5, has this nice maneuver of going knight to a5, get it to the edge of the board, and then land on a really nice spot on c4 as well. So it just feels like it's so much easier, David, to come up with plans for Black here.
Yeah, exactly. And just to put some moves on the board, if we play natural ideas for both sides, f6, connect the pawn chain, stop knight g5. The white knight a bit stuck now. If white starts maybe hitting some of the black pawns, how are we defending? We could even just castle queenside.
Ooh, nice.
And, I mean, there are options. I quite like knight to a5 as well. Something you mentioned there, Tanya. I'm kind of torn now. Maybe knight a5 just the most simple of the bunch. And what's white even doing? Like, Knight to d2. Black just puts a pawn on b6. Black's going to put a rook on c8. King will come to e7. The other rook could actually use c8 as well. It's tough here for white to totally neutralize the pressure.
Step 1 done, f6 on the board. And I think the other thing working for Anna is exactly what you mentioned, that she hasn't committed her king. And often in the endgame, the best place is the middle of the board. So king e7 looks really a nice spot there, getting development completed there. So Anna, I don't know if it's enough to win or call it a big advantage, but a very pleasant endgame for black.
Yeah, I agree. She has all the long-term hope, as well, especially because she can target that pawn on c3. Moving to the bird's eye view, I want to draw your attention to the fact that there's been a lot of liquidation on 4 of the boards. I can see that the situation has clarified between Bibisara Saubaeva against Divya Deshmukh, and a trade of knights in Zhu Wenjun against Zhu Jiner there on the bottom right in red.
Okay, which one do you think is going to be the most interesting to break down? Where's the most drama incoming?
Let's go over to the leader of the women's board, right? Bibisara versus Divya Deshmukh. I mean, for our standings, it is the most important clash right now. And a lot has happened since we left it last, David.
Yep, a lot has happened, a lot of exchanges. And I don't think the evaluation has changed too much. It does look level. This is something we briefly mentioned yesterday. Doubled pawns are not the worst thing in the world if it's just linear pieces, rooks and bishops. Queen f6 was black's last move. And yeah, the black rook could have got active, for example, but white's king pretty safe. So she's saying, your queen is more active than mine. I agree. I think great call here from Divya. This white queen's very strong. So queen f6, and assuming there's a trade about to happen, I don't see why white wouldn't go for this. This should be roughly level. Black's rook is so active, rook a3. I can imagine b5 a bit later as well, just totally liquidating the queen side. And yeah, with these pawns, black's king actually has a nice square. No passed pawn potential for white. What are we predicting? Armageddon?
Wouldn't you even say that black is looking quite comfortable as well, rather than white being the one pressing? Because the rook is going to come to a3, and I'm trying to desperately keep my hopes alive for a decisive game here, because I'm thinking David might have the prediction count of how many Armageddons was it? 4?
5.
5 Armageddons.
5.
You're on 4, I'm on 3, he's on 5. For today.
Okay.
I'm still pretty confident. I think other than maybe the Magnus game, which could become a bit crazy, everything else looks relatively balanced.
5 draws of 6 is quite a hot take, though, I will say that. We'll find out. Time will tell.
We'll see. I'm not just a muffin man, I will say. Doctor Strange for a reason.
You've looked into the future.
They call me Strange. Doctor Strange. Okay, queen f6. Yeah, I just don't see any way either side really breaks through. I mean, maybe black if she's able to win a pawn, but possibly white. I mean, at the very minimum could go passive with her rook, but probably after a queen trade, just to show, plays a move like bishop f3. If rook a3 ever comes in, just puts the bishop back on d1. Yes, it's passive, but yeah, this type of position, hard to see either side really going too far wrong.
Yeah, very likely to go into an Armageddon. This one is Divya Deshmukh, the youngest player in the field, playing against 3 times women World Blitz champion Bibisara Saubaeva, leading the field with a point and a half. And I think this one goes down to the wire, Jovanka.
Yeah, and talking ahead in the future into another universe, if this one does go to Armageddon, who do you think is the favorite?
Oh, nice, good question.
I think they're both going to win. They both look so good in Armageddon so far this tournament.
That is literally the most diplomatic answer
No.
ever, David. How are you not allowed to? You can't let him get away with that.
That's Bibisara.
Well, I was going to say, Bibisara had quite the roller coaster yesterday against Zhu Jiner. Even though she's 3 times world champion in Blitz, she blundered a rook, and it was like a happy accident. The position was still very, very complicated, and she managed to navigate that. But then that goes to show she's so good.
Yes. But let's not forget that Divya's won 2 Armageddons already. And she's won them pretty convincingly, I'll add that.
And you've been her teammate. Does Divya get nervous?
No. I think one of her biggest strengths is her confidence. No matter who she's playing against, no matter what the time format is. In fact, she is a fast player. Bibisara is such a tough opponent, in form as well. I completely can relate to David's first thought that it's hard to pick between these two. I'll stick with my teammate.
Okay, so we have Divya, Bibisara.
Break the tie.
Okay, I'm going to go for Bibisara. Bibisara's a cool customer.
We should mention she has a bone to pick with Divya. Divya, in the last round of the candidates, it was a draw between them. If Bibisara was able to win, she would have been in a tiebreak against Vachier-Lagrave. She would have had a chance at the World Championship title, potentially. It was Divya who stopped Bibisara.
Yeah. Divya playing a bit of a teammate to Vachier-Lagrave in that tournament. So for Bibisara, also a grudge match, a personal grudge match, this one.
Another revenge drop. Well, today is going to be all about revenge. There's nothing more motivating than that. But let's go back to the bird's eye view. And okay, let's check in on Ju Wenjun. Okay, so well, before we go there, let's maybe just do a little bit of a status update on what's happening on the other boards.
Okay, so yeah, the women's boards on the bottom row, they all look roughly balanced. We will check out Zhu Wenjun a bit later. Top right, the blue board, Wesley So defending against Vincent Keimer. I think Vincent with a very small advantage, just because White's rooks on that blue board are more active, but nothing too significant right now. Pragg against Magnus, the central board at the top. Yeah, I think it's Magnus's clock. That's the main thing that causes me concern. I think Pragg should be relatively happy there. Big time advantage, almost half an hour up. Normal Sicilian type of position though, so it could go in either direction. Gukesh still with a slight advantage, I would say, against Firouzja, but nothing too special. Black rock solid.
I'll just add to that, the top right board there, a more positional strategic fight for Gukesh, that one. Again, the open lines of the C file, he's going to be the first to capture it. The queen on B3, targeting both D5 and B7. While look at Firouzja's bishop on C6, feels like a big pawn right now, and not an easy one to do. On the other hand, the Magnus board, I think, Jovanka, is going to be an absolute tactical fest.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you mentioned Tanya Magnus. We also have been talking a lot about the drop today. And I have news. If you want that same champion level style in your daily rotation, you're in luck, because the Magnus collection is finally here. This drop features a premium new tee and a sleek matching hat. If you grab them both together, a special promo bundle discount will automatically apply at checkout. It's the ultimate kit for your next tournament or casual grind. Go to go.chess.com/Magnus_collection or just hit !Magnus in chat to grab the bundle. Wow, that's a cool outfit there. And earlier on, we saw Anna in her lucky t-shirt. No, not t-shirt, in her lucky cardigan.
The Norway Chess cardigan?
Exactly. Why not kit yourself out like a grandmaster?
I want it. I want that watch. I just feel like wearing that Magnus Carlsen t-shirt should add 100 points to my elo.
I can't personally, because Magnus would make too much fun of me if I were wearing Magnus merch, but I definitely recommend everyone at home.
I really think there's something to that. Imagine wearing that merch and playing online on chess.com. I feel like that's a bit of a power move then. You got to be feeling confident in that.
Yeah, you know, you look if you dress the part, you look the part, you feel the part.
Exactly.
And that's the key to being one of the world's top players. And talking about one of the world's top players, let's actually check in on how he's doing. You know, we mentioned that our clock was worrying us. So at least he's had some clarification. You know, there's castle queenside from Pragg. The rook is lining up to sacrifice itself on C3 if it's given the chance. And, well, this is a fight.
Yeah, what do we think? Is this a threat? Is Magnus threatening to give up his rook for the knight? Classic thematic exchange sacrifice. When I was kind of first learning the Sicilian, this was probably the first or second thing I was taught. Just never, ever allow a rook to shatter the white pawn structure like this if you've castled queenside. But it is material. It is a big investment for black. And I see the eval bar slightly on white side.
And this is an idea we see so many times, especially in the Dragon and the Naidos, right? I think Magnus is 100% hinting at it. Also because the queen is ready to jump out. But I want to investigate this a little bit. How careful does Pragg need to be right now? Can he take his eye off the ball? David, help me out with the move. Let's say that he goes rook g1, trying to get g4 in at some point. It's not going to happen. And the bar goes down, and that can only mean one thing, David Howell.
Exactly. You don't even have to think, just pre-move. Rook takes c3, boom. And the pawn has to take back. Oh, I mean, just for aesthetic reasons alone, I think I would avoid this.
But come on, bring the queen out.
It must be something. Queen c7, queen a5, choices.
I like a5, attacking both of them at the same time.
And now you can go d5.
Boom.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, okay. It is a threat. This is just too scary.
Yeah. This reminds me of the old wise saying, never go to battle without your sword. And look at what White's done. Like, no piece is defending the White King.
Big threat, potentially. Takes knight, and this is going to be on the players' radars for sure. Like, this is such a well-known concept. But also in the last round of the candidates, Fabiano Caruana was able to deliver this kind of blow and beat Yesipenko in a really nice game. So it's going to be fresh on the memory of these two. Okay, so you have to take some protective measures there. So what to recommend? I don't want to be going queen d2 because I'm a little bit afraid of knight c4. So maybe queen e1, because I has a chicken like that. Makes sense, though. Also, sometimes you're coming out this direction. Yeah, that wasn't what I was thinking. It was just to defend the knight. Yeah, defending the knights. And now Magnus would need to find a new plan. Probably he just builds with b5. At some point drops the knight into c4. And could you just go... It's always a good idea to kind of tuck the king on b1. Whether I'm kind of going into defensive overload, that's probably something, or seize the defensive, as a good friend Yasser likes to say. Yasser Sarawan.
And I just want to follow up with this line that you're seeing. You know, you want to go a little defensive. How much do you want to trade queens as white? Because if black was to go super aggro here with queen to a5, there are these tactics with the knight jumping to d5 thanks to Yovi's idea of the queen on e1. But who does that favor? Would Magnus want to take this, Pragg even, take this to the endgame?
Exactly. That's a very good question. Queen takes queen here. Just to show the white knight can save itself with a check. Assuming black takes with the bishop, and maybe the white d-rook has to take just since this pawn's hanging, but in general I think Sicilian endgame's quite nice for black, just because black has an extra central pawn, black has a semi-open file for the rook. Yeah. Black's king is going to be very happy in the center now, as opposed to the middle game earlier.
And also concretely, right, knight c4 coming in, you might even be forced to relinquish a bishop pair. Yeah. And Magnus, in the endgame, up a bishop pair, you might as well just resign.
Yeah, this is endless torture if you're white here against Magnus Carlsen. I think, like, what Magnus has done really well in this position, like, objectivity aside, we see the eval bar slightly on white side, but a knight on e5, pawn on h5, he's basically said g4 is hard to achieve, f4 is now hard to achieve because the black knight gets a beautiful outpost. He's saying, I've cut the board in half, I'm going to focus fully now on the queen side, I'm going to push the b pawn, maybe even the a pawn later, and what's Pragg doing? What's the plan?
Well, this is an interesting question, right? What is Pragg doing? What is his plan? How is Magnus feeling about his position? Well, we don't need to second guess ourselves because Magnus has gone to the confessional again. So let's roll.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but I just thought of it and I thought I might as well say it. Whomever is responsible for the NBA app, we have one of the best series in years going on right now in the Western Conference Finals. And when people have no spoilers on in the app, they expect no spoilers. So, do better.
Wow. Magnus, not even talking about the chess, he's just thinking about the NBA app. You know, I actually thought he was going to come in and tell a dad joke.
Yeah, we'd love to see more of those, definitely. But that was hilarious. I mean, you've got this position against Pragnananda. You're down under 1 hour on the clock. It is an absolutely crazy Sicilian. You're about to threaten an exchange sacrifice, and Magnus literally doesn't care.
Like, why was that not the first confessional? Like, why is he thinking that mid-game? Surely he doesn't have his phone there. Like, hold on, Pragg. Like, you defend against rook takes c3 while I check the check the updates. I mean, I know Magnus loves his sports, but chess should be on his mind.
Who's he rooting for, PSG or Arsenal?
Oh, NBA?
No, the finals.
Champions League final?
Yes.
Oh, probably PSG?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. No.
But I don't think either are his teams, right?
No, Real Madrid's his
Real Madrid, yeah.
team.
It's going to happen, by the way, on the first rest day, so excited about that as well.
Okay. bring on the rest.
Lots of spots.
Well, yeah, very good. You can tell who follows the sports and who does not. But Magnus, he's not concentrating about the chess, he's thinking about other things. Well, that just means that maybe he's on autopilot. Rook takes c3 in the air. Pragg thinking about what to do, how to defend against that. Queen e1, king b1, maybe those are the possibilities. It's still shaping up very nicely for a fight. And talking about fights, let's go back to the bird's eye view and just see if there is any other potential for a fight on the other boards.
Yeah, not too many moves lately. This is always the part of the day where things are a bit slower before the players get into that time scramble phase and the tactics happen, the unexpected twists and turns. Not too many moves between Gukesh and Firouzja on that green board, top left. Gukesh just getting ready to double up some rooks. It looks like the pawn structure very static there. So it's just about whether he can find a breakthrough plan. Top right, Keimer against Wesley So. There is a threat on Wesley's knight. Don't think Wesley's too comfortable. He hasn't fully equalized yet, but not too much danger. That knight has just moved.
Ooh.
And
with a big threat, though.
Big threat.
Watch out for that fork coming in on e2 if you're Keimer.
Turning to the board. Maybe we just briefly check in there. I don't think we'll linger too long. We'll just show Wesley's threat right now. There was a threat on his knight just last move. The knight was hit. It moved to f4, and Forktown is where he'd like to take Vincent.
I just have this feeling that Vincent spots it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. What do we think? What's the best way to deal with it? We're pretty sure here that Vincent will
Get
spot
the king out?
Just don't go g3. That's the only thing you mustn't do. King f1, I was going to say.
Yeah, just to show. Yeah, giving the king some luft, but no reason to stop back rank mates when you're losing a rook. So yeah, king f1 looks good. And what next? What do we think Wesley's going to do to fully ease the pressure? It feels like he needs a rook trade, or he needs the whole queenside to disappear somehow. But for now, white's rooks are super active.
Yeah, but the rook on e7 is doing a fine defensive job. So can you just go b4 and then get ready to go a4 and start operation elimination?
Looks strong, but is white in time to get the knight into play as well? You were talking about the rook on e7. Can I try to get knight d4 and then into f5 or c6 and start kicking that rook away? Or am I too slow for that?
Yeah, the question is, do you want to flick in g3 first or go straight for it?
I trust in David Howell. g3 first.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, then I might say knight e6, and I'm like, haha, I tricked you not to say knight d4.
That is not cool, David. That's not the way you get your revenge.
That's the David revenge drop. No knight d4 for you. Sorry. You can have your knight d4.
Thank you.
Yeah, I originally I was reluctant because knight d3 I thought might be scary, but I guess the white rook just moves. And not too many good squares. The black knight really wants to be on c3, but just can't get there. No path.
Not easy to get there, and the white knight is definitely coming in, either via c6 or f5.
But is it the end of the world, though, right? You just go a4, and on you go. Activity.
I like that, especially because initially I thought that I can go to c6 and hit your rook and pawn, but I see you've got a nasty trick with rook to c7, and maybe I still have rook c4 though. And things go on. Ooh, or am I getting checkmated? Things do not go on for long. I take that back.
Ooh, whoops. That's why I said g3, Tanya. Trying to help you out.
I did trust you at first.
Yeah, but I mean, the idea remains maybe g3 first and then rook c4.
I love how when you even try to be the bad guy, you're still the good guy.
It's all an act. I'm not sure which one's the act, but it's all an act. We are being told, so this position, it is Vincent with white with a little bit of pressure, assuming he dodges the fork. But we are being told by Bick, our producer, that there was an interesting moment a few moves ago. It was actually just after we left it last. And so if we go back to, bishop c1, we were talking about this position, how maybe the most natural move was actually to keep the bishops on the board. But Wesley wanted simplifications. He dropped his rook back first, asking for a rook trade. Here, Vincent said no, rook c6. But after bishop takes c1, we did see Vincent spend a little bit of time before taking back the bishop. He could have won a pawn, though. Rook takes b6. What do we make of this possibility? Hitting the bishop and hitting b5.
Yeah, that's kind of strange, right? It's an endgame. You definitely want to be pawn grabbing right now. I mean, you're not looking at any counterplay against the white king, but something he didn't like, and my gut feeling on that is something on the C line infiltrating on the second rank. You defend the bishop with your rook and come in with some attacking ideas.
Yeah, which rook? I wanted to use this rook just because the black rook defends a5.
Hang on a second. Can I just like modify Tanya's idea just a little bit?
Go for it.
Because I wanted to infiltrate onto the second line, but I didn't want to allow any moves like a4, a3 or whatever. So bishop a3.
Oh, nice. I like it.
And then rook takes, and then rook e2.
Active. Very active.
What would I do without Ivanka?
Materialist.
I know.
That's my middle name. I don't have a middle name. My parents didn't have the creativity for one, so I'm gonna bestow.
But it's the perfect balance because actually you've sacrificed the pawn for rook activity, and that's a great idea in the end game. You know, you often have to think about the quality of your pieces and the quantity of the pawns.
Yeah, we're not going to toss any coins to see whether Ivanka's right. I think that is the solution. Rook e2, we found it. This is what deterred Vincent Keimer. He's not happy to put a rook on a1. That rook is not too content. Maybe black's going to start switching focus in the near future, put both rooks on the second rank. And Vincent preferred being active with level material than being a pawn up, but really passive with one rook. But yeah, really instructive moment there.
So still most likely to get into an Armageddon, this one, although I do see that Vincent is putting the pressure a little bit. It's his move. I wonder if now, by the way, he did go for that king f1, b4 played. Might be time to either kick out the knight, but eventually get your own knight to the center of the board, the idea of knight d4 that we were talking about. So while still in the level territory, Vincent's the one who's on the push.
Right, there's still questions for Wesley to answer, and until he does it satisfactorily, then unfortunately he's going to be probably slightly worse, but we're talking about on a practical scale.
Would you say he holds the kima in the endgame? Vincent does?
Leave Magnus to take the dad jokes. Okay, that's
Ouch, David Howell.
revenge drop all day.
Every day. All right, fine. But I think we all can agree that Vincent's on the right side of this equality. And if anyone's pushing this endgame with the piece activity, the knight moving forward, black's rook still on e8, a5 target, it's going to be white playing on for a while.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move from this game and go back to our bird's eye view and see what is a rocking on day 3 of Norway Chess. And I might have been a bit too enthusiastic because a lot of the games do look a little bit quiet, but maybe we can cast our eyes on Zhu Wenjun against Zhu Jiner, their bottom right in red.
Let's do it. Also a very instructive Queen's Gambit, Carlsbad pawn structure. I mean, this structure, we've seen it already multiple times this round. And it is here where black, I think, has got the ideal setup. The knight on d6 is just so well placed. I remember reading, I think it was Garry Kasparov's My Great Predecessors, where he was talking about, obviously, the history of chess, all these great champions, and how Queen's Gambit theory and understanding evolved. And it was pretty much all about this knight on d6. Like, black here can chill. White's never really achieving any pawn breaks. Bishops are not actually that great in these structures. I wouldn't be shocked by bishop takes knight here. The bishop could retreat and sit on d3, but what's it really doing? Hitting thin air. And yeah, if white can't achieve f3, e4, what's she really going to do? In the meantime, black might be able to start expanding later on the king side. And yeah, if anything, I think I would take black's position.
Yeah. And I was just reminded of the old words of my coach, my very first coach, who was like, 2 of a kind is better than 1 of a kind. And I was like, well, no, what are you on about? 2 knights can't be better than a bishop and knight. And he's like, no, it is, because they can work on both colors, whereas a bishop and knight can only really work on the same color as the bishops.
Was he talking about poker or chess? 2 of a kind.
2 of a kind, yeah.
Better than 1 of a kind.
It is better than
That
1
is
of a
true.
kind, yes.
And we know there's a lot of poker chess crossover, so it makes sense for both. But I think in this position, it might be a good idea then to get rid of that 2 of a kind immediately, as you pointed out. To me, it looks extremely level. By the way, she does give Wenjun the opportunity to stick with her 2 of a kind. She goes f3, so Wenjun wants to go e4, which means Zhu Jiner can actually move that knight away now, maybe even to f6 to target that e4 spot, and then slowly continue to build on the queen side where she has the majority.
Yeah, this is really committal F3 because pawns don't move backwards, and now if she doesn't get E4 in, then yeah, E3 is going to be very, very weak. Even getting E4 in with such reduced material, white's pawns could become loose. It's a very ambitious move from Zhu Wenjun, but I think clock time gives away the fact that she's not happy with her position. It feels like a similar story to Magnus for Zhu Wenjun. She's burning a lot of time, not quite in full form yet. And Zhu Jiner done everything right so far.
Yeah, I think just one victory, even if it's in Armageddon, will do her the world of good. And as David's highlighting, black is the one that is spoiled for choice. A5, A4 incoming, knight F6 is a possibility. And it's looking, well, I would say slightly better for Zhu Jiner. Let's go and check in on Gukesh against Alireza Firouzja. Last time we saw it was also another Queen's Gambit declined. And we left it with white being comfortably better on account of the pressure against the weak pawn on d5. Now that pawn still remains on d5, but has white made any progress?
That is the big question. And as you were asking about it, my first thought was, wait a second, aren't you losing that pawn immediately with the knight jumping forward? I mean, it's hitting both rooks. The pawn on d5 under attack, but Alireza's last move was bishop to d7. And I think there are ideas of the white queen coming under fire. Things get really fun and chaotic in that line. But David, because there haven't been so many moves, should we just do a quick action replay before we dive into this one? I think it's about to explode.
Yeah, let's do it. We left it a few moves ago. Queen to d6, we said, question mark. Maybe black could have been keeping his pawn on the board. That was a difficult long-term decision. Maybe Alireza's first misstep in this whole competition so far. Queen b3, but this pawn not yet running away. d5 still under attack here. Bishop c6, big pawn, someone called it earlier. Knight takes b5. Queen went back to d8 where she came from. And the bishops had just come from d7, and that goes back soon as well after a knight exchange. At least getting rid of that beautiful knight and f4 that Jovanka was really enjoying there, really liking. Rook c2 getting ready to double up, and bishop d7. This was played after an 18.5-minute think, so Alireza not too happy. Just to finish that point, Tanya, you mentioned knight c7, and the queen would then be hit, and this is what saves black for now.
But I don't want to stop this line there, because yes, rook b6 has to be the move. Your rooks are forked, you're attacking the queen. Let's move the queen to a3, because I'm still hitting that rook on 8, and I do see rook c7. You don't pin my knight, but you definitely put pressure on it. I do have the time to pick up that a7 pawn. The rook on b6 hangs. To me, these last two moves look pretty much forced right now. And I'm just wondering if somehow I can bring my knight back and hang on to that extra pawn.
Yeah. I mean, this is typical Gukesh. He's going to be calculating this, right? If he sees a way to win a pawn and can get away with it and run away, hold on, black has isolated pawns still, then this would be decisive. But we do see the eval bar in the middle, so there must be something.
It's dead equal.
How? What is it? Is it rook c6?
Rook c6 makes a lot of sense, but
you're forcing a trade, right? Because I can't take on b7. Maybe you want to just show that. Yep. You just lose the knight.
Lose the knight here. This would be a free piece. No time to run away with the white knight, because then the two black rooks would be hitting c2. So rook takes rook, and I don't want to really allow the white knight out. I was going to say, although now rook to a8 might pick up the a2 pawn. Originally, I wanted to take with the pawn, though, just to try and trap this knight, but knight a6 does get out, and this is a nice outpost. Rook a8, queen b7, or maybe kc5.
Yeah, because the knight's defended on a6. This would be the dream after capturing the a7 pawn, but the moment you put the bishop capture on the board instead of the pawn, one realizes that perhaps the line doesn't work out in the end. Yeah. And now rook a8, pick up that a2 pawn, level material.
I think I still pick white just because black has two isolated pawns. One island versus 3 islands when it comes to pawns right now. But yeah, probably black is just more than active enough right now.
And this last move of Alireza would not have been an easy one to make, right? And it brings me back to that moment, David, where you had earlier highlighted the idea of giving up a b pawn, giving up the central pawn for the b pawn. A completely different position which would have solved all problems of the light squared bishop for him. And the line that we saw, it does end in equality, but I wonder how much of it Alireza has calculated, how secure he's feeling about his chances here. Does he think he's under pressure right now with a bad bishop, a bad central pawn, or do you think he's seen this line all the way through, Jovanka?
I think he's going to be feeling uncomfortable, regardless of whether he's calculated that knight, because that pawn on d5 just means that Alireza has to keep on sounding the defensive. It's something that he will always have to defend. So that's something that will bother him for the rest of the game. But knight c7 is a very nice try. But rook to b6, a very good answer.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can we please go full screen on Alireza right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's just lounging there. He's lounging at the top. He's enjoying his presence. He really looks like the main character in the room when he does this. It's like the king on the chaise lounge, getting fed some grapes.
You know,
Chillax to the max.
Oh, I love it. Chillax to the max. We've had Ding chilling. I think it's Alireza chilling now. That's the new meme. He looks like he's in a good mood. I will point out one thing. You know, he mentioned in his interview that he's actually going through a lot of physical pain right now. The ankle injury, it is a painful thing to deal with, and he can actually feel it during the game. But chess is keeping him focused. It's sort of distracting him from that pain. So he's sort of really happy to be here because he's not dealing with that right now. While he's on the chessboard, he can forget about the ankle injury. The way he's been playing, taking down Magnus Carlsen in round 1, right? In such a convincing game. His first ever classical win against Magnus. What does he do in round 2? Take down Pragg with a checkmate in the end. I feel like had Alireza had an ankle injury about 3 years ago, he might have been world champion already.
Well, I mean, that's the good news with having an injury. You know, every day you feel a little bit better, and you appreciate it. And as we enjoy the view of Alireza calmly lounging on his chair, thinking about the position, we are gonna go on a short break. But don't go anywhere, because it's the calm before the storm.
first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Moraes, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kneru, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
We are back to the home of fighting chess. Of course, it's here in Oslo, Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And there's been a lot of calm positions, but amongst those games, there is one where suddenly everything has exploded into life. Yes, it's between these two gentlemen. Pragg with the white pieces, Magnus Carlsen playing black, world number 1, many-time world champion. And now here you can see rook takes knight. An exchange sacrifice has appeared. And we've got to break it down because suddenly things are on fire.
Wow, this is huge. This is a massive risk from Pragg. If Pragg now loses this game, he will be told by everyone, surely you know about rook takes c3. Surely you know this is the first thing you're taught about the Sicilian. This rook sacrifice, this exchange sacrifice, blowing open the white king structure here, the pawns all weak, the queen swooping in. However, if Pragg is able to tactically justify it, then he'll say, okay, I calculated my way out. It was all under control. Eval Bar says he's still fine, but I fear for him. Suddenly Magnus, who loves kind of intuitive sacrifices, loves the artistic side, as we've been talking about earlier, he's going to be smelling blood.
It's impossible that these top guys do not know about rook takes knight. I mean, Pragg definitely had it on his radar. The question is, what has he calculated after this position? He does go into a bit of a think right now. Pragg on the move, the 2 pawns under attack. David, it's a kind of position, sure, the bar says it's fine, but it's only fine if white can be accurate for the next 2 or 3 moves. I think the margin to be fine for white is very, very narrow here. I'm actually not seeing a good way to defend both pawns. By the way, a really gutsy decision by Magnus at this point in the tournament to go for this, to sacrifice the exchange, bring the queen out, because this is sort of that all chips in approach. It's a bit concerning that Pragg hasn't blitzed his move yet.
Yes. 4 minutes of thought ever since Queen A5 landed on the board. Just to show everyone at home, since we were last here, very quick replay. Black playing rook c8. This was the last time we were on this board. Magnus basically saying, declaring, I'm going to take your knight. Let me take it, I will capture. Pragg, after a long, long think, 25.5 minutes, allowed it. Like, he could have played bishop back to d2. Jovanka also suggested queen e1 looked quite healthy. If you're going to allow this sacrifice, king b1 is quite a typical idea, because after rook takes, this is quite well known that you can drop your bishop back, and sure, you can drop c3, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Suddenly the bishops defend the king really, really well. So this, if you're going to allow the sacrifice, was probably the best way to do it, but bishop to g5 was his choice, not really connected with any threats. Bit odd. And after takes, unless he wants to blow things open with f4, but I think it's just way too slow.
Okay, well, let's actually dive in and see how much of a tightrope Pragg has to walk. King to b1.
It's on the board, by the way, Jovanka. He's gone for this. David, I think he's combining, and we have seen this idea of defense in these positions where you do put that pawn on f4 and in fact use the third rank to defend your queen side. I'm not sure how to make it happen, but the fact that he's planted that bishop from e3 to g5, opening up that third rank for his rook to come into defense, I wonder if we'll see this being played out. Yeah, let's show this. Push that f-pawn, use this as a tempo, plant the rook on h3, defend a3, kick the queen out. You've also made sure that your dark squared bishop as Pragg is in an active spot now. And suddenly bishop g5 makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, now you say it. I kind of understand what Pragg wants. When the queen goes back, there are options, ideas of throwing these pawns forward. Still a bit scary with the white king open like this. I'm skeptical all the tactics work in white's favor, but at least here he has some semblance of control. And yeah, the question is what happens if Magnus takes the other pawn? What happens if Magnus, I don't know, tries to open things up further? Options.
Yeah, definitely, because it's not just about calculating those captures. You also have to calculate what happens if black just slowly improves, brings a new piece. So the one that scared me, and it follows the attacking rules, which is invite everyone to the party. What about d5? And that one, the evaluation bar says, no, it doesn't work because of pawn takes and the knight is loose.
I do think it would be very, very strong had Pragg chosen the move king to b2. And this is why the most natural move to defend both pawns fails because of your idea.
Yeah, exactly. And suddenly black is loving life. This comes with a check. I think it's all about one tempo. Like d5 would be very strong here. As you point out, Jovanka, if, for example, in this position, black could just take and ignore everything and just kind of, I don't know, move the king somewhere safe. But unfortunately, there's just no way to get out of all these checks. And also, it's never checkmate because white has this beautiful defensive bishop c1 guarding the b2 square. So I think it's just one tempo. And if it had come with check, as Tanya pointed out, then this would have been full role reversal. So d5 definitely in the air, but maybe not yet.
Just yet. But okay, you can work with the idea. What about capturing the pawn on a3?
He's going to take one of the two pawns for sure.
Yeah, but somehow the c3 pawn felt like it was the wrong one.
Yes. It's also doubled.
Yeah, and it allowed the rook to get into the defense.
Okay, a3 looks better, leaving two big weaknesses. But the eval bar didn't like it as much as the other one, which is surprising.
Do we have the same defensive resource here? Of pushing that knight out of the center of the board and then the third rank defense?
Okay. Defending things. Maybe there's something even better. Maybe because black has no threat. Just continue marching forward. Maybe e5. I think the whole reason he put his bishop on g5, it has to be f4, e5 at some point. Just to try and create some threats of his own, Pragg. But if we go back to the live position, looks like Magnus is about to decide, is about to make a move. This is just move 16, and the players have spent more than half of their time. So this is, yeah, really, really fiery. I think the most exciting game of the round.
And I love it that it's between these two players who have so much history as well and so much on the line in round 3. Currently at the bottom of the leaderboard are Pragnananda and Magnus, and this is bringing the fight to each other, where a decisive result, incredibly likely. Magnus has sacrificed an exchange. He's about to get a pawn in return as well. You do the math, that's still 4 versus 5, so Magnus still has to prove that initiative against White's king here. He's getting ready, and I have a feeling he's getting ready to capture one of those two pawns. And you know, David, the more we've analyzed, the more I am convinced that Pragg's defensive resource is connected to that f-pawn moving forward and the kingside rook stepping up.
Yep.
It's a gutsy play, though, from Pragg to calmly calculate that rook takes knight is not as scary as first thought. To see this whole idea f4 and to use the rook on h1, which is so far out of the game, it's very calmly done by Pragg. I still got to say that I still feel it's very brave as well, because if black gets castled with the king and if the rook starts swinging into the action, then we are still suffering as white.
I have a question for both of you, knowing both of your style of play. If you had to pick a color at this moment to start this position, what color are you taking, white or black?
Black.
Ooh. Yovi, white or black? Do you give up the exchange, go for the attack?
I don't like playing with an unsafe king. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. What about you, Tanya?
You know, I would say that, oh my gosh, yeah, especially with the a3 pawn gone, no pawn shield in front of the king. But I am also materialistic. I do, by the way, the blue arrow does appear that f4, the defensive resource that we've been discussing, is the way that Pragg needs to go. I'm taking the extra exchange. If Pragg finds f4.
I'm shocked you're choosing the Indian player.
David.
Your teammate. I would never have guessed. But I think you make a great point, though. It's that type of position, like, it's pure taste. Like, some people want the material, like, the option as well to throw f4, e5, throw pawns forward. Some people just want a safe king, like me. I like squares, I like pawn structure. White's pawn structure has been kind of compromised here, so I just can't imagine playing white.
Do you know how hard it is to bet against a position that Magnus has on his side?
You've overcome the Magnus bias. You're like the only one of us.
It's honestly the most difficult thing to do. And I think it's not... Oh, look at that. Pragg is looking sideways. I wonder how he's feeling about his chances. A bit of a head nod there. That's a sign of... Well, I got my ideas here in this position. I will take white. Once Pragg's defended his king, okay, now I'm not making any sense. If f4 comes on the board, I'm taking white.
It's so concrete. Should we jump in?
Let's do it, David.
Yeah.
Okay, f4, the only move to maintain the current evaluation. Rook h3, I think, would be the only other one that I really consider now. We see the eval bar drop. Not that much, but still roughly in the balance. This would be pure defensive, whereas f4 is multi-purpose. Maybe defending, but also maybe attacking. The square I automatically want to use is this one. What do we think? Is there any other choice here for black?
Well, the only other one is to go knight c6.
Yeah, I do feel you want to keep more pieces on the board, though. And I wonder if knight c6 is really helping you, because you want your rook also eventually on the open c line, right?
Right, but the whole idea was that you just want to be removing the potential defenders. That's my sole reasoning. And if you go knight takes knight, bishop will come to c6. There'll be pressure against the pawn on. You see how things like start to slowly shift in black's favor?
I think you play rook h3 and you wait for black to trade on white's terms if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and things do get tactical. Black has options like pawn to e5. I don't think it quite works here, but the rook's slightly vulnerable. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I really like your knight c6, Ivanka, because knight g4, I'm just like on autopilot going towards an outpost, but maybe that outpost should be the other knights. Like putting both knights here, they kind of get in the way of each other. I don't actually know what it does. It's just pretty, but the action's on the queen side. So knight c6 going towards that flank.
Yeah, and the bar approves with exactly what you're both suggesting right now. That knight g4 looks like a beautiful spot, but it's also, again, not doing anything. It's sort of like an empty knight on a beautiful plate.
Right.
Place.
And I also just wanted to point out that a vulnerability in white's position, ironically enough, is not just the pawn on c3. You also have eyeballs on e4. Because in terms of long-term positional compensation, if you can grab that pawn on e4, you often just stand very, very well, even though you exchange down.
Do you think both are kind of happy with this position? We've got a game, we've got a fight, let's have fun?
Yeah. That's why the question was so hard. Like, I don't think there is a wrong answer. Like, you were saying, who's better, white, black, or who would we pick? Like, we could ask anyone in the audience whether they're 100 rating or 3,000 rating, and whatever they say, I think they're all right. Like, it's just a fascinating position. Eval bar says, tiny advantage for white, but in such a chaotic position, just that doesn't really tell us much. One slip from either side is going to decide this a bit later.
Exactly, right? The margin for advantage is so little. You go one way wrong, you probably have to make the precise move for the next 5 to 10 moves as white to keep that advantage.
Yeah, this is balancing on a knife edge for both players here. I'm going to say that the risk is slightly more for Pragg because his king is the one that is out there in the open and he has to take a lot more care. But whilst the players are thinking, let's go back to the bird's eye view, check in on the other games. And I want to head to Zhu Wenjun Zhu Jiner, just because there's been some clarifications there. I see that white does have the center, but black does have a very healthy position.
Let's go. Zhu Wenjun away from the board. Is that a sign of confidence? Is that just a final break before she enters the time scramble phase? She's down under 40 minutes.
She's literally in the washroom right now. I mean, it is her move, David.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe she's just getting some snacks, getting some delicious muffins.
Maybe she's in the confessional.
Exactly.
Ooh, I would love to see that.
I would.
Yeah.
She did appear a few times last year.
She did.
Yeah.
You're right. And we haven't had her so far. But coming back to the position, David, 3 pawn islands for white. Is that the thing that black has got this beautiful compact position with all the pieces at the center? And maybe this is something to play for.
Yeah, maybe. I think, again, I wouldn't be so disappointed with either side. With white, it's more responsibility controlling these central pawns. Like, they're not quite the typical hanging pawns. When we say hanging pawns, they're normally on the D and C files, but it's similar. They're both on open files here. Whichever one you push forward, you leave an outpost for black to use. If you push D5, the black knight uses E5. If you push E5, black rook uses D5. And I don't really like white's knight. Like, maybe it jumps to C5, but that would always loosen things up. I just think it's... In blitz, I would love black's position, just because I'm like, okay, I chill, I attack things, you have to decide big decisions, but for now, Zhu and Jun has time.
Yeah, she has time, but less time than Zhu Jin, huh? And I do feel the flexibility and the healthiness in black's position. You know, the flexibility of going knight g6, knight f4, the queen jumping onto g5, the queen also maybe in some positions landing on b4 on the other side. So just keeping your options open right now. No targets for Wenjun to really get into. Like you said, your entire dream is to push one of the 2 pawns, but that's always going to come with its own set of consequences as white. I'm with you. I'm taking black in this game, even though, yes, draw is the most likely outcome because so many minors are off the board.
Yeah, I also am feeling that Zhuzhina has the more comfortable position. She has the target. It's either the pawn on e4, which she can just triple up against, or maybe even do the same against the d pawn. And those pawns, they are restrained, so that gives Zhuzhina a comfortable plan. Let's check in on Humpy Canero against Anna Muzychuk, because Tanya, you mentioned time, and that is the only game where there is a significant time imbalance. Humpy with 31 minutes playing against Anna, who has just under the hour.
Interesting, because this is so close to being a huge advantage for black. If Anna could get any of her rooks to the c-file, putting pressure on this isolated pawn. But for now, the bishop on a6 is doing a great job of protecting the c8 square. Really hard for the black rooks to get in. I'm not sure whether white's ever threatening to push forward with c5. Some positions maybe, and then rook b5 to follow. The white pieces would suddenly start getting really active. Some concrete play here though. Potentially Anna can drop back with her knight hitting this bishop. Suddenly stuff to think about, and not easy for her to improve her pieces.
Yeah, really channeling your inner Magnus Carlsen here with the knight retreat to b8. You know, yesterday we saw that knight odyssey that Magnus had all the way, landing on b1, a3. So similar idea, and also to push that bishop out of there so that your rook can land and start targeting the only weakness in the position, that's the c4 pawn. Really interesting knight to b8. It's not the most natural move, and it also is counterintuitive to sort of block your own rook in the corner. But some high-class stuff there.
High-class stuff, yeah. Some good defense there from Humpy. And let's move on to Vincent Keimer against Wesley, because it looked like black had equalized, but that kind of wasn't our feeling. We felt that white was definitely the better side of equality there. And Vincent with a rook on a6 and a pawn on a5 up for grabs. Looks like things are going in full control for him. He does have to be careful though, because Wesley has set up a devilish trap threatening g4.
Yeah, just to show your point there, Jovanka, rook takes either pawn, g4 hits the knight, drives away the knight from protecting its rook on e1, and wherever it goes, knight takes g3, check. And actually this is checkmate if you take with the f-pawn. This is, yeah, the big threat, the pitfall that Vincent has to avoid. So how to deal with g4 is the question.
I mean, you just take a break, right? You just take a breather here, stop that idea. Let's say h3. I'm still putting pressure on 2 pawns. I'm going to win one of those 2 pawns now that I've stopped g4. I see that there's something maybe more accurate, but for me, h3 feels like a very natural human move in this position. No more g4 possible. Winning a pawn. I'm telling you guys, we're on move 30. This is a 30-move preparation by Peter Lecko against the Berlin.
Forced grind. Not a forced win, but you get grinding chances.
Could you be also very calm about things and say, for instance, go king g2? I was just thinking h3, I think you might as well flick in h5, and then king g2 is the idea.
But
so yeah, because the whole point is that, yes. Yeah, so the point is yes, you can chase out, but in order to win
Knight f4.
Yeah, I was talking nonsense.
I just realized it right now as well.
Yeah.
I mean, king g2 is actually very easy to fall for. It's the move you want to make.
And it's not even losing for white. You lose the exchange, but you get some pawns and...
Okay, yeah, but that wasn't the plan. I didn't go
Maybe the other
for
one.
that one.
I think h3 is clever for a couple of reasons, but after h5, maybe white can take this pawn now.
Mhm.
And the difference is that there's a check.
Ooh.
Earlier, the h7 pawn covered that square.
Sneaky.
Now after g4, take, check, and you win the g4 pawn. The black rook can't block because e2 will hang at the end of the variation.
Our chat says Norway Vincent wins an anti-Berlin against Wesley. What's our take on that?
I mean, I can count on like 2 fingers the number of people who've beaten Wesley in a Berlin. Pretty sure it's only Magnus and Kari. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has achieved that. Rock solid Berlin, but that would be impressive.
Yes.
Like, yeah, how close would we say he is, though, to taking Wesley down? Because it's still a small advantage, but...
He's about to win a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
You go h3, and I don't see a way of fighting if h5 doesn't work, because, and that was actually really instructive, David, that h5 loosens this g6 square, and white can actually use that and pick up the pawn. So super cool idea there. And if not, you know, there's no way to fight against this. Let's say you go king forward, I pick up the pawn on a5, and I'm just saying I'm not winning just yet. I see that beautiful knight c3 post you have. Your 1 versus 2 is still clamping down on the left side of the board, but it's a pawn. I'm gonna grind this out. Will you put this into the 2nd edition of Grind Like a Grandmaster if Winston wins?
Yeah, first page, first chapter, how to defeat solid players like Wesley So.
Do you know, it's very, very funny because, David, you asked the question, has anyone defeated Wesley playing white against Wesley's Berlin? Well, I asked the AI, and the AI goes, yes, has been defeated several times.
Oh, no.
First up by Magnus,
Okay.
then by Magnus, another time by Magnus.
Exactly.
So, exactly.
Unless your name's Magnus Carlsen, it's tough.
First time it was Magnus Carlsen. Second time it was probably an unwell Magnus Carlsen. The third time it was a Magnus Carlsen after a late night. But all 3 Magnus Carlsens. I will add one thing though, that even winning the pawn, and we can see the bar, it doesn't give a massive advantage to Vincent in this position. So it's still going to be a bit of a grind like a grandmaster, which, you know, has been a question I've always want to ask you. I mean, chat, let's just think about this. David Howell is a 3-time British champion, has been in the British Olympic team, I don't even know how many times, David, but since
2008.
Since 2008, by the way, same as well.
well.
He is an Olympic medalist. On board number 3.
Ivanka should just answer. She
Yes.
knows my life story.
Yeah.
She's known me since I was 5 years old.
Won immense amount of open tournaments, gets this, you know, huge book out, Grind Like a Grandmaster, co-authors it with none other than the goat of chess, Magnus Carlsen, and he decides to call it Grind Like a Grandmaster.
Why not? Catchy title. GLG is what we say. It was going to be Grind Like Gelfand, but we didn't want to make it too
very
generic.
catchy, I agree.
I mean, yeah.
It's PG friendly.
It's PG friendly, family friendly. Actually, most people who come up to me, it's often the kids saying, "Oh my god, I got your book!" Like, and yeah, then they open it and read it, and it's a bit boring because it's all about endgames. But I mean, Magnus knows endgames like no other, and I learned a lot from him. And it's the only thing I can do nowadays. I can't remember how to checkmate within the first 60 moves of the game. Has to be the long grind, tire them out.
Go for the 7th hour.
Yes.
Gambit.
Such a commentator's dream, David Howell is.
I
Those
once got
160
asked to comment on one of David's games, and I said, no.
That's when
I love
you'll be
David to
decided
bits, but no.
to not do that job.
No. And I was right, because that day I think he'd kind of pushed it to the limit with 7.5. It was in your match against Niels.
Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was.
That was not fun for, I don't think, anyone involved. I managed to win like 5.5, 4.5 because every day I was just like boring him to death, and eventually I won 1 rook in game. And yeah, that's the way I play chess. So not for everyone, but that's what Vincent's trying to do today. And sometimes it works. Like, it can be effective.
Vincent does that himself as well. I've seen.
He's a grinder.
Peter Lecco taught him.
Exactly.
Well.
It's like, since he was a child, you know, Peter's like, no, you play out the position.
Yes.
Don't do as I do. Do as I say.
I will say, especially for those out there watching this, if you play tournaments regularly or down at the club and you play young players, grinding is the kryptonite of the younger generation. Magnus recently at the TP Sigmund tournament in Sweden was struggling. Then he played his last 3 rounds, won them all, and it was grind. Ground down 14-year-old Adomush.
Also, I'm going to add to all of that this is sort of the dream position for grinding, right? It's only a 2-result game. If anyone's going to win, it's going to be white. So you can play this on forever. You can slowly improve the position. There's absolutely no rush. I mean, the only way things go wrong is if you make a 1-move blunder in these kind of positions.
Mm-hmm. So basically what you're both saying is that
Buy David's book.
We should count ourselves lucky if this game finishes by 10 p.m.
Yes.
Ooh. Yes. Okay,
Yes.
this one is in for the long haul. Let's move away from this one and just quickly go and check in on Gukesh against Alireza. We see the A-pawn has advanced and there has been a trade of rooks.
I'm going to slip Tanya the money I owe her for that plug.
Oh, David, you weren't
later.
supposed to announce that. But I'll text you my bank account number.
Yeah, I think you just felt guilty earlier for roasting me with the muffins. So.
No, I've been wanting to ask you this for a really long time. I think Grind Like a Grandmaster is the coolest, catchiest title. But honestly, David, go authoring with Magnus, and that's what we come up with.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say?
It's an inside joke. I know it's an inside joke.
It's an inside joke. And another tip for grinders, if you're going to outlast your opponents 7 hours, tire them out, you need food. You need snacks, muffins.
But you don't eat when you play, David.
I know. I didn't used to. Now I'm older. I get tired more.
You know,
get cranky.
I'm going to put a petition out for our producer, Bick, to put that photo out as proof. If he approves. If
But
only our
there's
chat
also a
can see
photo
what's
of you,
going on
Tanya.
here.
Are you prepared for the consequences?
There's no photo of me.
There
There's no
is.
photographic proof on that group chat.
I love the confidence. And then Tanya starts scrolling up. That's what goes down. And what is going down in this particular position? We've seen a trade of rooks. That surely does favor Alireza when it comes to defending this. But the A-pawn has advanced, which means that the B7 pawn is now also a little bit weak.
Yeah, the black pawns aren't great. And I mean, talking of snacking, he would love to snack on one of those pawns. Gukesh, he would love to eventually corral and capture the isolated D pawn. I'm really surprised the eval bar is in the center here because it just looks so pleasant for white. But yeah, I guess with accurate play, Alireza might be able to limit the pressure, limit the damage. At some point, he might have to decide which pawn to push. He would love to occupy the open file, but then A7 hanging. I don't know whether you ever take this knight. He's refused to do so far, but that is quite a bad bishop. We've talked about that. How tempting is... Okay. Right, you take over the broadcast. I'm gone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I wasn't bluffing with my muffin. I was serious. I'm getting out of here.
It's right there, ladies and gentlemen. All the proofs that you needed. The Muffin Man
Okay,
in all his glory.
take it away. Who's better? And why?
Well, of course, we know the best thing are muffins. But the second best thing right now, I do agree with you, David, that it does look like you... What?
Is it as delicious as that rap, Tanya? You're the rap artist in
When
the studio.
did this even happen? leave the food alone, guys.
Look at the love that you're staring at it with.
You know what they say, find yourself someone who looks at you the way David looks at his muffin and I look at my
Tanya
wrap.
looks at the wrap. Yeah, that is love at first sight, Tanya.
It was very delicious.
I heard the food here is very good at the library. Well, they have to put on a show because these are the best players in the world.
Okay, bishop takes knight, rook c8. We've got updates. It's queen and knight versus queen and bishop with a couple of rooks involved. I actually quite like this decision. I've been looking at it for ages. I think he did a good job. Just to go back a couple of moves, Alireza, in this position, I was wondering after a4, is it time to take the knight? But now taking with the pawn, and there's going to be a backward pawn on a7 for eternity. White's a bit more centralized, covering some nice squares. He did a good job of waiting just a few moves, and it was only when the white a pawn was provoked forward. It was only now that he started taking things off, and I think he might even be tempted to fix at some point this pawn on the a5 square. a6 is very committal, but at least it would tie down the white rook for a long time. Maybe he just puts a rook on c7, holds the open line, holds the 7th rank, and hard for white to break through now.
Yeah, that's quite instructive, right? You just stand still. Everything is covered. It's not going to be easy for this bishop to start targeting the weaknesses, because for every weakness there is a defender.
Yeah, maybe put the queen back on d6, put the rook on c7, and just say, you shall not pass.
Yeah, and let's remind everyone that right now Alireza has got a 3.5 point lead from the rest of the field. And regardless of what happens today, he goes into round 4 as a leader, but I don't think things are going too wrong for him. I mean, he's from a slightly worse position, feels like he's confidently held this one. And Gukesh, most of his advantage gone, though visually, again, I'll say, it does feel like white should be doing well. And the problem should not be over yet.
We have seen, though, Gukesh overpress a position like that. Such is his desire to win.
So many times.
Yeah. And you think that Gukesh would just go, yes, well done, you've held the position successfully, or is he going to try to squeak out a win from this? Maybe even push the limits a bit too much? How likely is that?
Gukesh will play this out. There's no doubt about it. He's not going to try to trade pieces too quickly, get into a rook-pawn endgame. I think he's going to play this out for the next 20 to 30 moves. I just don't know if he has enough. The ideas that you were pointing out, with the queen moving forward, the rook coming forward, just defending everything, the knight eventually going to e4. Yes, Gukesh will do the classic Gukesh thing where he plays on, hoping for a mistake, keeps fighting it out. But I think Alireza has this. I think this goes into Armageddon now.
Okay, well, we're expecting this game to end in a draw and head to Armageddon, but one game that is so far away from Armageddon as possible, Pragg against Carlsen. Well, as we expected, the knight did jump to g4. e5 was the response there from Pragg. The position is just the game of the day, so we have to head there.
Oh, this has exploded, continued to show us some fireworks, and Magnus, he's going wrong according to the eval bar. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to make it as positional as possible. He's saying, okay, I'm the exchange down. I've got a pawn, though, in return. White saddled with weak pawns as well in the center on the c-file. If Magnus cannot get mated, he's doing well. If he can keep queens on the board, he's doing well. But the eval bar says big advantage for Pragg, so we have to investigate. Something might have gone wrong. Are there tactics lurking beneath the surface?
And I think tactics is exactly the reason why it's not going to be easy for Magnus to continue the attack. Now, if you want to continue the attack, what you need is your rook into that c-file. You want to go short castle, bring your king to safety, because otherwise, not only are you playing down an exchange, you're kind of playing down the other rook as well. But David, maybe it's not so easy to get that going. Right now, the g5 bishop under attack. You either defend it or you maybe take on e7. But the idea I want to set up is that when you go short castle, I want to go knight f5. I want to get my knight to that square, pick up your bishop with my rook, activate my rook, trade more pieces. I'm up in exchange. More trades benefits white as well. I just think the problem is beneath the surface that it's not easy for Magnus to get that rook into the game.
Yeah. Again, it might be a case of one move. Like, if Pragg is too slow, if Magnus castles, gets his rook over, then actually I quite like black's chances. If you didn't show me the buy, I think I'd still pick black, potentially. Unless I could see something here and now. Like, okay, first question, what to do with the bishop? To take or to retreat?
Let's go direct. Let's take.
Okay, let's say the black queen jumps back and takes it.
And can we do Tanya's idea of just like playing queen d2? Although I do realize I'm letting go of the pawn on e5.
Yeah. They're here.
I wanted to go queen to e4, and then I realized I'm walking into knight f2.
But maybe.
But maybe you're hitting on b7, Tanya. So
Get my exchange, Jovanka. I want to hang on to my rooks. Oh,
no,
wow.
but this is good.
Whoa.
Wait, this is very surprising, but is there knight c6?
There's knight c6 ideas. So rook takes knight, knight c6, boom, shake the room.
Ooh, I like that one.
Wow, I didn't see a defense at all for black here. Like, you can't castle because of knight c6, and
wow.
Something even better there apparently, but this bishop is doomed.
That was really teamwork, guys.
Yeah.
On the commentary desk, making this work.
Your instincts spot on.
But not the calculation.
Well, that takes time. But that's the thing, right? The players need time. That's what they're doing. They're calculating too. Yeah, if black does nothing, just to show everyone at home, knight c6 still super strong.
Amazing.
Because this is just checkmate. So, wow, okay, it must be tactical then. Like, maybe it's just here and now white has to create threats. Because my point was going to be, like, if just g3 or something, if black castles, like the eval bar goes back to the center, actually on black side. So it is a case of Magnus just being one move away from having a very healthy position. Rook c8, rook c5, take the pawn. Maybe even in some positions, knight f8, knight g6, take the pawn. But he's just too slow.
He's just too slow. And it's all about time. And queen e4, such a lovely idea. Queen takes b7, and then the white king, or the black king, sorry, stuck in the middle of the board. And just to update you, we do have our first result. It was a draw between Bibisara against Divya. So we're going to be seeing Armageddon there.
Yeah, that one goes down to the wire, and it's going to be a fantastic one because both these players have won incredible Armageddon battles so far at Norway Chess, their first two games for Divya and yesterday for Bibisara. I also want to just go a little deeper into this position. You know, we're talking about Pragg's aim here as white to be to stop castling. That's what you want to do. And Yovi, you mentioned an idea, and now it's stuck in my head. Queen to d2. What if we start with that? I defend my bishop on g5. And what I want to really look at is that do you have time to go short castle, rook c8, or can we go with the tactics that we've been wanting with knight f5 in that case?
Yeah, this is interesting because I just thought, I assumed that knight takes bishop was the threat, but you know what we do when we assume knight takes, pawn takes, and suddenly black can't castle because h5 hangs as well. So if that's not a threat, then your point here, Tanya, castles, knight f5, hitting the bishop.
Yeah.
I guess it gets taken. Queen takes d7.
Yes. I don't think anyone takes on g5, right? With f5 hanging, h5 hanging, the attack coming on, e7 under fire right now.
Yeah, and you can't take the bishop because suddenly the rook on h1 starts eyeballing the position.
Well, this is tough. I mean, it feels like you have to. I mean, what else? Bishop c5 is the only way to not take that bishop.
Also, we're on move 19. 21 moves remain to make it to 40.
Yeah.
And the players, you know, they can't get too comfortable on the clock.
Can I also show you the coolest checkmate of the queen d2?
Yes, please.
Okay, it does require assistance, but still. Like, it was bishop c6 or bishop get the bishop out of the way. Get the knight out of the way.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then you take it, and then another shocker. You go, yes.
Oh no,
queen
my
to
queen!
Oh no, yes. And it's an opera checkmate.
Nice. Queen of the checkmates, Ivanka Huska.
What's the name of this one?
Opera.
Oh, opera, yes.
The opera mate after Tanya.
You know, after
David.
The opera game.
The opera game.
Yeah.
That's Paul Morphy.
Paul Morphy.
At the
yes.
opera. I like
the
your yes.
immortal.
Yeah. It was a nice game.
Just to show as well, there are other checkmates beneath the surface. Like, I know we're getting quite deep into the weeds here, but like, Queen d2, like this variation, like if black isn't careful here, and I'm trying to set it up so like...
I was trying to think, and then this
yeah,
queen takes f7 business,
exactly.
yeah.
You read my mind, Ivanka, and getting the rook to d8 due to a pin. I can't quite make it work yet. Like knight takes, rook takes, I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, the knight can come jump forward.
Yeah.
And now you can take on f7 with the queen. No, the queen will come
But
to
the queen
f8.
to f8, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Winning, but because of this, bishop takes and rook takes f5 at the end. But yeah, no need for these fireworks.
All right, we're winning this position for white in so many ways, but what does Magnus have in mind? Because he's not going to make it so easy for Pragg.
Great question. So, I mean, we like queen e4, we like bishop takes e7, we like queen d2. I think queen d2 might be the hardest of them all because it just feels weird to kind of let e5 drop. Although I guess that just opens up more lines for the white pieces. But I mean, we're talking about bishop takes e7, and we also, I mean, queen e4 immediately has some sense to it. Let's say, okay, Pragg keeps it simple, takes the bishops, goes queen e4. How can Magnus cling on? How can he defend?
So jumping in with the royal fork, a big blunder in this position.
natural, but losing.
They're not good, yeah. But then what else to do? Bishop c8?
Ooh, that's just not a happy
it's
move.
horrible, isn't it?
But yeah, it's the best move, but it's such a sad move to make, right?
No, but David's pointing out knight c6. That also looks terrible.
David's having fun.
Yeah.
I'm getting carried away. I don't think it quite works. But
Does it?
Black can block, and the queen will block any checks.
Okay.
But it's in the air.
Yeah.
Almost.
But Pragg's been thinking, and 27 minutes, 21 moves remaining. He doesn't have all the time in the world to work these calculations out. He has to make a decision in the next couple of minutes. He can't allow his clock to fall below 20 minutes on this move.
Absolutely not.
This is how to defeat Magnus Carlsen. Like, you have to attack him. You have to create threats before he stabilizes. Like, if he takes risks with his king, Magnus, like freestyle chess, he always delays castling till the last possible moment. Classical chess, he often delays castling. He often takes liberties, weakens his own king to try and get positional, long-term goals. That's why he wins at endgames, Magnus, because he goes for the long term, sometimes neglects the short term. So it's here and now. Like, this is the moment Pragg needs to go for it. He needs to hit b7, or he needs to create some kind of other threat, because I think in Magnus Castles, this turns around.
Yeah. And Tanya, you know Pragg the best. What is the move that probably is most Pragg-like?
Pragg is an extremely concrete player. He's going to be sitting and analyzing, and he understands more than ever that to beat Magnus, you have to be accurate every move along the way. You give Magnus one chance, and he's going to completely flip the script. He's going to be super alert, and he's going to go for something concrete. He's not going to let go of this momentum. I think moves like direct ideas, like taking on e7, I don't know if Pragg wants to do that. He always wants to keep the tension on the board. I feel he'll be more inclined for the queen moves that we're looking at. He definitely understands the importance of not letting Magnus castle right now.
Yeah.
You let that happen, and Magnus is all over the board with you. With Magnus, it's usually for grandma. By the way, he does take a decision, and he goes for queen d2.
Great
he
move.
doesn't go bishop takes bishop.
Wow. Okay, well, Magnus in big trouble on the board. So many threats that Magnus will have to take care of. The bishop on d7 is threatened.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 in the
coming.
air. It's coming. The knight on h7, completely sidelined.
Yeah, big trouble ahead for Magnus now. I don't think he fully understood how dangerous this all would be with the uncastled king when he allowed f4, e5. Maybe taking this pawn with the black queen was just one step too far. A little bit of greed. Maybe he could have prioritized development. That pawn wasn't running away. And maybe he just underestimated all of this. And now he's starting to realize, does he burn more time? That's been his Achilles heel, the clock, the last 2 days? Or does he just try and play quick, go into survival mode and hope to turn it around a bit later?
And just like life makes sense in hindsight, so does chess. We look at this position and all the problems that Magnus has right now. Now imagine and visualize, instead of the a3 pawn, Magnus had picked up the c3 pawn. There would be no such ideas that we're seeing being played out. That bishop from e7 would be eye-lining the still remaining a3 pawn on the board. It would be a completely different position if Pragg had continued the same way, which was the defensive resource he had.
Yes, yeah. And Magnus kind of went for the simple approach, tried to make things as practical as possible, but it's not working out. Yeah, this is a very, very strong, as our featured chat says. And I think probably Magnus now, his hands are tied. I think he has to get his king out of danger. He probably has to castle and accept that that position is the best that he can do. But it wasn't pretty at all.
A huge opportunity for Pragnananda.
It could be a real Prags to riches story. If Pragg wins this game, goes from last place up the table, takes down Magnus.
Good one.
Thank you. It could be a huge day for Pragnananda. Magnus still, third day in a row, we've said it, struggling a bit, not in the flow, taking big risks, and you can get away with it when you're in top form, but if you're slightly off the pace against these really dangerous opponents nowadays, you can't take these liberties and hope to survive.
And if he loses, he was started the first 3, and we have a result between Gukesh, Alireza Fuja. The kings are in the middle of the board. That indicates one thing. It was a draw, so we're going to be seeing Armageddon around the corner. That's going to be always fun between these two. Very first time, though, that Alireza's been playing Armageddon in this event.
Love it, an Armageddon between these two. Do you think I'm allowed to say, Gukesh, Alireza, go on, break a leg?
We have to be impartial. We can't wish either player luck, or we have to wish them both luck. And yeah, I think just let's go back to Pragg versus Carlsen, of course, but just to mention in the other game, it was move 31. The players were finally allowed to offer a draw. And interesting that it was Gukesh with white offering the draw. That just showed he didn't really believe in his grinding chances. Alireza too solid. And Alireza is going to maintain a big lead heading into tomorrow, no matter what happens next.
Mr. Chill Guy.
Could also be like Gukesh has had 2 very, very long games. So he was like, you know what, I'm not in grinding mood today. I want a short game. I'm gone.
It's possible, and I would agree if it was anybody but Gukesh. I feel that whatever I know of this guy, he is always ready to fight it out. I'm surprised that it ended sooner. It ended where it did. And they took it to Armageddon. I was expecting another 30, 40 moves of grind, but very possible that...
He had 144,
more
right?
than 100. Yeah, 144 on the first day. And I think, yeah, that was...
116 or something like that.
Over 100 moves.
David is very proud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my boy. But today, less proud. Only 31 moves.
But I have to ask you guys, it goes into Armageddon, you know, and I mean, in my eyes, the odds for Alireza rise in an Armageddon. What do you think?
Yeah, Gukesh, he did crush Vincent Keimer on day 1 with white, but in general, I think the odds are in Alireza's favor. I wonder whether the need for speed that Armageddon will bring on, whether the physical hindrances might play a role there for Firouzja. We haven't seen that yet. Having to play super fast in Armageddon when you have to raise your leg and yeah, it might be difficult. Maybe that might hold him back.
It definitely, because he's lounging on his chair right now, and it's very difficult to, as you say, play quickly, especially when you've got no increment. Well, all will be revealed in probably around about 20 minutes. We'll get to follow that action, but the real action of the round in the classical, well, it's happening on this board in front of us. Magnus Carlsen in trouble against Pragg.
Okay, Magnus still in thought. He's got a time advantage, so he might spend some of it now. Already 5 minutes in the tank. One question, I mean, I don't even want to ask it because it looks so scary, but can he take a pawn? Is greed good? Because Magnus, deep down, is a bit of a pawn grabber himself. He likes sacking pawns, but he also likes grabbing them. Can knight takes e5 ever work? Oh, God, no. I didn't really want to suggest it, but it does defend the bishop.
Yes. To me, it feels like the move that I want to make if I have 5 seconds on the clock is rook to e1. I want to get rid of that knight at the center of the board, and then...
I was thinking knight f3.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe that's the stronger one.
Oh,
I agree. Oh, brutal.
Okay, I resign. Simple and strong. That's the dream.
That
Hitting
is.
the knight.
And if you move the bishop, can I just point out that a checkmate again?
Will you ask me again which one this is?
We are.
Yeah,
right
I'll
next
ask
to
you
the
again. What is it, Tanya?
Oh, come on, Ivanka. Every kid and their cat knows it. This is the opera mate.
Exactly. Well done. I'm so proud.
We're literally right next to the Opera House here in Oslo as well. Like, I can see it through the window right now. So we should have known.
We should have. It would be quite the homage if this was to happen, but very dangerous this. I love knight f3, by the way. Such a beautiful knight retreating move, finishing the game on the spot. I was very tempted to get the rook into the game and not as strong. But Magnus Carlsen definitely in trouble already. I mean, he's got to be feeling very unhappy with the position he's got.
What about, can we revisit this whole, like, run with the king? Let's at least get the rook into the game. And fingers crossed, hope for the best. And I understand that's not an ideal game plan, but needs must. Okay, now you take the knight.
Take the bishop.
Take the bishop. And here, I think David, maybe just take the bishop like that, yeah.
And probably have to defend these pawns, right?
G6?
Has to be G6.
It looks... Are you not worried about e6?
Very worried, Tanya.
Very
Luckily,
worried.
It's Magnus playing nice.
Okay. This doesn't look great.
Ooh, and it's not even the best move.
No.
Okay, why not e6? Is it knight to e5 maybe? Knight to f2 doesn't work.
But this looks very scary. You know, you're calculating this line, evaluating it from the position you have. You're not happy getting into this.
No, I mean, this really, really does look terrible. But apparently the game goes on.
I wonder what's the best move in that position, if not e6.
Oof.
From a chess perspective,
Okay.
the chess player in me wants to know.
I've turned on the computer. You can guess the best move for black.
Oh my gosh,
Good
the
luck.
way David Howell is saying it, it has to be an impossibility.
Good luck. There are other
David.
moves. It's not the best by
Such an
that
odd help.
much, but
Probably b5. b5, b4.
Okay, wait, so you're going with b5. I think it's going to be some innocuous move like the king stepping somewhere. King 8-7.
Tanya gets it.
Oh, yay.
Tanya, you're right. I no idea why, but
Yeah.
King h7. I guess after a capture, now apparently you can just take on g5, and life goes on. Magnus does play a move, however. This
I think
is
he took the
difficult.
pawn. No, he got
He
the
played knight to f8.
No
Oof.
mate. There's no mate yet.
Mm-hmm.
That is ugly. No more castles, at least. Pragg doesn't have to worry about that at all.
And what about that rook that Magnus has in the corner? That's not getting into the game anytime soon.
No, but Magnus is in survival mode here as he desperately tries to just hold his resources, keep the king safe. Magnus in big trouble. We're going to go on a short break before all the Armageddon starts, and the madness is of nearing the time control. So when we come back, we're going to have a whole lot of fun. We are back and the drama is only just beginning. We have two Armageddons around the corner. We also have Magnus Carlsen fighting for his life in his classical game against Pragg. He is in survival mode as he battles to keep his king safe. Pragg, well, the expression says it all. He is now in prime calculating mode, ready to zone in on those weak spots. That is the game of the round by far, because it would be an absolute sensation if Magnus loses 2 classical games out of his first 3 in Norway.
Yeah, it would be seismic. In India, they'd be celebrating. In Norway, they'd be just in shock. And I think Magnus recovering from that. It's rare to see him start a tournament that badly. Yes, he's a slow starter, but 2 losses, and in such fashion as well. So far, it's been a wild game, and yeah, I do fear that Magnus's king will just not survive. But Pragg still has to find the finishing touches. Not easy.
And that's always the hardest thing to do against Magnus. He is not going to let this slip away so easily. By the way, we do have a move on the board, so the knight does retreat. And look at that, already the pressure of the time kicks in. We see the bar drop slightly. This is still going to be a full-bodied fight. Magnus Carlsen will do everything to save this one. Pragg knows it's a big opportunity. You're completely right. If Pragg gets the win, it's going to be a huge headlines in India tomorrow.
Yeah, I think everyone would be going crazy. And the big question for Magnus is, how is he going to untangle? He cannot even touch that bishop on d7. The knight on f8 can't be moved. And Magnus quickly drops back with the queen, saying, maybe I can die on a full stomach, threaten the pawn on e5. And we're seeing the blue arrow appear. White's best, and it's a very natural move, is just simply to centralize the rook, just keep everything well protected.
Yeah, what about a rook lift, potentially? Maybe that rook doesn't stop there, lifts up the board, comes to the d-file, and I'm just obsessed with that opera house now, the opera mate. Something on the d-file. I guess Magnus just wants to curl up into a ball as well, retreat the queen, defend everything, maybe allow his knight to finally get out of the way, get castled, but distant dream right now.
The other idea that Magnus is potentially setting up is to give a check on the b-file and activate his bishop, his dark squared bishop, either to a3 or maybe even to c5, threatening along the battery diagonal, some checkmating ideas with this last move. I think Magnus wants counterplay. And of course, I think everybody knows, there's this famous saying in chess that when you play against a grandmaster, you have to beat them thrice, once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. Against Magnus, you need to beat him all along the way, every single move of the game. You have to do it over and over again and then one more time. So this is not even job half done for Pragg.
Yeah, I heard the number be quoted as 15.
You have to beat him 15 times?
15 times, yes. Yeah. He's there, that resourceful. And it's true. Mr. Carlsen, he is a slippery customer. Rook he1. I love that move, and I love David's idea of rook e4, rook c4, rook d4 on tap.
Yeah, and I think if you showed Pragg this position, you just drop him in and you say, make a move. He'll play rook e1. But I think he's also looking for more, looking for something more direct, concrete. I don't know. I think if he plays this move, Magnus will burn time on the clock. Pragg, the thing that can trip him up is spending too long in the next few moves.
Because there are still questions remaining, right? You'll have to burn the clock even later on. And of course, no incremental move. 40, and actually it's getting quite tricky now because Pragg has less than a minute per move. He's about 17 on the clock, 19 moves remaining to make time control. So he's getting into that time pressure territory right now, and we know crazy things happen then.
Yeah, it's still the kind of position where you have to still play accurately. And let's actually investigate. So if White does not play rook he1, is Magnus suddenly okay? Is it that type of position?
Okay, let's try and think of another logical move. How else to improve, though? That's the issue. Like, the queen and rook look great. The bishop on g5.
What happens if you take it into no, you can't take it into an endgame with queen d4 because the knight is coming to f2. And there you see, suddenly, everything goes wrong.
Yeah, maybe a capture, and yeah, you would love to take with the pawn, right? But as you say, hitting the rooks, and a queen exchange in general probably doesn't help because White's pawns are so weak. Black's suddenly better. But yeah, I think process of elimination, you play this. The only other thing, maybe you take the bishop, but why rush?
The only excuse for rushing is if you don't want that bishop to run away because queen b6 check idea. And you don't want that activity of the bishop pair against the white king. So let's say you give a check, the king moves, bishop a3 or c5. Help me out, David.
I like fucking checkmate.
I like it too. Checkmate in one, hoping that Pragnananda misses it, but I have a feeling he will not. Kind of forcing the move rook b1 here.
And then the black queen moves.
But yeah, and the game goes on.
Yeah.
Right, but one of the things that I really was in favour of was not sidestepping with the king. I wanted to go bishop b3 because I feel like this bishop on a2, let's give it a roll. And I understand, you know, I'd have to work out what happens after a5, but now you can go.
Ooh. Fun.
Start taking stuff. Can you take this? Give a check. I don't know how scary a4 is. I'm a bit scared, but I also just want to take stuff.
And then you go knight g5.
Oh, beautiful.
Knight g4. Oh.
Ooh.
Roller
Doesn't
coaster
work.
bar. Up and down. How is this not strong?
The king's just running, I guess. Pawn takes bishop. Are you getting checkmated, or you're not getting checkmated? And the king just runs.
Very important that the black queen is on b6. If it were on b5, let's just show this. If we're on b5, you could play knight takes. b5's a bad square to show. Defends the queen, defends the bishop.
And while we're going into like deep lines, David, I think this is exactly what's going through the players' minds as well. All these variations. So it's important to show them.
Yeah, it's important to show, but at some point, Pragg just has to trust his instincts. As we saw in the feature chat, now 14 minutes, to make 19 moves. I mean, at some point, he's just going to have to trust his hand. Like, he should trust his hand here when there's an easy improvement move that definitely doesn't ruin anything immediate, rather than later where it's going to be even more tactical and going to be even more high stakes.
If I put on my Pragg thinking hat, the fact that he hasn't made the most natural looking move, I think he's looking at direct lines now and seeing if he can make bishop takes bishop work, because it's such human instincts to try to force matters, right? He's up in exchange. I don't know what's the follow-up. Bishop takes bishop. I believe you want to take it with the queen and not the king, not allowing checks on g5. And what's going on in Pragg's head is, are there ways that he can get to that f7 pawn that we were trying to make work in other lines? Is there something direct of combining the queen and the knight into that attack? Pragg's ready to make his move now. We'll find out he does. Oh, he does go for the bishop trade. So he's found a way to break through in this position.
It's interesting because one of the small downsides, I would say, of the Indian school of chess is that every move carries with it a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of calculation. And now we're seeing the knight just jump out in black side of the board. And he's setting up ideas such as the rook coming to f1, to e1. So the big question now for Magnus, can he just gamble, take that pawn in the middle of the board, or is he simply opening up avenues of attack?
Yeah, I think the other big threat is knight e4 into d6. That's going to be a deadly check. So knight takes e5 right now. Taking that pawn would give white the time to get that knight into d6 with a really scary check. Maybe you survive that, but I don't know. I think Magnus would love to just move his knight out the way. I'm not sure where. And then get castled. But I guess still a couple of moves away from castling.
But if you move the knight, David, isn't there knight takes f7 as a nice tactical shot?
Okay. And if the queen takes?
If the knight and f8 just moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm just hallucinating. Sorry.
No. I mean, it's definitely in the air. Even that looks very scary. Like, let's put it on the board. Like, knight takes f7, put a rook on f1. Still looks terrifying for black. I don't think it's the worst sacrifice here. Like, maybe black can defend, but in blitz, I would be scared.
Yeah.
But, I think it might be the idea of knight e4 that scares him, because this check can't be stopped.
And you can't go castle anymore because that knight from f8 has disappeared, so the bishop on d7's hanging.
Can you try to do some repair work, go bishop c6? Take, king on f8, and then the whole idea, if black doesn't get checkmated, is to take on e5, castle my hand, dream a little bit.
You know, I see the lines that we're going into, and I see our live board. The one thing that's certain for me is that for Magnus, there are two candidate moves here. Either bring out this knight from f8 to g6 or directly grab the pawn. I don't actually see a third move in this position that he could be thinking about.
No. Me neither. Moving the bishop.
Yeah, maybe bishop c6.
But
it feels like it's not the move you want to make. Neither does it help your king, nor are you grabbing the pawn.
that's true. It does stop knight e4, so it does ask Pragg the question. Knight takes e5 is still the antidote, I think, to rook f1. It just feels like there's something's going to happen on d8 or f7. I'm looking at Ivanka's move, knight takes f7, doesn't quite work. The king will take it, but so close.
But maybe you can refine it. Go rook f1 first. No, it's not. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Sorry.
Maybe.
No, but it does.
Peter likes it.
Does it?
Takes e5.
We have to find the follow-up. Takes the pawn. And how do we get to this knight? Can we start putting pressure on it? Let's go queen d4 or queen e3, one of these two moves. Reinforcing and shot. Ooh!
Yeah, it does feel like there's an explosion happening.
This is the moment we get Ivanka's...
But I was thinking the other one, knight takes e6. Some bishop takes e6. Yeah, knight.
Something. We're almost getting there. Trial and error. Bishop takes e6.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Maybe.
no.
Yes.
Stop the count.
Knight takes, and this is, I mean, the most claustrophobic king ever.
Yeah, Magnus definitely doesn't want this. I think from a human perspective as well, you're either thinking of getting that knight out of the way or grabbing the e5 pawn. I will be surprised to see bishop c6 on the board. What do you think, David? You know him best. What does he go for?
It's tough because I think he wants to play bishop c6, but if he sees a knockout blow, of course he can't. I think he wants to stop Pragg's idea. I don't know. I'm going to say he's going to play bishop c6, but let's just to check. The engine does say that the path is narrow and knight g6 is the best. Apparently.
Second best?
Knight c5 second best, bishop c6 third best.
At least we got the three moves right.
We
covered.
Yeah, everything else is pretty much losing on the spot. So I think trial and error we got there, but it's a tough choice. Like, this is a lucky dip for Magnus. He can't be 100% sure that he's saving in any variations, and I see all the evaluations here. Like, white is much better in most of these lines anyway.
And talking about Pragg, he's just got 13 minutes. They're on move 23. Is there a chance that Pragg can play a misstep?
There's always a big chance of that, and especially when you're facing the GOAT. How many times you've seen Magnus turn around positions, not only save them, but actually go on to flip the script completely and get a winning position. And this sort of is like that. If Pragg isn't able to be accurate and get to Magnus's king, if Magnus consolidates, give him three moves, bishop c6, knight g6, shot castle. Magnus Carlsen is totally back in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, well, better.
Okay, never ever write off the world number one. Someone else you mustn't write off is Alireza Firouzja, as he plays an Armageddon against Gukesh. Gukesh with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. He will have started with extra time on the clock, and Alireza there is capturing on the pawn in the middle, and then the bishop comes out to set up a pin.
Okay, this looks like a reverse Caro Khan. And yeah, it came from a Queen's Gambit declined move order. Really interesting stuff. Alireza has already burned a bit of time, a minute and a half to make 8 moves when you're playing Armageddon. That's a huge investment. I do wonder whether the clock, the discomfort physically, is going to come back to haunt him. Armageddon, it won't decide his tournament, of course, Firouzja. He's played so well so far in Classical, but yeah, I think great opening for Gukesh. Maybe he just wants to defend his knight, ensure his pawn structure isn't damaged. Other moves, tempting moves might be to bring the bishop out, pin the black knight, just, I don't know, get castled. Lots of choice. IQP, isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah. And the active nature of this position for black is definitely something that's going to be suitable for Alireza as well. It's going to actually force Gukesh to be the one that burns time on the clock, because he will be looking at controlling black's activity on every move.
Absolutely, he needs to do that. I will say that to me, at least, it does feel that objectively, speed chess format, Alireza has the advantage. The fact that he played bishop to b4, there's going to be a lot of fight towards that central e4 square. I think at some point, Alireza wants to plant his own knight there, maybe take the knight on c3 first or not, but first he does unpin his knight on c6. So there are counter chances which are made possible because of that isolated queen's pawn in the position. So already a very dynamically, there are imbalances to play for here, which I think suit both these players. It's going to be about the clock. Gukesh needs to make sure that he's up on the clock and doesn't let it level out.
Yep, that's definitely such an important thing in Armageddon, because when you pass move 40, you're only getting a 1 second increment, and the clock, it is the most important piece in this particular format.
And this guy is an absolute beast, right? Playing on seconds and minutes. So you want those extra minutes on the clock when you're facing Alireza Firouzja in these formats. Gukesh, he does get your idea in David. Castle played.
Now a threat against the d5 pawn that is guarded by Firouzja. If here White can bring his rooks to the center, get all his pieces on healthy squares, then he's going to have long-term pressure. Gukesh doing very well, still 3 minutes up. But Firouzja is going to try and disrupt at some point. Somehow blow it open by pushing his central pawn, get his queen out, try and change the pawn structure, bring his own rooks to the center. I think Gukesh has got a nice position, but yeah, both players a bit slow, a bit tentative at these early stages.
Gukesh ready to make his move. Felt like he was reaching out for the queen. Get the queen anyway out of the way, put the 2 rooks in the center of the board. Alireza Firouzja at some point, if d4 is impossible, guarded by all the pieces and the pawns, you might have to plant your knight on e4 at the right time. He does place the queen on a4, a big threat. The knight on c6 hanging, the bishop on b4 will be hanging after that.
And question time for Alireza. How does he protect the loose bishop?
Yeah, maybe he can bring his queen out to b6, indirectly defend.
He's going to do it.
Ooh. Queen exchange, but is that a pawn sacrifice? Can the knight be taken? The queen is also guarding c6.
He's relying on piece activity, David Howell. He wants to chase that queen once you grab that pawn, open lines, rook c8 coming in at the end of that sequence. And of course, Gukesh takes it. He wants a fight. He'll grab that pawn.
Yeah, he needs to win. Why not? He's done some of the hard work already. The queen does have escape squares, b5, b7, for now c7.
But he has to be careful, because if you're careless with the queen, bishop takes knight is always in the air. Okay, big question where to go with the queen.
And he's ready to answer that question, Jovanka. He falls back. And look at that. Alireza doesn't even pause. He's just going forward and forward.
Yeah, but it's a clear pawn now on a queen exchange. White's knight, maybe after another exchange, is going to sit pretty on the d4 square. This is a 2-result game. Gukesh now knows, okay, he of course needs to win. It's Armageddon, but he knows there's no risk. Now he can press in a relaxed manner. 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Golden opportunity.
A true result game, and yet only one works in your favor.
Exactly. At least the third one's almost off the table.
Off the table. That is good news for Gukesh right now. A pawn up, but still a lot of work left to do. The one good news for Gukesh is that bishop on f4, it stops the black rook from coming to the b file and stops a lot of piece activity. So really key piece in his attempt to win this game.
Yeah.
Takes the knight.
Takes it.
The other bishop opens up. Knight on d4 planted. A bishop pair in exchange for a pawn.
Question is where black goes now. Does he just drop back to a slightly more passive square, but controlling the knight? Or does he try to come into a nice outpost?
Ooh, I like that.
I like that as well. Maximize the pieces, and I suspect that's exactly what Alireza will do. Okay, objectively, White has a very nice position, but there's a lot of activity that White has to handle.
Oh, but yeah, I was going to say bishop to d3 there would have been a big blunder because of knight to c6. Or maybe not quite a blunder, but a mistake. And okay, now his other bishop's getting kicked around the board.
Yeah, there was a threat of actually taking a pawn on a2. So with that move, everything is covered. Bishop drops back.
Yeah, but the advantage keeps growing right now. Is it time to start pushing that pawn majority, trying to create a passer, or will Gukesh take the time out to create a king lift, some breathing space for the king on the other side? Alireza's bishop stopping the king from coming to the center of the board. He does advance on the queen side.
This is a huge advantage. So unpleasant. Black's dream is to trade off his dark squared bishop for White's beautiful knight, get opposite color bishops, try to get the rooks off the board, but that is a mile away, and We joked about Magnus's knight on a7 the other day. We likened it to Karpov versus Unziker. A bishop blocking an open file, blocking the scope of black's rooks so that the white rooks control that open line. And Gukesh borrowing a leaf out of that book, trying to do the same. Very nice.
Out of that classical game. And this is the idea, the game that comes to everyone's mind when we see such a pattern, right? Using a minor piece to double up, gain control. He might take the time out to, at some point, get his king a bit of breathing space. He does go for the idea to double up. How is Alireza going to try to make counterplay here? I think he just has to wait. There's not much to be done.
Yeah, this pattern with the bishop blocking the open file, almost as famous as the opera mate pattern. But yeah, it's difficult. Maybe black can play g6, try to trade off, get his bishop on the long diagonal, take that knight. But even that is going to be suffering. A pawn on the d-file could start advancing.
But there's some advantage to just holding the position, because the onus is constantly on Gukesh to do something. He has to find that active plan. h5, maybe ideas of g6, getting that bishop onto the long diagonal, as David has highlighted.
Yeah, it's difficult. Firouzja just looks, I don't know, a bit less locked in than we've been seeing from him. Under 3 minutes now. They're still only at move 24, so no increment in sight yet.
And now he's kind of set up, right? Just retreat with the bishop, infiltrate with the rooks. He first places it on the 6th rank, making sure that Firouzja's rook on a8 stays tied down to defending that pawn. And Firouzja's kind of running out of moves, improving moves. He's just shuffling around. He wants to get that bishop to f6. White's knight ready to jump to f5 any moment and into d6 as well.
And just to give you an update on one of the Armageddon results, was a draw between Bibisara and Divya, which means that Divya wins the Armageddon. She played with the black pieces, and Divya is once more the Armageddon queen.
That's a massive result for the women's section, taking down the tournament leader there and joining her in the lead. Fantastic stuff. 3 out of 3 Armageddon wins for Divya.
Yeah, and you predicted it, Tanya. You trusted her, queen of Armageddon. She's doing well. Debut here in Norway, and she seems to be loving it. No confessional appearance today, but still the same result.
All right, and what's going to happen here? Will Alireza continue on the same result streak? It looks like Gukesh is going to be the first to stop him. He goes for the pawn push, b5 coming in as well. Is this the moment that you try to go into an opposite color bishop endgame?
Ooh, it feels like soon. The problem is, taking this knight, I don't see any way for black to stop the newly created passed d-pawn running down the board, especially with the bishop on this beautiful diagonal. White's bishop creating so much havoc. Hits a rook, but at least Alireza's got all of his pieces active now.
This is also such an anti-Alireza position. He's just on the defense with no counter chances in the position, sort of suffering in this endgame. You know, these are the positions these top players hate to play out.
Okay, time ticking. 3.5 minutes. Gukesh did nervously glance at the clock there, just for a second. Still in control. How can he improve?
Improve, but also keep one eye on the clock. Gukesh, you have to keep putting pressure on that as well. Alireza, if it goes into bullet territory, anything can happen regardless of the position.
Absolutely. And we know Alireza is so fast, so good as well. He's able to draw on these super quick instincts. The bishop calmed down, attacks the rook. Rook is going to move, centralizing itself. And once again, oh, and look at this. That is one snazzy move.
The advantage is almost gone. Huge mistake from Gukesh. Discovered attack against that white rook that has just moved at the bottom of the board. Bishop b5. He's going to find it.
He's reaching out for the bishop. Alireza's about to turn this around.
There we go. And it's going to be a shock for Gukesh, who's walked into a double attack. When d7 drops, the white rook on c6 drops. And at the end, black's bishop is able to regain one of the pawns. Bishop will take on a4. Game on.
He absolutely cannot believe it, Gukesh. But he has to get back in control. There's also no time on the clock. He's lost a chunk of his advantage now. Alireza right back on it.
Wow, he's still better. There's no urgency from Gukesh, though. He needs to keep the speed, play on the clock. He needs to take this rook on d7. There's simply no options. There we go. And now bring his rook back, gain time. There we go. Hitting the bishop on b2. He's composed himself. He's realized that he will be able to save his extra pawn on a4.
He goes for the attack again. An inaccuracy there. Is this the moment that he can keep pushing? But the pawn is defended. You can't go b5 in this position.
Wow.
But maybe you can. You can push b5 and then attack the bishop with the knight.
b5. It's difficult. That looks impossible, as you say, Tanya, but it is the best move. Jovanka's got it. b5. Take it. Knight to d4. The best way to keep the advantage. The only other way is
He finds it!
Oh, there we go. The only other move was bishop c5, but this is better.
Gukesh going for it. Once he got back in control after that shocker bishop to b5, Gukesh still hunting for that win.
Double attack. Getting the pawn advantage back, and Gukesh looking at the move number. He only needs to make 6 more moves to get that 1 second increment. Alireza under the 1 minute mark.
And I think Alireza missed b5. He thought the bishop comes back, he wins one of the 2 pawns, not so quickly.
Wow, great tactic from Firouzja, but I think the pressure, it was just too much, and he's been on the back foot for so long. Accuracy is impossible with no time on the clock. He hits the white rook. That white rook can move, though. Plenty of decent squares. Where to go?
Attack the bishop, come in with a tempo, win that b5 pawn.
But the pressure is on, right? Because the rook has to move. There's also threats against the a-pawn, and he goes on the counter. This is a very nice move. Black doesn't have the time to capture the pawn.
Alireza not happy with what he has in front of him.
Okay, he has to move the bishop. No choice.
Plants it at the center of the board. Pick up the pawn now. And Alireza looking for some counter chances where he can activate his rook on the open line next. Try to give some checks to Gukesh. He has to play for tricks at this point.
He really does. Rook to a8, getting on the open file, getting in behind is the only hope for black. But Gukesh, I'm surprised he didn't take that immediately. The white pawn needed to take there. It wants to promote on a dark square, same color as its bishop. So taking with the knight would have been a mistake. But here we go, counterplay. Firouzja, 24 seconds. He's got to make 4 moves to get the increment.
He's coming in with that rook. If you try to stop it with your own rook, if you're Gukesh, putting it on the first rank, it will be chased, pursued by the 2 bishops. Never easy to try to hide from the bishop attack in the endgame. Alireza Firouzja trying to make things as complicated as possible. Gukesh trying to neutralize it with more trades.
He finds the best move. Gukesh, the black bishop has to stay on the board. Black needs the bishop pair. He needs especially the dark square bishop to deliver some checks against the white king if he wants any counterplay, but that can be stopped. That can be ruled out. White's bishop can stop that. Pawn could advance. The question is whether black's rook going behind the pawn will be an annoyance or not. Jumps in with his knight, threatening a fork, but losing the advantage.
Oh my goodness, gives a check.
And the bishop's coming round. Watch out. Checkmating ideas. The bishop's coming round to f3. The white king is caught in the kill zone.
And suddenly out of nowhere.
Out of control. How to defend against this. Gukesh calmly attacks the bishop, but the bishop is coming round to f3, and then the king is stuck in a checkmating net. The only one move to survive. But can Gukesh, with seconds, hold his composure?
He's dead lost if he doesn't play knight d4.
Yeah, only move. Otherwise he resigns. Otherwise it's just checkmate. Why is he hesitating?
Make a move, Gukesh. It's the only one to protect bishop to f3. What is he thinking about? Think after. Move first.
Okay, move played. This is what's caught him off guard. The bishop's going to take that knight. Now, drastic measures needed. But he can move his rook out the way. There we go. Bishop takes d4 will hit the black rook, gaining a bit of time back. But that knight will be removed. It will be captured soon by Firouzja. No time, 6 seconds. There we go. The black rook's going behind now. Checkmate still on the cards.
And
Gukesh desperately trying to break out with his king, but that gate can be closed. The door shuts. H4. No escape for the white king.
Bishop f3 coming in next, forcing Gukesh to give up the rook, and now Gukesh is completely lost. The rook stops the pawn from promoting, and Alireza needs only a draw.
And Gukesh now in panic mode.
No time on the clock for both these players. One of them is going to get flagged.
Wow, look at the clock. That's going to decide everything, everyone. Gukesh needs a miracle now. Can he make that happen? The 1 second increment saving him.
He's just going towards the king. Alireza Firouzja is. He goes for that pawn. He's about to lose his own pawn, and look at that. He's completely winning.
Wow, could he have stopped the clock and claimed there? Pieces flying. A draw enough for Firouzja. Remember, everyone, it's Armageddon. A draw is enough, and Gukesh resigns.
He loses on time. Oh, what a scramble there. What a finish. It's complete pandemonium on the board. This is Armageddon.
This is absolute cinema. unbelievable scenes here. Gukesh Tomaraju pushing for the win right from the start. And Alireza Firouzja, what an incredible fighter, finding these resources at the end, turning it around. He is so far the king of Norway chess.
He was so speedy, turning it around, won an Armageddon with his leg in a cast. That is incredible play.
Incredible play. We've got to jump into this game between Pragg and Magnus. When we last left it, Pragg was in full control, but Magnus, he has been managing to coordinate his forces. Is he out of trouble?
Not yet, but if he finds this bishop move, it is a double attack. Hitting White's rook, hitting White's knight, then Magnus might be back in the game. For now, the evaluation says advantage Pragg, but not by much. And I think maybe Pragg's last move, given a question mark, it's because it's going away from the Black King. Suddenly Black has some time to unravel the pieces.
And while Magnus is on the thing, can I ask you for a really quick action replay? While he's thinking about his next move, take us through what just happened here so we can catch up with what's going on in the current position.
Now, we left it here. We said Magnus had 3 moves. Bishop c6 to stop the knight coming in, or you can take the pawn in the center, or you develop your knight. Magnus found the best one, knight to g6. Pragg continued with that idea we showed a bit earlier. He came in with a nasty check, finally stopping that idea for good of Black castling. That's been on the cards for so long, prevented. Now the Black rook in the corner can't get in. Rook to f1, natural pressure. Magnus here blocked that f-file, and after queen to d4, Magnus putting his other knight on an outpost. This is where a mistake from Pragg came in. Apparently queen to b6 would have been the strongest move, and Black is all sorts of tied up. But instead, knight takes b7, allows this blow. Bishop b5, just to show the idea, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. If White blocks, Black can give up the bishop. Bishop takes c4, and now the knight will drop with a check. Bishop takes, for example, and suddenly this is less clear. The Black King can run away.
Question, was there no queen d8 check in the middle?
Okay.
What did I miss?
In this position.
After c4, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, queen check. Great question, Tanya. Great question. This is going to stop Magnus doing this. Rook takes, king e7, and at the very end, this rook hangs. This rook hangs. Black's the exchange down, but a lot of pawns.
Oof.
And Black is suddenly better if this happens.
Wow. Wow, what a turnaround. And we have a result. It was a draw between Vincent Keimer and Wesley So. So we're going to be seeing yet another Armageddon.
What's the count? Where are we at? Have we had all games going to Armageddon so far?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, is David taking this one more time, Jovanka?
There would need to be one decisive result for that to happen. I'm not so sure right now.
Ooh, 6 Armageddons would be quite the treat.
Yeah, Magnus.
Clean sweep in Armageddons, which is really rare that we've had a tournament where we've only had, if there is all Armageddons, that we've had like only 3 wins in classical.
True.
Especially when it's such fighting games, for them to all kind of descend towards a draw and converge towards that peaceful result. It's surprising, but we'll see. Anything could still happen in this game. Still 3 results possible.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right? Not all draws are made equal, and the ones that are happening at Norway Chess are anything but equal in their journey to becoming an Armageddon. And right now, Magnus Carlsen with 11 minutes on the clock, 12 moves remaining to make time control under pressure, only move to keep the game going, bishop to b5. Everything else, a huge advantage to Pragnananda.
Yeah. I could see Magnus just trying to do something about his king, try to maybe walk it off the back rank to get his rook into the game, swing that across. So I think that might be the other logical move if he doesn't look for forcing variations. But okay, time's going to play a huge role here. They're just at move 28. Pragg has to make, 12 moves in 7 minutes. Magnus has to make 12 moves in 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh, still anything can happen. The biggest problem in Magnus's game today has been that rook on h8. The fact that it hasn't played a single move until now, and he's been struggling to get into the game. You put that anywhere else, the rook absolutely on any other square, we're talking about a Magnus Carlsen win.
Yeah, I think he's going to play king to g8. I think he's just going to try and shuffle it. Oh, he does find the best move though, Magnus. Would that be a surprise for Pragg? Great calculation from the world number 1.
And now the question here for Pragg is how is he going to respond to that? The Indian school of chess is very much you go on the counter-offensive. So c4 is what I'm expecting.
It feels like moving the rook is too slow. I think Black can safely take that knight. Any checks on the back rank can be blocked by Black's bishop. So I think it has to be either a check, something Tanya pointed out, just with c4 kind of included or not. Check might actually lead to the same thing, but white still with an extra doubled c-pawn. So it's either a check or it has to be the block.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of giving a check first. Why give that c4 pawn up? But Pragg has to calculate more than one of these two moves. He has to keep one eye on the clock right now as it keeps ticking down. Bishop to b5. Still a game for all three results.
And the clock is ticking, as you mentioned there, Tanya, and the choices are really tempting for Pragg. He can't just dive into that deep tree of calculation, and he has to rely on his instinct here.
The problem is he's already in that deep forest of calculation, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out wide enough for 1. Either Praggnanandhaa or Magnus Carlsen.
He just doesn't have the time to burn because the complications there are going to keep on coming.
Okay, what do we think?
He throws in the check.
Okay.
And just to give you an update, there's been another result draw between Humpy Kanaru and Anna Muzichuk, as we expected.
But I did see the bar drop down with this move, so more accurate to have pushed that c-pawn before going for this. And I'm trying to work out what's the difference, David Howell.
Yeah, I think it's just the style of position. Now we're going to an endgame. We're going to get all the we're going to get the queens off. We're going to get a set of rooks off. And it's going to be really unbalanced, that endgame. But black has a lot of pawns. Black has a lot of squares, control. We could have seen the queen stay on the board. Yes, it would have come at the cost of a pawn for Pragg. Playing c4 would have allowed the bishop to take it, the knight to drop. But keeping queens on when black's king is so misplaced, I think it's just the style. You need to keep attacking chances when black is so poorly coordinated. Going into an endgame against Magnus Carlsen as well as the objective side, subjectively here, I don't think it's a great decision. But I think Pragg, maybe with half an eye on safety due to the clock situation, at least here the risk will be lower.
I think it's just him being pragmatic right now. You want to get the queens off the board with such little time on the clock. You're hoping the next few moves will be quick. The position will get more liquidated. But Magnus says, I'm keeping my rook on the board even though it hasn't made a single move. He comes back with the knight, giving Pragg the opportunity to take it and still go c4.
Yeah, Magnus not forcing the issue. And apparently quite a sizable mistake. Not game-ending, not a blunder. But yeah, allowing white to keep more material on the board isn't the right way forward. And it is all about that rook, Tanya, I think. If again, give it 3 more moves. If it can come up maybe via h6 this time, g6, maybe it activates. But Magnus, will he get that luxury of time?
Yeah, one has to look ahead. What happens after the queen trade and the c-pawn moving forward, hitting that bishop, blocking the attack on the rook. Magnus will also move his bishop away. And what is going to be Pragg's response? We are going into time pressure territory. Officially a blitz game right now for Praggnanandhaa.
Officially blitz, under 5 minutes. He does push c4. He's getting closer to the increment. But this is so imbalanced. Magnus frowning. He missed this move. It was such an obvious one. Should have been on his radar.
He's banking on the bishop to c6, stepping back y1 square, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn on g2.
Then he loses on the spot. Knight d8, and it's mate. Rook takes f7.
Whoa!
Knight takes c6. Magnus has no good squares.
Oh my gosh, and a bishop d7, you can even sacrifice your exchange and go in with a rook to f7.
Wow.
And that is one-way traffic. There gives back the material, Pragg, but can never lose.
Never. The c-pawn moving forward, e6 incredibly weak, and Magnus realizes it.
Yeah, not only has he blundered, or almost blundered, but he hasn't spotted that the only move now, bishop a4. Otherwise, it's over almost. Otherwise, he's just lost Magnus Carlsen. Bishop a4, only move. The idea is to try and drag the white knight back, and then he'll fall back to c6 when there's no knight to d8 idea.
Clever, but that's not an easy spot. Magnus had bishop c6 in mind all the way through. I would bet that he missed knight to d8.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so easy to miss as well, because you think, well, the knight will just go back, but instead it just goes forward. And Magnus, he still hasn't made a move.
Yeah, on the
hasn't
board.
Quite realized that only one move is sufficient.
He needs to find the move. He's lost on the spot if he doesn't play bishop to a4. But it's starting to look quite dangerous with the c-pawn. Anyway, moving forward, Magnus reaching out. He does process of elimination.
Yeah, he looked at all the possible moves there. He found out that they were all losing other than this one. That's often the simplest way to calculate. You look for forcing moves, but you look for things just to survive there. Magnus was kind of shaking his head, it looked like, looking away for a moment. But he still has more time on the clock. He's still not out of this game yet. Still just 2 moves away. Move the knight, bring the rook in from getting a decent chance.
And he is threatening knight to e3 as well. So let's not forget about not only the 2 rooks, but the pawn on c2 tender.
That's a huge threat, actually. And how to deal with it. One of the white rooks surely has to move. But where? Elimination technique. Who's going to be eliminated from this classical game? Rook to d8, pin. How effective will that be? Stopping the black rook. That poor black rook just wants to get in the game, just wants to move once, but isn't allowed to.
Pragg is just making sure that doesn't happen, but I'm looking at those rook left ideas that you had mentioned earlier, trying to get the rook into the game, but also tactics, right? Knight e3, maybe you start with bishop takes pawn. Actually, David, bishop takes pawn, comes in with a check. Whoa, Magnus just did a lean back like he just saw something incredible for himself.
Wow, bishop takes pawn, as you say, Tanya.
And knight e3 check.
Oh, hitting the rook. White's king would not be able to take that bishop, or would it? If it doesn't take that bishop, the bishop's coming back round, hitting the defender of White's rook. Hitting some pawns. That's a very forcing line.
But you need to calculate so deeply there, because once you take that bishop, it's going to hinge on whether black can prevent the advance of the c-pawn. If you can't do that, you can't touch this line.
I think he's calculated. I think he's reaching for the edge of the board. It's the bishop, but he falls back with the bishop. He's hitting the knight, he's hitting the pawn.
And Pragg's about to move his rook from d8, but the best move was actually to not touch that rook, to not defend the knight, to bring the other rook to d1, getting ready to deliver a check and to pick up pieces if the knight were captured. That would have been difficult with no time, Pragg now.
And it's more important for Pragg to prioritize the clock than find the best move in the position. So rook b8, understandable, especially because it was played fast. But this gives Magnus the opportunity to grab the g2 pawn. Even reroute his knight, but just pick up a pawn. Why not? Hit the white rook. And Pragg's got to move in with a tempo. Either place it on d1, the open line, or start chasing the bishop.
Yeah, and current material count for everyone at home, it's the exchange down for black, it's knight for rook, but Magnus has 2 pawns in return, so it's actually level on material for the first time in a long time. 4 versus 1 on the king side in terms of pawns. G5 is going to be a huge idea in the near future. H4, H3, H2, boom.
Oof.
And just like that, the risk has gone up, but I'm expecting the rook to move itself to the center, take control of the open line. But this position is still fraught with danger.
It really is, and I have a feeling this could very well become a race. You know, you pointed out that H-pawn 4 moves away from becoming a queen. The C-pawn, you want to start moving up the board as quickly as possible. He does start chasing the bishop, Pragnananda does, as he looks up to see the move counter there. Move 34 it is, Pragg, 6 more to go.
Here we go, C-pawn about to start motoring forward. That was actually the only way for Pragg to keep the advantage. Anything else, black would have been better. If he hadn't gained this valuable tempo against the black bishop, black would have started the race 1 move early. Black would have got that head start. Magnus doesn't get it now. He has to find another safe square for his bishop. This bishop's been kicked around a lot. No stable squares yet. Black's rook yet to move as well.
And that bishop is such a key piece, right? Because it's also stopping that power pawn that's about to move forward for Pragg. C6 square under control. So you can just look at ideas of the storm that you were talking about on the right side. G5, push that H-pawn, nothing stopping it. I can feel the pressure on Pragg from here. I agree. Starts looking more dangerous for white.
I think everyone can feel the pressure on Pragg and Magnus. Bishop steps back and the race has to begin.
We're 1 floor away from the players, but I can almost feel Pragg shaking, that chair shaking, understandably. Like, he's been so close to victory, almost a knockout on Magnus's king earlier, now an endgame. Totally different nature, but still better, Pragg. Can he convert? That's the big question.
Also, because the risk is so high, I'm wondering whether Pragg will just kind of pull the brakes and start trying to harass this bishop. Repeat the position as much as possible.
Oh, that's a very good point, Ivanka. Like rook f1, rook g3, just keep eternally chasing that piece. And maybe we'll see like rook f1, bishop g2, rook g1, bishop f3, repetition. At least get closer to getting some increment. 6 moves away now. He's only got 2 minutes left, Pragg. Big decisions. Rook g3 played.
He's chasing the bishop. Where do you move?
Again, the bishop has to be ever so careful, right? You can't just rocket back to c6 because it will get chased away again by a knight. And blue arrow appears, only 1 move.
Only way to keep the game going. You want to get back with your knight, defend that bishop.
Yeah, second best move apparently is bishop to h1, which makes some sense here, keeping it on the long diagonal, but it's always such an awkward square. I don't think Magnus wants to do that. So understandable and logical if he plants his knight back in the center. Multi-purpose, the knight is just such a beast in the center of the board, but it does feel like it stops Black's plan of g5.
He's reaching for it.
Yeah, he's going to play it though.
Of course, it's Magnus Carlsen in an endgame. This is what he does, and he does it best.
And Pragg just inching closer to the move 40, and whoa!
For the first time in the game, it's Magnus Carlsen on the advantage. The bar goes down, g5, and Magnus will play for a win.
Wow, g5 is such a clever move here. If the pawn captures on g5, h takes g5, Black gets a huge pass pawn. But the trick is, if the rook takes on g5, Black drops the knight back to d7, hits the rook on b8, and the bishop is going to win the knight on b7. Can't do that now because the bishop is hanging on f3. So you lure away the white rook first. This is difficult. What do we think? Is he going to find it? g5 looks like an invisible move.
He finds it!
Wow. Magnus turning on the magic. Madness from Magnus.
Magnus doing Magnus things again. Look at him work that magic. What a move.
And he does it over and over again. He's not only squeezing positions in an endgame out of nowhere with no advantage, even in lost endgames, the guy knows how to turn this around. He knows how to shift gears, and he knows how to snatch victory from the jaws of almost a dead lost position here. Now Magnus Carlsen will grind this on. The psychological shift that happens right now for Pragg to deal with that. The deflection tactic here that David pointed out. Rook takes pawn, you lose a piece. Magnus just full board awareness.
Wow.
Completely.
Pragg has average of 20 seconds per move to the time control, brings his knight back. That's a huge mistake. He had to take that pawn, h takes g5, and just cling on, put his rook in front of the pawn, blockade. But now Magnus locks in the white rook. We talked about the black rook on h8. That white rook on g3 is toast. It's gone, it's trapped. Black's going to later push the f-pawn, and there's going to be an avalanche. Magnus is in the driver's seat now. Magnus is on the brink of winning his first game of the event. First classical game.
Driver's seat and cruising on how now. Magnus, with the ease with which he played g4, he knows it. Magnus knows this is a winning position. You look at him on the screen, he's locked in. And as he fills in the score sheet for Pragnananda, a dead lost position from being the guy dominating the game from the start.
And for Pragg, what a shock. What a loss of control. You know, so close to beating the world #1. And now it's all gone wrong.
Gives a check. He's about to follow the king. Where are you going? If you go back, Pragg can go back to d6, pinning the knight.
Do you go back? Do you go forward? Is there even a bad square for Magnus right now? One thing I will say, Magnus does love allowing discovered checks, so I wouldn't be shocked if he plays a move like king to d8, but it does feel much more natural to want to go forward. The question is whether white can start repeating, putting pressure on that black knight on e8. Pragg has 34 seconds to make 2 more moves.
And it's also his mind right now, right? He knows that this is all gone from his hands. And he knows that this is close to over now. From having such an in-control advantage in the middle game, in the end game, how do you shift that mindset of going on to defense?
It's not easy to suddenly make that shift, but I think Pragg is desperately trying to repeat the position as much as he can, get to move 40, get that extra time. He knows it's all gone wrong, but for Magnus, he's so used to making that shift from defending, from unraveling to suddenly in control.
And exchange, what exchange? White was up a rook for a minor piece earlier, but White's rook is way worse than any minor piece now on g3. So if Magnus can dodge the checks and avoid a repetition, it's pretty much over, one-way traffic. White's c-pawn can never advance past the barricade on c6. White's bishop on a2 is dead. This is, this is maybe the last critical moment for Magnus to try and find something.
He runs with the king.
And he comes back using the pin on the last rank. Pragg's final hope is Magnus Carlsen's non-moved rook on h8. He's attacking the knight, hoping that Magnus will retreat with the king. And then he can give a check again.
Move 39. I don't think that Magnus is even going to give Pragg that pleasure of repeating moves. I think the bishop is just going to take that step back and defend its knight.
Yeah, the bishop can defend the knight. I have a feeling Magnus really wants to play knight takes d6.
Ooh.
I mean, he's looked at those similar tactics before. There were ideas of giving up the rook on h8 in other variations earlier. Apparently, it's not a great move here, but that would be typical Magnus. Sacrifice, bring the knight in, start pushing the pawn.
We also spoke about how Magnus goes for beauty prize, right?
Exactly.
And it really does feel like it would be up his alley. And what rook? That rook hasn't made a single move. So I'm with you, David. Won't be surprised if we see knight takes knight and then the knight jumping forward, targeting the white rook on g3 from e4.
Yeah, one of these squares, e4, f5. It's so unnecessary, but it's Magnus. It's typical Magnus. Yes, he can go back. Maybe at this point it would be practical.
He does it.
He goes for knight takes d6. He goes in with knight to e4. Some of the advantage is gone, but he's still better, Magnus, and white's really on the defensive now. It's all about the passed pawns. That rook has to retreat, save itself.
It's going to be about the g-pawn. He's going to give a check. He's going to start chasing that rook from the g-file, coming into e2, and g3, g2, g1. Does the job.
Hey, still a winning advantage. Or is it king b2, only good square? There we go. Doesn't walk into a fork. Magnus goes in.
And he's going to start pushing the pawn, slowly but surely.
2 exchanges down, Magnus Carlsen, but with an advantage.
But still the complications, though, continue, because you mustn't forget that white also has a passed pawn. At the minute, it's just heavily guarded, but it's there. With rook f1, you can't move that knight away from e5.
And neither can you push the g-pawn easily anymore. So Magnus has to still take a pause and find a way to keep moving that pawn forward. White pawn's coming up.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Magnus, I did say it was unnecessary, and I still love his decision because it's fun for us as commentators, but in practical terms, his path to an advantage much more narrow now.
Ooh, did you see that? Yeah, Magnus just... Whoa, he got g3, but this...
Magnus!
Oh my goodness!
Not c6.
And Pragg misses it. Pragg could have just played rook to g8, covered the g-file. Magnus now needs to push his pawn. It's a massive pawn race. Missed opportunity from Pragg. Magnus went from better to losing in one move. Pragg missed it.
He just rushed it. He had no time on the clock. With the 10-second increment, he didn't take a pause. Rook to g8 would have been winning for Pragnananda. Now after g2, it gets completely wild. Pragg's about to give up his rook. We're going to see queens on the board for both players.
Wow, this is so similar to Magnus against Gukesh from last year, where Magnus suddenly lost control and things turned around with pass pawns running up and down the board. G2 only move. Otherwise, it's over. Magnus comes back as king.
And that's a blunder. That's it. You can push the pawn. Just queen just queen the pawn, Pragnananda.
Wow.
That's it. C7 game over.
C7, Magnus can pretty much resign. What has just happened? We've just seen total self-destruction from the world number one. A new queen is about to be born.
And Pragg knows it. He comes back with the bishop.
But the rook is going to come.
Now the white rook just needs to find any safe square. The black pawn's going nowhere. The white pawn is a queen. Magnus Carlsen resigns.
He resigns! Wow. What a game with so many twists and turns. Pragnananda wins. What a roller coaster of a game.
Completely crazy. I am speechless with what we have just witnessed. Everything that could go wrong for Magnus, and Magnus can't believe it. He absolutely can't believe it. He's shaking his head. It's an absolute shocker what we've just witnessed here in Oslo. And Norway Chess, Magnus with his second defeat of the tournament.
So uncharacteristic.
And,
it was Pragg who was low on time.
Oh, we don't see the players talk to each other there.
Yeah.
No table smash. Magnus just shocked, I think, by his own mistakes there. Just, what did we just witness? What happened?
And just when Magnus pulled off a Houdini, just when he got out of trouble, a winning position. First a mistake, then a blunder, then lost. This is not Magnus Carlsen.
No. And we were seeing Magnus do beautiful things, you know, surviving a difficult position, turning slowly around, and just when he's so close to finishing, he just self-destructs.
I mean, I think we're going to need a slower action replay of everything that just happened at the end of it to really catch up to what went wrong for the world number one. You know, he wins the end games out of nothing. And it felt like he was creating that. And we've got one more game on. We've got the Armageddon on this where Wenjin's down to 20 seconds on the clock, but I'm still reeling from what we just witnessed.
Yeah, we'll break it down in more detail a bit later once we've had a breather from some of these Armageddons. This, in the meantime, should be a draw. Will we see Armageddon in this one? Knight to g4. Queen takes g4 would be a draw offer, essentially, here. There
And
we
she
go.
takes it.
Rook to g3 pins the queen, but it's a drawn king of pawn endgame, and we'll see these two play. Wait, is this the classical? Or is this the... There we go. It's going to be a draw any moment, and clock's stopped. It is a draw.
So we have had exactly as one Mr. Howell predicted. One decisive result in the classical, 5 Armageddons.
Wow. I don't know whether I'm happy to be right or or not, but here we go. One of those Armageddons in play is Vincent Keimer against Wesley So, and So packed this board with the 4-pawn wall here, the connect 4 of blacks. White, in the meantime, going for some kind of kingside attack, maybe knight to g4, bring in a knight to f5, going for the black king, Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating one. You can see it from the 4-pawn attack, as you said, for black already. It's going to be a battle on the king side there. Wow. I mean, what a game that was. Pragg getting the win, and right now, Vincent, he's on the back foot right now. More space advantage for Wesley as the knight jumps forward to f5. Given an inaccuracy there, gets across. But I have to say, a very natural move, this one. You want to pick up the light squared bishop if you have the opportunity to, and the other knight about to jump to g4.
Yeah, these types of positions, I've played them so many times myself as black. You feel uncomfortable, even if you know you haven't done anything wrong. And you just see the opponent's pieces coming towards you. I wouldn't be shocked if g4, g5 as well at some point is attempted by Vincent Keimer. First he develops his bishop. Yeah, Wesley, again, trying to use the Spanish and just trying to get a position, trying to use his experience. And from the black side, it looks very healthy. King h7 given a question mark, but we should ignore that. The idea is to play g6 without dropping the h6 pawn, a typical idea in these positions.
And Vincent, slowly thinking away his time advantage, quickly advances the pawn to a4, but for Wesley, now it's just about continuing with the plan. He can capture on c3. He can also kick back that knight. He takes on c3.
Very thematic. You want to take on c3, and then you want to push the b pawn forward, grabbing some squares at the center of the board, forcing a decision with those central pawns for Vincent Keimer. Not a happy position. This is a dream outcome for the black pieces in this opening.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, Vincent Keimer had this great preparation against the in the anti-Berlin against Wesley's Berlin. It was minimal risk. Yes, it was a draw ultimately, but he had all the fun. He was putting the pressure on. But Vincent isn't really a kind of habitual e4 player. He doesn't like these slower systems where you just have to slowly maneuver. He likes the black side of these. So from the white side, I think he was just a bit uncomfortable, especially due to the must-win scenario.
Absolutely. And I think for Wesley, really instructive that he first traded on c3 before pushing this b pawn. Now if you're as white going c4, you lose behind a lot of the key squares at the center of the board. But I think had Wesley decided to go b4 before the trade, then Vincent would have just locked up the entire queen side. So the right way to do it, the path that Wesley saw shows us.
Yeah, creating a pass pawn.
Creating a pass pawn, creating a beautiful square for his knight in the middle of the board. Vincent already on the back foot as he centralizes the rook, but that pawn on b4, it's going places. b3, b2, pawn takes pawn. So many pleasant choices for Wesley. And Vincent has no point of attack. He can't do anything on the king side where he's superior.
No point of attack and no time advantage. Suddenly Vincent is below on time despite starting with 3 extra minutes. This is a nightmare scenario for Vincent Keimer, who just has to gamble now. He just has to go for the black king and hope. The knight comes forward to g4. Typical idea. I'm sure Wesley's going to take that. You don't want too many knights around your king. You just take, surely, and at some point, maybe g6.
Does it. He's also eyeing that b pawn moving forward. b3 coming up as well at the right moment. Keep pushing. No attack yet.
No attack yet. Wesley, a typical idea here would be g6 or f6 sometimes, just to stop white from the one idea of breaking through with g5.
The only thing I would be worried about with g6 would be knight takes pawn and queen h3. I don't know if it works or not, David, but maybe that's something to calculate.
Definitely. Yeah, maybe that was just a poor moment. Wesley chooses a much better practical idea. Just occupies that outpost, but now he's going to get full control of the center.
And no risk whatsoever for Wesley. He can comfortably push. If Vincent eliminates that knight, as he's just done, well, then he gets control over the b square. b2, rook to b2 is there on tap.
It's just outclassing Vincent right now in this position. Look at that poor bishop. It's just stuck behind its own pawn. No future at all. The black rook about to swoop in. Now g6 also on tap anytime. The dark squared bishop is off the board, so you're about to push that knight out.
Yeah, this is very much one-sided traffic. Wesley so spending a bit of time. Is he being a perfectionist here? Is he just going to bring his rook in? Maybe use his queen to defend e5, attack the bishop? If he can get queens off the board, it's just over. No chance he loses, and a draw is enough in the Armageddon. If you can get rooks off, probably no risk either. f6 as well, just a very solid choice. Wesley, though, tanking. Needs to speed up. Queen to g5, interesting. And a pawn grabbed by Vincent Keimer. Wow.
It's like if you want to suffer for something, right? He is walking into some tactics with the rook lined up against it. The white bishop doesn't seem to have too many squares, but what does Wesley have in mind giving up this central pawn? Because f4 is about to arrive.
f4 is about to arrive. I think Wesley wants to play bishop to b3. He plays g6 instead to try and pin the knight, try to win the knight. If bishop to b3, there would have been a queen sacrifice, perhaps. Queen takes rook, bishop takes, and suddenly the dynamic would have changed. Wesley still in the driver's seat, though, about to win a piece.
The only way you fight against it is f4, right? You hit the queen and hope that your knight survives. I'm not even sure if it does then, but instead we have Vincent just going for all the pawns at the center of the board. This is tough, and Vincent needs to win. Even a draw doesn't hold for him.
I think it's a good practical try, though, because at least he can capture towards the center, and there will be a very straightforward plan of just advancing the pawns. And you can pray that the light squares are going to be dangerous.
Yeah, he should have taken with the g-pawn, connect 4, since the white bishop is just a pawn. But he took with the e-pawn instead. And now black gets control with tempo over the dark squares. Very, very nice move there from Wesley, so full control. He's going to hide his king on a dark square a bit later. Once he defends his bishop, protects it. And yeah, he should be taking this one home. Time maybe is Vincent's best bet now. Last chance, last hope.
Yeah, he's got to keep the pace on the clock right now, but not an easy call where you want to place your queen. It feels like you put it anywhere. The black rooks start chasing her. I'm not seeing a happy, secure square for the white queen currently, as Vincent's struggling with it as well. You put it on the c file, the black rook comes in. You put it on the d file, the black rook comes in, chasing it down.
Where to go for the queen? First of all, not so many safe squares. And forward to d6, Vincent Keimer. That queen is going to get hit. And yeah, it's just not enough pawns. Here he does have a couple of pawns, but the white bishop unable to join the action yet. Black's queen, black's dark square bishop with full control, and the queen has to retreat the whole way. Wesley's going to centralize one bishop, centralize the other if he gets the chance. Looking good.
I love that idea. Put the bishops in the longest diagonals, start targeting the white king. Step 1, step 2 coming in after this. And you're up a piece. You're not only up a piece, that white bishop is half a piece. You're up a piece and a half.
up a piece and a half. And for Vincent, not really too much he can do. Just maybe push the d-pawn one square forward, try to activate this bishop that's not working there on c2. But really, this is just being desperate. And he takes the rooks. Then he pushes d4.
At least there's one threat for the first time in a long time. f6 would be a check. Discovered attack, and of course Wesley spots it. Puts his king on a safe square. The pawns are coming. The 3-pawn attack. It's not so scary right now. Wesley has to find a safe square for his queen.
Goes all the way back.
Yeah. And this is the best that Vincent can do with the position. But this one, it is a killer. Threat of rook takes pawn. Nothing for Vincent to do.
This will be resignation. And there we go. Vincent resigns. Wesley takes the Armageddon game.
and does it in big style with the black pieces, complete control from start to finish, first playing on the queen side and then finishing things off in the end with a double attack on the king side. A very controlled performance by Wesley So.
And we should mention Vincent Keimer's third loss in a row in Armageddon. In the meantime, another game, the gift that keeps on giving, Norway Chess. Armageddon between Humpy Kanaru and Anna Muzychuk. Anna with maybe the upper hand in the classical game. This time, very interesting position, very tense position. Imbalances all over the board.
Imbalances all over the board, and that's exactly what you want, right, when you're in a must-win situation as white. But b5 has been played, and the big question for white is, do you resolve the tension on the left side, or do you just try to make advances on the right side of the board?
I'll also point out, yes, white has got all these ideas to play on either side, but on the center, it's going to be black that's going to be playing. For Anna Muzychuk, line up on the E line, get your queen out on E7, put that rook on E8, and you've got a clear target.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks easier to handle for black. Humpy, I think, has to take something, has to suffer for something. Maybe exchange those rooks and, okay, maybe grab the pawn first on b5. At least that creates some squares for her pieces. Castling kingside is never really going to feel safe. So a king probably is destined to stay in the center a bit longer.
Because of that king's safety, the backward e3 pawn, she does grab on b5 right now, Humpy does. I think Anna's got great chances in this one. You know, the queen ready to jump into the attack from e7 or even h4 once the knight gets out of the way. She does trade the rooks. Also watch out that bishop on a1 in many lines can be hanging. Loose pieces drop off.
And now the big attack in the center is going to be happening. So black is going to be putting the pressure on that weak backward pawn on e3. White will just have to grimly hold on. But the thing is, it is Humpy who is low on time. Will she be able to hold her nerve?
And that's a tough reality to deal with, right? It's the Armageddon where you start with 3 extra minutes on the clock. And here you are almost down by a minute right now and a very comfortable position for your opponent. Yes, you have an extra pawn, but I don't think anyone's looking at that extra pawn.
Exactly. It's only later in the game where the b5 pawn might become a bit of a threat. Still the middle game ahead before that happens. White's knight on c3 is going to be stuck. At least there's one square. I do like the c4 square for a piece. I think that's the idea, to post up. But there will be tactics. It's time to go for the king for Anna Muzychuk. Wow, she goes immediately for a capture in the center, losing the advantage. She delivers a check, but she will take the bishop back on a1. She's lost some control, though, white with all of the light squares. Couple of question marks for her last 2 moves. And will we see Humpy take control now? Can she take this opportunity? Still messy, still murky the position, though.
Very chaotic, but completely unnecessary by Anna. In a very controlled position where she could have just lined up on the E-line. She went for a direct approach. Now that knight on d5 looks incredibly strong. You could kick that queen out of h4, go knight f3, push it back, and then even think about starting to ram up your own h-pawn up the board, h4, h5. Instead, Humpy first plants a bishop on c4, and with the speed, you can see she's feeling better about her chances.
Definitely feeling better, and now Humpy will be in her element. She can make those moves quickly, make use of the fact that the rook is there on h1, h4, h5. She's in a must-win situation. She has to go on the offensive.
Okay, more positional approach from Humpy there. Rook to d1. But black's pieces are just so bad. Like the knight in f7, where's that ever going? Like maybe the black queen can move, you can use d8, but it takes a few moves to organize. We've seen so many bad pieces today. Magnus's rook, Vincent Keimer's light squared bishop, now Anna Muzychuk's knight. She tries to release it, g5.
She's trying to create an attack against Humpy's king, open up those lines. Humpy hides on the H line. Is Anna going to continue marching that G pawn forward? G4 coming in?
She has to.
She has to. And it's a good strategy against Humpy, because Humpy has shown time and time again she doesn't react well when her king is under attack.
Okay, the knight retreats back home to its starting square. Not a great sign. Momentum swung both ways just within the last half dozen moves. Now Anna Muzychuk can bring her queen across. At some point the black knight might be able to join the action. There we go. She's going to create a square for it on g4, and the black rook within touching distance as well might strike. Oh, suddenly it might be easier to play black again.
It looks a lot easier to play black because you feel like you are attacking, and it's so much easier to attack than defend. The rook is going to swing over to g8 at the right time. lines are going to get opened. She takes.
We're not easy with the knight jumping onto g4 with a check. How do you capture? It's an uncomfortable decision to make. You take it with a piece, the knight moves forward. You take it with the king, you're already feeling scared about its position. And we see a check. Is Humpy going to go king of the hill?
Do you walk forward? Do you stop the black queen coming in to a really nice square? She does.
And this is what she did in round 1 as well, walking ahead with her king. And it was a costly walk for Humpy. But she does it one more time. So far, surviving. Can Anna Muzichuk get her majors into the attack?
I think Humpy wants to attack. I think Humpy wants to switch the momentum, put her knight on g5, swing her rook, and suddenly say to the black king, you might be hiding in the corner now, but you won't be there forever. Queen to e8 is Anna's reply.
Attacking the e3 pawn, not giving you enough time to line up on the h line. And Humpy even has to find a way to defend it. Do you go with the queen on the defense, or do you just ignore it? Humpy does ignore it. She's going for your idea, David. Pushed back now, 8-6 on the board.
Okay, but you cannot capture that knight. So Humpy just has to realize that she doesn't have to move it because it's very dangerous. You can swing the rook over to the h line. She's reaching for the rook.
You can pin that pawn, but e3 is hanging. Can she calculate her way? Rook h1 played.
Pawn pinned. Do you go knight takes pawn?
That's a beautiful tactic, I think. If knight takes pawn, maybe white can play rook takes on h6, swing the queen across to b2, and when that's blocked by the bishop, swing the other way, and it's on the board. Humpy can win on the spot with rook takes pawn, check. Sacrifice to deliver mate. This is
She's about to miss it. She goes for the queen.
She misses it.
Oh my goodness, that was checkmate.
Just to very quickly show before the game continues, rook takes h6 would have won. The queen would have swapped diagonals here. Queen to b2, check. If the king walks across, double check, mate from the knight and the bishop. If the bishop had blocked, then the queen swings the other way and delivers the killer blow. Queen h7, check. This would have been check and over, but Humpy misses it. Queen f3 instead. Game's still alive.
Anna Muzichuk is right back into the game right now and taking that bishop. The black king feeling much more safe on the g8 square now that the diagonal is under control. But first, Anna Muzichuk pins the white knight.
Okay. This is a crazy position. Knights against bishops. White has to win, so once the black queen moves, she cannot just repeat the position, keep harassing the queen with her knight. Okay, second time we'll see that position if the queen slides back to g6.
But Humpy can't repeat it. She can't do it thrice. A draw is as good as a loss. She has to play for a win.
She has to go all in, and the position is so complicated that I'm very happy to have here with us in the studio, Pragg. Pragg, congratulations on your win, but I'm sure you're also captured by this Armageddon between Humpy and Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting game. It's a pity that rook at 6 was missed, but even now it's... Can't black take on g5?
Yes. She was able to take that knight, but...
okay, this is also solid enough, I think.
Yeah, a draw is enough for her.
Yeah, you take bishop e8 and it's probably just a draw. Although that b pawn is also somewhere there, so...
Yeah, apparently queen takes e8 is the only move. Bishop takes and the b pawn runs.
Yeah, it's...
b6.
b6, bishop c6, knight e7, huh?
Yeah. And how easy is it to hold your nerve in such an Armageddon situation?
Yeah, no wait, now it's g5, I think.
Yeah, she's about to pick up the knight. She's about to pick up the whole point. Anna Muzichuk is. You can give a check, but it's not going anywhere. She pushes the b pawn.
It's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough.
B pawn too slow, f3 and
f3 is 3, yeah, f3 is...
Very nice move there from Anna. And
going to resign.
That's it. It is a win for Anna Muzichuk. Well, very well done to Anna, who picks up 1.5 points. And Pragg, I have to, first of all, I said congratulations, but that was quite an adventure. Just walk us through that game.
Yeah, I have no idea what was happening at some point. It's just crazy imbalance, and I felt like I am the one pushing, but it was just not clear. Like, if he consolidates, maybe he's completely back into the game and can, practically turn around. So I was just trying to... I think I had to play accurately, and I think till some point it was good quality. And then once you're down to a few seconds, it's just yeah, it's a pure toss-up. So I mean, today I got lucky and it went my way, but it would have gone anyway. Yeah. So,
Well, talking us through the beginning, you're playing Magnus Carlsen and you managed to surprise him. He went into the confessional, told us that you surprised him with your choice of going h4. Could you feel that he was unprepared there?
No, I thought the opening went really well for me because it felt like he was uncomfortable. He was spending way too much time early on, and then somehow maybe I overestimated my position because after he played this h5, it was not easy for me to see the plan. What I played looked really natural, and then I was surprised with rook c3. Honestly, I thought he will play bishop g5. I thought he'll play b5. I wasn't really sure. I have some f4 e5 ideas, but I wasn't convinced there, and f4 knight c4. Like take e5 or take fe knight g4. It looks nice visually, like knight e4 short castle, but I wasn't really sure how much is it, because his knight is really stable on g4, and somehow he's going to, like, if he can like slowly get his pieces out, it should be really good for him. So I wasn't sure about this, and then I was actually happy to see rook c3. I thought this I thought could be easier to play for white, because I wasn't really couldn't really see a way for him to attack. So I was happy to see this.
Yeah, it did look, once you allowed it to happen and we worked out, that you had this rook h3 idea to kind of cover any queen takes c3, it looked like you were completely in control. But we felt it was a gutsy decision to allow it, because instinctively, we're all taught when we learn the Sicilian that, you don't allow such sacrifices.
Yeah, that's true. But nowadays, like with computer, you can like learn all these things that even if your king doesn't have any safety, you can still hold with like precise calculations. So.
And there were a lot of turnarounds later on as well, Pragg. It wasn't smooth at all, and it was very exciting to watch the whole thing unfold. I'm wondering if at any point you felt during the game that your advantage has slipped, or were you just focused on finding your next move?
Honestly, if you ask me, I had no idea if I had advantage or not. Yeah, it was such a crazy imbalance. I felt like I had initiative. I was trying to put pressure, but I wasn't it wasn't clear for me if it was like some big advantage or not. I was just trying to play the position, and I think this was the important moment that I allowed g5, and then then I think it just starts to go wrong for me. But still, still have to win it. So
were you surprised that Magnus tried to be artistic and played knight takes d6 in this position, risking everything?
I know it's such a Magnus move that I was actually expecting it. But I actually didn't really see, like, if he just plays bishop c6 or bishop c6 is probably the cleanest. I don't know what I'm going to do next. He just moves the king, pushes f5, f4, and practically also it's just so much easier to play with black. I was quite worried, but knight. I was also like, I thought knight d6 should also be good for him, but I am lucky that I have this rook f1 c6 idea.
Pragg, it's really interesting that you said that knight takes d6 was such a Magnus move that you were expecting it, because those are the exact same lines that David had in the broadcast when we saw knight takes knight about to appear. Why do you say that? If you had to explain to our audience, why do you feel like this is such a Magnus move to make?
Yeah, he really likes these imbalances, like exchange sacrifices for like these weird, like, few pawns and all these things. So that's why you see like rook c3. Yeah, and he took it like very quickly. So even though that is like a normal one, this this one I had a feeling it was coming. But okay, I didn't really have a choice, and I didn't have time to think, so I had to allow it.
Exactly. Yeah, you explained it far better than I could. It's just something about Magnus wanting to, I don't know, be artistic.
Yeah.
Try new things.
And Pragg, you have won against Magnus before at Norway Chess, but this game completely different, so wild. Where does this rank in your battles against Magnus?
Yeah, we have had crazy games. And I think probably the reason is that, he always goes for the fight and I never avoid it. We always just go at each other and, I think my game from 2024 Norway Chess was way better than this. I had control throughout, but these games, like in this time control, do happen. So if you win, you just take it. I think that's it.
And we mentioned earlier on that the very first time you beat Magnus, the whole of India went mad with joy. Tanya assured us that they would go crazy again celebrating your win. So how are you going to celebrate tonight?
No, I think the main thing is to check this game and see what was happening and start preparing for tomorrow. There is just no time. So honestly, this is this is not a game to celebrate too much about. It's just in this time scrambles, it's just it's basically like tossing a coin. Like it could have gone Magnus's way or my way. So it's not something. It's not something to be extremely proud of or anything. It's just. I'm happy that I played well in the first half. I was playing with control, but this time control, as I said, it's just it can go either way.
Okay, well, we heard it here first. There's not going to be any celebration. You're going to go off to prepare. We are not going to keep you. Thank you very much for joining us here in the studio, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games. We hope you join us again.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Wow, okay, one classical win. Pragg defeating Magnus Carlsen, 5 Armageddons, and this is the 5th and final Armageddon on our screens between reigning 5-time Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun, Norway Chess winner 2024. She's playing against Zhu Jiner, a potential challenger of the future, and Zhu Wenjun with the white pieces is in a must-win situation.
Early days in this one, we're just out of the opening. It was the Reti opening, and we saw a trade of dark squared bishops, an exchange of pawns in the center. For now, it looks fantastic for black in terms of keeping control. Not too many kind of dangerous ideas to watch out for. Here, Zhu Wenjun needing to win will try to break out. She's a bit cramped right now, so maybe something along the lines of b4 after some knight exchanges, maybe d4 later. But for now, black with the extra space provided by c5. Looks in good shape, and set of knights leaving the board. What do we think? Can Zhu Wenjun break the duck and get her first Armageddon win?
I think she would be feeling very, very happy to actually have survived to an Armageddon, because she was in big trouble in the classical. And when you feel that happiness and that relief, you are going to feel like momentum is on your side.
While I agree with you, I have to add that where is that momentum to play for a win coming from? To me, it's a bit of a mystery in this position. Yes, it looks healthy, and you do have ideas of going b4 at some point. The knight on e5, nice so far, but it can be pushed out by f6. The bishop on b7 already challenging for a trade. Zhu Jiner needing only a draw to take the match. I think Zhu Wenjun's going to need a little bit of a help to get her first win in.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but maybe she's taking inspiration from Magnus yesterday against Vincent Keimer, where it was almost the same pawn structure. And eventually Magnus was able to get in b4, push some pawns, and turn things in his favor. It's going to be a long game, this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there's two approaches, right, to playing Armageddon when you're in a must-win situation. You can go on the front foot immediately, or you can just play the long game and be very, very patient. And we have a question mark appearing.
Okay, if it's a question mark, it must be for concrete reasons. Rook d7 is a nice maneuvering move, getting ready to double, protecting the bishop on b7. If it's concrete stuff, it might have to be b4. And she pushes forward.
Great call there, David. And it looks like it's a pawn sacrifice, but let's point out the a7 pawn is tender as well, so you don't really have the time to go pick up b4. Once the a7 falls, b6 will be extremely weak as well.
I think she should have taken a timeout to defend a7 preemptively. Now, rook takes a7 is possible.
Bishop takes bishop, you pick up the rook on d7 as an intermezzo, and a balance is restored, and black is left with a b6 weakness.
Yeah, when the dust settles, I think Zhu Wenjun might just win a pawn. Bishop takes g2. She's about to play. There we go. Rook trade. Surely. And now, which minor piece to take? Do you take the knight? Do you take the bishop?
Very tempting option to take the knight, right? With the b6 pawn falling for sure after that. But do you really want to let live the light squared bishop, which would create some havoc on white's king side?
Yeah, some weak light squares. I think the safer move is king takes bishop, but the more ambitious one, in a must-win situation, queen takes knight. If you don't get checkmated, you're just a pawn up, and queen and knight work quite well against queen and bishop.
You're creating another imbalance. Very likely to go into a 5 versus 4 pawn formation in this one. Zhu Wenjun, she's ready to make her decision. At about 5 minutes, she does go for the knight. She has to play for a win. And look at that, Zhu Jina plants the bishop on h3, trying to set up some checkmating ideas against the white king.
But there is an f-pawn that can block any form of attack on the g2 square. So I'm expecting Zhu Wenjun to get greedy, grab the material on offer. And that queen can also just dash down and assist the king. Okay, you gotta block the checkmating threat.
Checkmate in 1. f3. You could also fall back with your knight, hitting the queen, defending the g2 square. I have a feeling that if Wenjun touches the f-pawn, Zhu Jina will start moving that h-pawn forward.
Yeah, she needs to start creating some threats. This is the first of a few, maybe. But f3 is such a nice way to control light squares when you don't have a light squared bishop. That idea is in the Catalan all over the place, an opening that Zhu Wenjun has played. Once f3 looks very logical. Also, if she wants to force the queens off, knight e3, where does the black queen even go?
I like it. I think it almost forces the trade. And you go into this 5 versus 4. She does go for it. If you have to keep the queens on the board, you have to slide it all the way up to a2. Any other square? Oh, h5, I forgot about that one. I thought a2 you hit on e2.
Yeah,
h5 also.
Ooh, all the way home. Now queen c6 tries to take over the diagonal or swap queens. If queens come off, what do we think? Winning for white?
I mean, you just play that forever. Yeah, I think you take that home.
Yeah, if the position doesn't do it for you, the clock will.
Yeah, just the fact that the kind of pawns, everything's all on one side of the board means the knight is even superior to the bishop. So if queens come off, it's over. So Zhu Jina needs to keep queens on the board. Apparently a question mark, but how could that be a question mark move? So natural.
Yeah, looks very good. And with Zhu Jina, her time ticking down, she's not also going to want to go into Zhu Wenjun territory by trading off queens like that. So we see h5.
Yeah, she has to try to get that h-pawn going up the board. But with queens off the board, I don't know how powerful this attack actually looks like. h5 played, question mark given. Do you just simply get the queens off, go queen takes queen, and then slowly but surely get your king into the game, f3, king f2, improve your position?
Yeah.
Yeah, that will happen, I believe. Here we go, f3. Everything defended for white. That black bishop, not great. At some point, e5 might be necessary just to retreat that bishop and avoid it getting trapped. You don't want to allow the white king to advance to f2, then white to shut that bishop in with a move like g4. No way home from there.
Another fun plan that you need to be careful about if you're Zhu Jina are some rerouting of the knight and trapping that bishop that you're pointing out. That knight lands on f2. The bishop's running out of squares. You start pushing your central pawns as well. And we see rook to a4. I think it has to be king f2, though. Feels like the most human move in the position.
Exactly. You creep forward with all of your pieces. Everyone should be pulling their weight. King f2, rook c4. The knight can also start maneuvering itself, an idea that Tanya's mentioned.
Yeah.
Like king f2.
Surprised she's even thinking. Yeah, she's got loads of time, but king f2 is such an automatic.
Because she's thinking, I was almost going to say I think she chooses something else, but she does go for the king advance, and Zhu Jina creates more space for her bishop to retreat.
Okay, so the white rook can land on the 7th rank. Needs to coordinate with its knight a bit later, though. How to get the knight to a better square. Can that leap forward? Lots of questions.
Also could be a really interesting idea to offer a rook trade, and if it's denied, to trap the bishop on h3 with g4.
Ooh.
It might actually force a rook trade.
I think it does. If the black rook moves away, there's also rook to h4, winning another pawn. Hitting h5, hitting the bishop. So that would force a rook trade.
Yeah. And that's got to be better for white, right? But you have to be sure, because a draw is not good enough if you're Zhu Wenjun right now.
But Zhu Wenjun, she's burning the time on the clock. She needs to play faster. She started with a time advantage, and now she is the one who has less time. She offers up a trade of rooks. Zhu as pointed out, has to swap off rooks.
Yeah, it looks almost forced to me. I mean, you'd love to keep the rooks on the board, but the idea of rook h4, picking up a second pawn, or even potentially trapping the bishop, extremely scary if you're Zhu Jin. Whereas black, you don't want to trade rooks. You don't want to go into a minor piece ending down a pawn.
Right. Maybe she can set up a trap and... Oh, she offers up a trade, but I thought it could be possible to actually just give up the h-pawn in order to trap the white rook. But this one, I think, for Zhu Wenjun, it's just going to be about swapping off and now starting to advance with her knight, king, pawns, creating a pass pawn and just making sure that you play quickly enough to give yourself time to win.
Yeah, it might still take quite a while, but I like how she fixed black's pawn on a light square. That's going to be annoying for the black bishop to have to defend later. All her pawns are going to dark squares now, Zhu Wenjun. Great strategy against the light squared bishop.
And she wants to create a passer as quickly as possible. Try to get the d pawn rolling up the board as well. Now some knight maneuvering is required for Wenjun to improve the position.
Really surprised she's allowed to capture like isolated pawns. Knights love isolated pawns, playing against them. I think Zhu Jin should have just been defending it with her king. Rather take with the king and keep one pawn island. Now she's got two, and I mean, this is just long-term hopeless. The black king is tied down to its pawn. The white knight can sit on any square. It can go over to g5 later. Eventually, white has a pawn break. White can even walk the king the whole way around a bit later. And the king steps forward to e3.
What is happening?
Yeah, I just heard Norwegian commentator Jon Ludvig Hammer go crazy about something, but we haven't seen it.
No, we're not seeing it.
The knight dance.
Still winning for white here, sorry.
Yeah, the knight dance continues. You could even give a check right now. But where's the breakthrough? Because the more pawns that get traded off, that's good news for Zhu Jin. And this is the last one that you can allow if you're Zhu Wenjun. She will take it with her knight, give a check, and eventually start advancing her own king, playing on the dark squares, the other color complex from Jinna's bishop.
Yeah, and Zhu Wenjun just playing so coolly. She's now ticking under the minute. So her big plan is simply to advance the pawn.
Pre-move it. E5 check.
Exactly.
G5.
Don't use up too much time.
Ooh, didn't pre-move it.
She didn't pre-move it. Just gaining a bit of time, maybe. E5 is coming. The idea will be to play E5, put a king on G5, reroute the knight round to, for example, F4, attack the G6 pawn, and then just use the E-pawn as a deflection. Looks like she's going with her E-pawn anyway. Use the E-pawn as a deflection, then just win black's kingside pawns. But she wants to do it even more controlled.
Has she just changed her mind? Gives a check, and now she'll push E5 anyway and king G5. Does it. Finally, the long way around. Get that king forward.
Here we go. E-pawn will be a deflector.
And now the knight can also start maneuvering to the E2 square. Can come to F4, start targeting.
Yeah, and 33 seconds for Zhu Wenjun. Gets an extra second on every move, but that's barely enough to make a move. You don't have so much time, so Wenjun trying to get up. She's going completely the other way. She's trying to chase the bishop away or go up with her own king all the way around.
Ooh.
Feels a bit strange.
Chances. Black can now trade off some pawns with G5. She's running out of material. This is such a bizarre plan. She could have done it so straightforward, so direct. Zhu Jin indecisive here. Not trusting herself, no killer instinct. G5. I don't know if white's winning so easily anymore.
Oh, will she go? Oh, she does.
She does.
That. You take that pawn, the black king steps forward, one more set of pawns off the board.
And it's no longer winning. This position is a draw.
No.
Oh, the bishop's going to give itself for the E pawn, and the H and the G pawn trade themselves off.
Exactly.
Full control. Black couldn't move. Black's pawns were on bad squares. Could have been picked off. Her king was on a perfect square. What has she done? This is bizarre play from Zhu Wenjun.
She's gifted the whole point to Zhu Jin, and just like that, the bishop will come back. H4, there's no stopping it. No pawns will remain. This is just not Zhu Wenjun's tournament.
Now the king goes back.
She's lost her nerve. It's the clock.
King goes back to take the pawn. She has collapsed Zhu Wenjun. 2 seconds left.
Attacks the knight. No time on the clock. Nothing left to play. A draw means Zhu Jin wins the match.
Wow. This has been such a surprising day. Zhu Jin will get the Armageddon win. There we go. King versus king. It's a draw, but Zhu Wenjun let a golden opportunity slip.
And she absolutely knows it. A completely winning endgame. Up a pawn, does everything right, and then move by move, gives it away, gifts it away. And Zhu Jin takes the match.
Takes the match, walks away with 1.5 points. And disappointment for Zhu Wenjun, who was so close to winning that game. But in the end, the clock got the better of her. And Zhu Jin is the one that walks away with a smile. It has been a dramatic day, non-stop action so far. So let's take a look at what went down on day 3 of Norway Chess. We had one decisive result. Of course, the game of the round, Pragg defeating Magnus Carlsen. 5 Armageddons. Well done, David.
Thank you. And I'm not sure what to say. I didn't expect it to go down like that, that's for sure. Armageddon, the theme, I guess, of the tournament, but the one classical game decided that we did have was spectacular in many ways.
That was an unbelievable fight, what we just saw. I mean, that game had everything. You know, it had sacrifices, tactics, positional moves in the end, a crazy endgame, up and down. And at the end of it all, Pragg was the last man on the board.
He was the last man on the board. Let's see how that has affected the scoreboards. We saw Alireza go back to his winning ways, winning in Armageddon. He now has a 3-point lead over Pragg. Firouzja, 7.5 points just after 3 rounds. It almost feels like no one can catch him up. But we're so early in the tournament.
Yeah, we're so early, but I mean, Magnus, if he wants to win this tournament, has to make up a 6-point deficit on Firouzja. That's a win of at least 2 classical games just to catch, let alone surpass. Yeah, Firouzja, great start, but Pragg, this is huge. This could kickstart his whole tournament.
Absolutely. He's just leapfrogged to the 2nd place. And to add to what David just said about Magnus, again, just reminding everyone, the 2 Norway Chess events that Magnus has won, it's only been with 1 single loss. Here he started the tournament in Oslo with a loss, and this is his 2nd already. Not a good omen.
Yeah, do you think we're going to be seeing Magnus in beast mode? He's angry.
You know, Magnus Carlsen's already a beast. He's a wounded beast, and a wounded beast is a dangerous one. Magnus Carlsen, when he loses a game, the next day is a stronger version of Magnus Carlsen. But the thing is, he needs a hot streak now. I don't know if it happens or not. Will he get his 8th was the question we started with. Well, he needs to get a win on the board right now.
And guess who he plays tomorrow? Gukesh.
Woo!
That is going to be so fun. Magnus gets black again. It's not going to be easy. That was the all-famous table smash last year.
It was, and in the women's, it's very close now. Just 1 point in it. Bibisara there in the lead. Well, we've had non-stop action for the last hour, so we are going to catch our breaths. I expect everyone at home just to refuel for just a few moments, because when we come back, we're going to break down exactly what went down.
Gukesh, it was quite a hectic finish to the Armageddon. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, I know I was completely winning throughout the game, and so stupid to allow this bishop d1. But yeah, things happen.
In the classical game, it seemed to be fighting to get something out of it for a long time, but then nothing really materialized. But did you feel you had a chance to push at any point there?
I think I should have been like very slightly better, but I think it was based on whether I can get my knight back to f4 or not. And probably rook c2, I underestimated this bishop d7, after which it was probably nothing. But maybe instead of rook c2, if I had gone knight c3, it was maybe a slight pull for me.
Thank you so much for taking the time, Gukesh, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alireza, congratulations winning first Armageddon. Just share with us your emotions.
Yeah, I mean, it was very lost Armageddon, but I somehow managed to create some counterplay on the king's side, and that helped. So yeah, I'm happy with the result today.
It was for sure difficult for you to play Armageddon in such condition, and I mean, share with us what happened in those last seconds, because you're one of the fastest chess players in the world. Did that help?
Yeah, I mean, I have one disadvantage. I'm playing left clock on with black, so that doesn't help. But yeah, it's nice. Yeah,
and still leading the tournament, how does it feel to winning first to Classical and now Armageddon against a world champion?
No, I mean, it feels good. I think draw with black was decent result today in classical, and it was nice to get this half point also.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Magnus, could you share with us what happened those last moments of the game?
Yeah, I felt like it was pretty much a repeat of the game against Gukesh last year. I just I missed one thing, and then I kind of panicked and lost within a few moves.
I wish you best of luck to recover next games.
Thanks.
Pragg, that was one of the craziest finishes I've seen in a while. How did it feel on your side?
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I think I was just lucky. I just missed the rook f1 c6 idea. But yeah, I should be lost. I think if not for that, I don't think he needs to take on d6. So yeah, at some point I was like, I lost control and I was not happy. I was also low on time, but yeah, somehow things turned around for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Vincent, share with us what happened in Armageddon.
Yeah, not a good game. I think right off the opening got a quite pleasant position. Of course, it was complicated, but then, somewhere I lost track. He got too much play and my position was very bad, so I just tried to do something. But obviously, he had too much time, too out of a position, so there was nothing left to do. I think the bigger issue was in the classical game, because I'm pretty sure that I had a quite big advantage and somehow let that slip.
What do you think is in a way, because it looked like you had some chances in the first 2 rounds as well as today?
It's a crazy format, I believe. I mean, in the first 2 games, I also could have lost both, and I could have won both. So that's how it goes. Today, I felt was a quite good game up until the point. I think maybe rook a1 probably was a bad idea. Before that, my opening prep worked out very nicely, and I got a good pressure.
We wish you best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Wesley, you won your Armageddon game and you have played all the Armageddons this season. And one of the interviews you told me that you practiced to play blitz games. It worked, right?
Yeah. It's funny. After that bad game against Pragg in Armageddon, I played a few online games on chess.com. I'm not even sure why, because it's very different playing online over the board. But I told myself if I go to Armageddon, I'll have a different strategy. And it worked much better. My time management was much better. It did work, yeah.
Wesley, we just want to know what do you have in your bag, because you're carrying the bag before the game. Is that some snacks?
Yeah, actually it's sparkling water. We really enjoy the water here in Norway. My mother likes sparkling water, so I'm bringing her some. But I remember every single time I play in Norway, they have all these great water bottles, which we're compiling. But yeah, Norway has some of the best water in the world.
Amazing. So have a good rest today and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone, and it's that time when we assemble and we break down exactly what happened in what was probably one of the most chaotic rounds we've seen so far. First up, the sensational news, of course, was Pragg beating Magnus Carlsen, and it was a wild ride. In fact, it was a white knuckle ride because we couldn't predict anything.
Yeah, I mean, the twists and turns, I've lost track of how many there were. We earlier were predicting that Magnus was just going to get checkmated. Then suddenly he wriggled, he fought, he got the queens off. Endgame, Magnus territory, and let it slip. But let's jump in and break down those last 10 moves, because it was here where Pragg first lost control in that endgame. He should have been retreating his knight. A5, C5, I think both would have been fine. We see the reason why in a moment. The first mistake from Pragg, pushing C5, allowing Magnus to find this brilliant move, which he did play, G5, deflection. If pawn takes pawn, suddenly the H pawn runs forward, H4, and this could be a future queen. Rook takes would have been met by knight back to D7, hitting the rook. And now we see why the white knight should have been fleeing. It would fall off the board. Next move. Here, Pragg fought really well, though. He retreated, knight back to D6. The rook was shut in. Here we were thinking, again, Magnus, surely he's turned it around and will win. But a check, the king coming forward, a repetition here. And Pragg admitted in an interview afterwards he didn't really see what to do if the black bishop had gone back to C6, just defended the knight. And long term, this G pawn for black, maybe joined by the F pawn later, would have decided the game. But Magnus, trying to be flashy, took the knight on D6, lost some of the advantage, tried to push his pawn. And if we catch up with the game a few moves later, this is where all chaos broke loose. Instead of G3, Magnus should have retreated his knight, and C6 is still well covered by the black pieces. Still everything under control, black advantage. Instead, G3 lost that advantage due to rook to G8. White could have covered the pawn. Mistake from Pragg, C6, missing that opportunity. Magnus now playing a frankly bizarre move. Instead of at least asking a question of the rook, forcing rook takes F3, and now maybe what he had missed, Magnus, is that he could have played king to G7. And just to show one sample line, white could have made a new queen, but black would have got there first, and we could have seen a crazy king chase up the board. The king marching, the king continuing to march, and I mean here, maybe Magnus saw all of this, speculating here, and just thought his king was in danger. Turns out this is no more than a draw, but instead he just self-destructed. King back to G7, he allowed the pawn through, and in this position, before even waiting for white's rook to move to any safe square, he resigned, as the white c-pawn will become a queen. What do we think? What explains what we just saw?
Tension, pressure, nerves, a crazy game, a wild fight. I mean, this was not a clean technical battle. This was a boxing match, just up and down from the start, right? Tactical tension all along. And in the end, I have to say that Pragg, despite letting it slip, kept his cool. He was cold, he was dangerous. When the opportunity arose, he took it with both hands, completely alert. And for Magnus Carlsen, this has to be extremely frustrating.
Yeah, for Magnus, I think he will definitely be a little bit mystified as to what went wrong. It could have been something that he'd seen a lot of the moves ahead and he just played the right kind of idea of going king to G7, but wrong sequence. Sometimes the hand moves faster than the brain. We will have to ask Magnus himself. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps Magnus will tell us a little bit more. But for Magnus, it's all about the recovery. He has to now start bouncing back. But Firouzja, fantastic score, you know, just getting a 3-point lead over his rivals. In the women's, it's a little bit different because Divya, she is the Armageddon queen. She has narrowed the gap between her and Bibisara.
Yeah, and we did miss that Armageddon game earlier because there was so much drama elsewhere. But a huge hold from Divya in the Armageddon with black taking the points. I'll just show the last few moves here. It was a really wild encounter. It looked like Bibisara had very good chances. 2 pieces for white, a knight and a bishop for black's rook and pawn. So maybe a small advantage long term, but the way that Divya held was really impressive. Here, maybe the only way to keep some tension would have been to, for example, play bishop e4, control the black knight, stop it re-centralizing. But bishop e2 allowed a really picturesque perpetual check. Knight into c2, hitting the king steps across, the knight checks again. King steps forward, a check forcing the king back, and this pattern continued. The knight continued harassing the king. Perpetual check forever, and Divya got the job done. So impressive.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff there from Divya. But tomorrow, it's all about the action that's going to be happening on the board. So let's take a look at what we have in store for you and for all of us. And look at that. We have a change. Gukesh plays Magnus Carlsen. Will we see a repeat of the table thump? Well, I don't know. Chances are unlikely, but you never know.
I mean, I'm going to say that after today's result, after this pressure, after this mood, Gukesh versus Magnus, it's not just a game. Table smash potential everywhere tomorrow. It's pretty much make or break game for Magnus Carlsen. If he wants a run for that 8th title, he needs a win and he needs it in the classical. He starts with the black pieces. And then we also look at the top of the leaderboard, right? Alireza Firouzja feels like he's just running away with the whole thing. 3 points lead. He's taking on Wesley, so Alireza might be trying to create his chances in that one as well.
Yeah, Alireza, extremely impressive. Really well-handled defense in the Armageddon today. And yeah, I think Magnus, we're all going to be so keen to see how he recovers. He didn't even look angry or upset after losing to Pragg today. He just looked shocked. And the rebound, all important. That's going to be fascinating.
And in the women's, we'll see whether Bibisara Asaubeva playing white will be able to extend her lead as she plays 5-time Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. Well, we've got a lot to look forward to today. Today has had us at the edge of our seats. And I've got to thank Tanya, David. You have just made it absolutely phenomenal. I give you both a heart.
Time for some muffins now. We need dinner.
Bring on those wraps.
It is dinner time. The lights are switching off. I'd like to thank everyone at home for joining along the ride. And we're going to see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't miss it.